Chapter 7. He had finally arrived. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. It's been almost 12 years since the last time he walked through that enormous gate, and he couldn't help but feel it was still too soon. Jiraiya loved his village, his home, but the village's walls just held too many bad memories. The betrayal of his closest friend, the rejection of the love of his life, the reminders of all his failures haunted him whenever he walked through those gates. But here he was again, his village in need and the legendary shinobi answering its call. Sometimes, he feared that need would go on forever, that his village would never be free from the threat of war, that the world would always be filled with far too much hatred. In those times, he would remember his student, Minato, his child of prophecy. Minato had been everything that Jiraiya had ever wanted in a student. No, he had been more than that. He learned quickly, passionately, and took all his teaching to heart. His heart had been pure gold, incorruptible, and had given Jiraiya the family he had always dreamed of. He looked up, staring at his student's memorial, the large stone face on the mountainside. He walked through the village, listening to the bustling of the streets as its villagers went about their day. He took a deep breath, smelling the familiar air that brought memories of his younger days. He looked at some of the restaurants and stores, thinking back to when they had first been built and opened. He sighed, making his way to the Hokage Tower to visit Sarutobi-sensei. The first part of the Chunin exams had started a little less than a week ago. There was no doubt in his mind that Sarutobi would want him to introduce himself to his godson. That was a meeting he was worried about. He didn't know what to do or say to the boy, hoping that his usual antics and charm would win the boy over and make this easy for him. He didn't even know what to teach him. Jiraiya had a lot of knowledge about the ninja arts, but for all the things he knew he was terrible at teaching them. He had always relied on his own guts and stubbornness to learn and master techniques, making it difficult for him to teach them to others. Minato had been special, a genius ninja that could learn all he needed with just a few simple demonstrations. Show him something a few times and he could tell you more about how it worked than Jiraiya could. So, he had two options. 1, he could bluff his way through it all, telling his sensei that he would go and meet the boy only to later tell him that he forgot or was busy. Or 2, he could go and introduce himself to the boy, praying to God that the meeting would go well and not question why someone like Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, would take him on as an apprentice. Yeah, fat chance. Naruto would have to be a complete idiot not to question that. Jiraiya sighed when he had made it to the base of the tower. Looking up, he spotted the old man's window and jumped. Quickly opening it, he walked through the window and said hello to his sensei for the first time in 12 years. Hey there, sensei. He looked up from his paperwork, his pipe in his mouth. It was a bit startling, seeing how old he had gotten. His skin seemed to sag a bit more than before, paler than usual too. His hands seemed thinner as well, losing the fat and muscle that they used to have after decades of forming hand seals. Looking at them, they seemed to shake slightly too. His eyes seemed tired, something that did not surprise the Toad Sage. Yes, the god of shinobi had gotten old, something that a younger Jiraiya couldn't even imagine. His current self easily accepted the grim reality. Jiraiya, you're late. His voice was harsh, ragged almost, no doubt a result of old age and years of smoking his pipe. There was only so much wind chakra could accomplish. Putting his worries aside, Jiraiya let out a boisterous laugh, replying to the now grumpy old man. Gahaha. You should know better than anyone that the hero is always late to arrive. The Hokage was not amused. Sarutobi frowned slightly, returning to his paperwork for a moment, probably so he didn't lose his train of thought. Jiraiya waited patiently, preparing his words. He would tell his sensei that he would meet Naruto in a few days on his own schedule. This would give him time to study Naruto's files and observe the boy from afar, letting him come up with something to teach him. He would probably start with the summoning jutsu and make him sign a contract with the toads. It would make sense, providing him with a powerful trump card that was easy to cast, the only requirement being enormous amounts of chakra. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he was sure that Naruto had plenty of chakra. It would also let him do a bit of research while he was here. The Hokage signed a section of the document, putting it aside and on top of a small pile of paper. Jiraiya opened his mouth, preparing to tell the old man his plan but was beat to the punch. Sarutobi spoke first. You had better hurry along then, Naruto is set to meet you at the hot springs in about an hour. Jiraiya blinked, digesting the old man's words for a moment before blinking again. Wait, he replied elegantly. The Hokage took a large puff from his pipe, ignoring the Sannin who was having a small breakdown in front of him. He blew smoke into the air, watching it for a moment before speaking again. I'm not a fool, Jiraiya. You ran away from your responsibilities 12 years ago and Naruto was the one who had to suffer for them. I won't let you do that again, Naruto deserves better. He's a very talented shinobi, just like his parents. Jiraiya's face calmed, then. He thought about his words, thinking of something to say. Does he know? Does he know what, Jiraiya? He flinched as Sarutobi snapped at him. The old man was clearly irritated, and he couldn't blame him. Any of it. His parents' identity, the fact that I'm his godfather, the 9 tails. What all does he know? Sarutobi glared at him, face set in a fierce frown. I feel like I should let you discover that for yourself, but I am not that cruel. I never told the boy about his parents, no. Naruto is a very practical boy, he wouldn't see the value of having that knowledge, so I saw no reason to give it to him and he never asked. Knowing him, he probably figured it out on his own, God knows how no one else has. I suspect he already knows about the 9 tails and possibly communicates with him. As for knowledge of you, I chose to give you that job. Jiraiya nodded at him, taking in the information. Naruto would need to learn how to control the 9-tailed fox, its power was too great to simply ignore. Against the group known as the Akatsuki, he would need every advantage he could get. He walked toward the window, sensing that their conversation was over. He opened it, preparing to jump out when something stopped him. Jiraiya? He turned around, looking at the old man. He was smiling slightly, a nervous look on his face. Good luck. Jiraiya smirked. Nodding, he jumped out the window and headed to the hot springs. That old coot really was too soft, putting on that angry front just to drop it at the last minute. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop, his long white hair swaying in the wind. He began to think of scenarios, the different ways he could greet his godson. He was nervous, but he decided that going for his usual dramatic and gallant introduction would be best. That would surely amaze the boy and be the perfect way to start their meeting. It didn't take long for him to arrive, having several minutes to spare. He looked around but didn't see Naruto, not finding that signature golden hair. He considered taking the time to do some research but decided against it. Naruto would be here soon, and he didn't want to miss him. Instead, he leaned against the wall that housed the women's bath, trying to use the sound and vibrations of the water to visualize their bodies. It didn't work very well. The minutes went by, eventually passing the meeting time that Sarutobi had told him. Naruto was late, but that didn't bother the sage that much. If anything, it amused him, thinking back to the words he said to the Hokage. Then, he saw him. Short, spiky golden hair emerging from behind the bridge. Well, the hero is always late to arrive. He took a good long look at his godson. His first thoughts were that he was a weird kid. Everything from his clothes to his sunglasses to that goofy smile of his. That was okay though, every strong ninja was weird in some way, except himself of course. He was just amazing after all. He quickly closed his eyes, trying to look cool as he leaned up against the wall. He sensed the boy walk closer to him, crossing the small bridge and stopping in front of him. Jiraiya opened his eyes, grinning as he walked up to the boy and began his introduction. Well, took you long enough, you shouldn't keep your teachers waiting, you know. Now, allow me to introduce myself. Naruto hadn't responded, simply looking at him. Jiraiya took that as his cue. He began to hop back and forth on one of his legs, beginning the introduction that had swayed the hearts of so many and showed them that they were in the presence of a truly awesome man. I am the man who has no enemies in the north, south, east or west, not even the heavens. I am one of the legendary Sannin, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. I am the great, the powerful, the gallant. Jiraiya? Naruto interrupted him, saying his name before he could. He stood there for a moment, shocked as his thoughts raced. He looked down at Naruto. That smile on his face had widened but it looked different to Jiraiya, menacing almost. He gulped slightly and let out a nervous smile. Realizing that he was still on one leg, he quickly stood up normally, cringing slightly as his sandals clacked loudly against the ground. I see you have already heard of me. Then you should know that you are quite lucky to be taught by one as powerful as I, he said dramatically, trying to still his rapid heart. The boy began to laugh, his smile relaxing a bit as he did. Heh. Yes, I've heard many things about you. So, Master Jiraiya, what will you be teaching me first? Jiraiya could help but feel a tingle go down his spine when Naruto said his name. Something about the way he said it didn't bode well. Did Sensei lie to me? Or, did he somehow figure out that we were related? Oh well, it doesn't matter right now. First, I got to impress the boy and take that first step into the boy's life. Jiraiya laughed loudly, confidence filling his voice. Very well. Behold, the power of Jiraiya the Toad Sage. He raised his outstretched hand, leaned down and slammed his palm to the ground. A sealing matrix unraveled from his palm and unfolded onto the cobbled road. A large plume of smoke appeared and Jiraiya felt the ground shift slightly, his feet now resting on the head of the large toad simply known as Gamma. He grinned as the smoke dispersed, looking down at his future student. Naruto looked at the toad for a moment, his grin began to grow smaller and smaller, becoming a small frown. He looked up, staring at Jiraiya. He did not seem amused. He's not impressed, oh god, he isn't impressed in the slightest. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead, desperately thinking of a technique or something to show the boy. The entire time Naruto just stared at him, unnerving him as he waited for something more. A jutsu appeared in his mind, one that would be easy to demonstrate and not cause any destruction. Ninja art, needle jizo. Jiraiya's hair lengthened, his usual spiky hair became more pronounced as they hardened to the same durability as steel. His hair wrapped around him, forming a protective barrier of needle-like hair. It was a powerful technique that could be used in multiple situations and had many variations. He could whip his hair at his enemies to impale them or launch his hair as Sanban for more long-range combat. It was a very resourceful technique, but Naruto didn't seem to think much of it. Naruto's face never changed, looking at the technique with that same frown on his face. The two stood there for a moment, silent as Jiraiya prayed that it would be enough to interest the boy. He could show him the Rasengan, but he wasn't sure that he was ready for it yet, having no indication of his current skill level. To Jiraiya's panic, Naruto turned around, his hands in his pockets as he began to walk away. Screw it. He formed the Rasengan in his palm, holding it up for the world to see. Hey, what about this huh? I could teach you this too. Naruto didn't turn around, didn't even acknowledge him. Jiraiya was panicking. He didn't want this. He didn't want to just be forgotten by his student's son like this. He didn't want to be cast aside by someone he knew was important in his life. He felt shame at that admission, knowing that he had done to Naruto what Naruto was doing right now. Abandoning him. It was at that moment, that realization at just how much he had messed up, that Jiraiya tore all of it down. He didn't do it consciously though, looking back, he would see it as instinct more than anything else. I can tell you about your parents. Naruto stopped, now at the highest point of the bridge that he was walking across. Jiraiya's heart was pounding, waiting to see his reaction. He cursed himself. This wasn't how this was supposed to go, where the hell did everything go wrong? He gulped, watching as Naruto looked behind him. Oh? And tell me, just how would you know who my parents are? Naruto began to smile. It was a small thing really, and it didn't spell sincerity or happiness. No, it promised pain. I'm curious. Jiraiya's heart fell. He braced himself, preparing to hear Naruto's painful words about his past, how alone he was. He didn't expect this. When he walked into the hidden leaf today, never did he imagine himself standing here in front of Naruto, revealing everything that the boy deserved to know. He took a breath, a sad look took over, showing a tired man of many regrets. He spoke. Because I'm your godfather. He barely got his hands up in time. He watched as Naruto's legs repeatedly kicked at the surface of the bridge, practically snapping it in half as the boy's form rushed toward him, a kick aimed at his face. The kick was heavy and Jiraiya hadn't expected the attack, especially one so strong. He didn't get the chance to reinforce his body with chakra nor grip the ground with it. He felt his feet rise into the air as he was thrown back, crashing through the wall of the bathhouse. He heard women screaming and running at the interruption. He impacted the edge of the hot spring, stopping in the water. Opening his eyes, he watched as Naruto repeated that strange technique. Expecting it now, he tracked his actions as Naruto stopped in front of him, kneeling slightly as he leaned over him, his feet standing upon the water with a small frown on his face. All right, old man, you have my attention. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to teach me what I want to know, as much as I want to know. After that, I'm going to decide what happens between us, got it? Jiraiya thought about retaliating, about showing Naruto that he wasn't the strongest. That attack had surprised him, but he had dealt with worse. But, looking at the boy, realizing how much he owed the boy, he didn't have the heart to deny him, he simply nodded. Naruto grinned afterward. Good. Shadow Strangle Jutsu. A hand of shadow had begun to climb up his father's foot, slowly rising and coiling around his leg. Shikamaru could feel his chakra drain dramatically from the advanced technique, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Seeing the arm completely wrap around his father's leg, he nodded, giving him the signal. The chakra pull increased immediately, his father now flexing against his technique, trying to break it. Shikamaru clenched his teeth, desperately trying to hold out as long as he could. He only lasted a few seconds, the arm quickly uncoiling and snapping back to merge with his shadow. As soon as it did, Shikamaru fell back, his eyes closed and panting. You did better that time, lasted a whole 2 seconds even. His eyes opened, looking up at his father's stern face as he stood over him. Taking a minute to catch his breath, he sat up, his hand rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, that's just great. How's 2 seconds going to help me in something like the Chunin exams? His father, Shikaku, chuckled slightly at him, reaching an arm down to pull him back up to his feet. Trust me, in some battles, 2 seconds is all it takes. Shikamaru looked up to his father for a moment before taking his hand, pulling himself to his feet. Man, what a drag. Maybe I'll just forfeit and be done with the whole thing. Well, you certainly could. I don't think your mother would take that too well though. Shikamaru paled at the thought, just imaging his irate mother chasing him around the house, a pan in her hand. Yeah, better to just compete and die a hero's death. He began to stretch, thinking about what he should do next. There was still a lot of time before the Chunin exams, but to Shikamaru it was much too short. He wasn't looking forward to them, not even mentioning the fact that his first fight was with a girl. It was all just a truly troublesome experience and he couldn't wait for it all to be over with. He moved into the house, his father following him as they sat down at the nearby shogi board. So, do you want to go first? His father said, obviously eager to play. Shikamaru shrugged. Sure. He moved one of the pieces, thinking about his opponent, Sakura. During her fight with Ino, he could tell a lot has changed. She had gotten stronger, her attacks fiercer and meant to take her opponent down. A change like that wasn't something that could be attained by training alone. No, there was an entire personality shift there and he knew just who was responsible for it, Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde genin was strong, smart and a dangerous opponent. He remembered watching as he manipulated that sand ninja, Kankuro's, puppet. He used that puppet like an expert, needing only seconds to quickly determine how to control and move the puppet, something that should not normally be possible according to the look on both Kankuro and their sensei's faces. Naruto Uzumaki was definitely someone he wouldn't want to face in battle, but he was glad the blonde was on his side. There was something satisfying about watching the way he unnerved his opponents, proud that a leaf ninja their age had become so strong. He had wanted to get to know the boy a bit better, especially after their shogi match so long ago, but he always pushed it off, choosing instead to watch the clouds. But, after fighting in the Forest of Death, fighting and killing enemy ninja, he realized that he was being naive. He couldn't always be the lazy genius, simply getting by on the barest minimum. No, he had a village to protect, and to do that he had to get to know the rest of the Rookie 12. The match continued, piece after piece was moved as the two Naras were deep in concentration. It didn't take long for the match to be decided, he had lost again. That wasn't a surprise. He stood up, moving back into the yard and preparing to cast the Shadow Strangle Jutsu again. His father joined him, watching as his shadow extended, once again wrapping around his leg, locking it in place. The strain was already getting to him, but Shikamaru refused to stop there. The arm continued, slowly beginning to wrap around Shikaku's torso. Sweat was visibly dripping down his face as he gave the signal. 5 seconds. He lasted 5 seconds before he collapsed. His father walked back over to him, smiling. You know Shikamaru, we should probably take a break. The sun's beginning to set and I'm sure your mom is worried. Shikamaru nodded while on the ground, his heavy breathing not letting him answer. After he regained his breath, his father offered his arm, Shikamaru taking it and pulling himself up. He would train for the next few days, then, he would start by seeing what was wrong with Ino. Hinata sat on a small bench, watching as Niji practiced his gentle fist in the Hyuga clan's training ground. His palms were a blur, his body moving with perfect precision and elegance as he performed the 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique. Hinata watched on, not sure how to feel. What Niji had done to her all those years ago, defeating her and casting her into the branch family, had traumatized her. She hated Niji Hyuga, she couldn't forgive him. Becoming Niji's ward made it worse, having to constantly be at his beck and call, like a slave. She knew that Niji had satisfaction in watching her serve him like that at first. Eventually, the satisfaction stopped, and she faded in the background, no longer something of interest in the great eyes of Niji Hyuga. To him, she had become just another branch member. That thought confused her. When had she gone from wanting to be ignored by him to wanting to be noticed? Maybe she had just become that lonely. Then, one day, Niji had looked upon the seal on her forehead. She watched as he looked in regret, whispering words of apology. She didn't believe it. She spent the time before the Chunin exams training, preparing and hoping to fight her cousin once again and prove that she was strong. It didn't work out that way. Instead, she fought Gaara, a monster of sand and bloodlust, and she was defeated, she was almost killed. But Niji saved her. Niji, the one who had branded her with the curse mark and unknowingly enslaved her to him, had saved her life. He had called her Lady Hinata, like those days when she was a part of the main branch. That had made her realize that all the pain and suffering she had felt at being thrown out of the main branch was the same pain he felt too. They were the same, both abandoned and thrown into the branch family for not being good enough. Niji, simply because his father was born second. Her, simply because she was too weak. Yes, Hinata and Niji Hyuga were very alike. So, watching him perform one of the main branch's secret techniques filled her with pride and envy. She was proud of Niji, proud that he was proving that the branch family could be just as good as the main. She was envious, too, wishing that she could do the same. Niji stopped, slumping forward and leaning on his knees as his breathing grew heavy. He was tired. Hinata quickly went over to him, carrying a small glass of water to him. "Here you go, Niji." Niji looked up, smiling at her. He took the glass with shaking hands. Thank you, Lady Hinata." There it was again. He would always call her that, and Hinata couldn't help but feel embarrassed, unworthy almost. Niji was the one struggling here. All the grief that she had gone through, Niji had already experienced. Even then, he still kept going, pushing forward to prove the main branch wrong. Hinata Hyuga used to hate Niji Hyuga. Now, she couldn't help but admire him. Niji brought the glass to his lips, trying to drink, but his shaking hands were causing the water to spill onto his face. Quickly, she took the glass with her hands. Here, let me do it." Taking the glass, she slowly raised it, carefully allowing him to drink. After the water was gone, she pulled back, watching as he caught his breath. He looked toward her again. "Thank you. Are you sure there isn't anything else you wanted to do?" "There's no need for you to help me, Lady Hinata." Hinata shook her head, a smile on her face. "And no, this is just fine. I know I might not be much help, but I want to help you pass the Chunin exams. So, I'll do whatever I can." Niji shook his head, smiling and chuckling all the while. "Very well, but I need to take a break for now. Would you care to go get some lunch?" Hinata nodded eagerly. "Why yeah, sure." The two walked out, Niji left to go change his clothes as Hinata waited by the main gate. She didn't know who was responsible for the change in Niji. Heck, it might have just been brain damage from that flight of stairs. Whoever or whatever it was, she wanted to one day thank them. She was happier than she had been in years. Niji walked out, wearing a cleaner version of the same clothes. "Are you ready to go, Lady Hinata?" She nodded. "Yeah, let's get going." Asuma Sarutobi was flipping through the report, curiosity picking at his mind. The one known as Naruto Uzumaki was proving himself to be a strange boy, and he wasn't talking about his clothes. No, looking at these academy reports, Asuma realized that Naruto Uzumaki was far too advanced. According to this, everything about Naruto was nearly perfect. His grades and his fighting technique had always received top marks, even during his first year at the academy. This wasn't unheard of. There have been a few ninja that have shown this level of talent and skill. Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha being the prime examples. There was a difference though. Kakashi and Itachi had received training from their family. Naruto Uzumaki was an orphan. How was it that an orphan boy with no prior training was somehow able to defeat Sasuke Uchiha the first week of the academy? Sasuke would have gotten accelerated training from his clan, something that should have put him far ahead of the blonde. No, something wasn't right here. He closed the report, heading to his father's office to talk to him directly. There were just too many things odd about Naruto Uzumaki, and he wouldn't put it down without bringing it up at least once with his old man. He walked up the stairs of the tower, quickly approaching his door and knocking gently. "Enter." His father's voice came from the other side and Asuma obeyed, walking into the room. He approached the desk, watching as his father looked up from his work and smiled slightly. "Asuma, was there something you needed? It's been a long time since you've come for a social call." Asuma reeled a bit at his words, looking around the room for a moment. When was the last time he came here just to visit? Most of the time, he came just to deliver mission reports or to pick up Konohamaru if he needed to. He looked at his dad, watching as the wrinkles on his face seemed to stand out suddenly. He remembered, as a kid, thinking his father was unbeatable. To a point, he really was, having been named God of Shinobi for his skill and ability in all 5 of the main elements and the intelligence to master over 1,000 techniques. Looking at him now, he realized that his father had gotten old, frail almost. Don't get him wrong, he still wouldn't wish to get in a serious fight with the aging Hokage. He fully believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi was more than capable of still kicking his ass. Still, just how much time did Asuma Sarutobi have to spend with his father? He shook the thoughts from his head, remembering the reason he came here. He placed the files on his desk. What's this? He opened up the files, quickly reading through them. That is the reports taken at the academy on Naruto's progress through the years. His father looked up, his eyes narrowed slightly. "And how did you come about these documents? I don't remember signing these off to you." He grinned at his father. "I got them from Kakashi." He only glanced through them anyways. The third sighed as he set the report on his desk, looking up at him. "So? What is the problem then? I assume it has something to do with Naruto?" He nodded, lighting a cigarette and placing it in his mouth. "Yeah, I have some concerns about his progress and rate of development." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, curious at his reasoning. Oh? And what seems to be concerning you? Asuma briefly flipped through the pages of the report, going all the way back to his first fight with Sasuke. Well, let's start here. Don't you find it odd that a clan child like Sasuke Uchiha was defeated by an orphan? Or here, he said, flipping to a new part of the report. This says that Naruto was already well experienced in controlling chakra before they even had their first chakra control class. He watched as his father read the report, then looked up toward him. What exactly are you suggesting here, Asuma? Asuma took a breath, bracing himself to reveal his theory. I think that Naruto has had a hidden teacher, someone has been teaching him how to fight and use his chakra. I believe that teacher is the nine-tailed fox. He waited with bated breath as his father stared at him, no doubt spinning the theory around in his head. After what seemed like an eternity, he spoke. I will have Jiraiya examine the seal. Afterward, we will not speak of this again. This conversation does not leave this room, understood? Yes, Lord Hokage. Good, now see your way out, I still have a lot of work to do. Asuma nodded, walking out of the room and closing the door behind him. He sighed, not sure what to think of Naruto. If it turned out to be true, if the Nine Tails really was manipulating him, what would his father do? He walked out of the tower, heading back home. Ino walked over to Sakura's house, nervous. She was trying to amp herself up, getting ready to reveal the truth to her former best friend. She sighed, thinking that this wasn't going to end well. She had no idea how to even word this conversation, let alone how to deal with the after effects. Continuing to walk to her house, she was met with surprise at seeing Sakura already walking in her direction. Putting a smile on her face, she waved at the pink-haired girl, running to meet her. Hey, Sakura. She reached her, taking a look at her former best friend. She had multiple bruises on her, no doubt due to the training over the last few days, preparing for the exam. She still couldn't believe that she had made it to the finals and hoped she would be okay after seeing all the people she would be up against. Huh? Ino, what did you want? Luckily, there was curiosity in her voice and not contempt or anger. Feeling more encouraged, she continued the conversation. Oh, I just wanted to know if I could talk to you for a bit. Sakura tilted her head cutely, making Ino giggle at her. Well, I suppose you could. I'm just heading to one of the training grounds to meet with Kurenai-sensei. Ino walked beside her, following as they headed toward their destination. That's fine, it won't take too long hopefully. They were silent for a bit, Ino trying to think of something normal to talk about first, like Kurenai's training or how she liked her team. Sakura decided the topic for her. So, is this about Sasuke? Damn it. She wanted to wait a little bit to talk about that, but too late now. Sighing, she nodded to her. Why yeah, listen, I know the two of us have been fighting for years over Sasuke. I know how important Sasuke is to you too, but there's something I have to tell you. Sakura looked over to her, curiosity in her eyes. The truth is, I've never really liked Sasuke like you do. I just wanted to start a little competition between us, get some confidence and fight in you, and it went way too far, I'm sorry. At least, that's what she wanted to say. Instead, her words had jumbled together and what came out was. The truth is, I've never really liked Sasuke like I like you. I just wanted to start something between us and get some confidence and fight for you, and it went way too far, I'm sorry. Sakura stopped, her eyes widening as her face turned red. Ino was confused until she replayed her words in her head. Wait. I didn't mean. Sakura began to sprint away. Sakura, no. Come back, that's not what I meant. She ran after the pink-haired girl, desperately trying to catch up to her. Damn. When did she get so fast? Soon enough, Sakura was out of sight. Ino's face was red in anger and exertion. She was huffing as she heard a voice to her right. Hey, Ino. I was just looking for you. Turning around, she saw Shikamaru there, waving at her. Hey, I just wanted to talk to you. Wait, what are you doing? Ino approached the talking punching bag, rolling up her white arm warmers as she prepared to vent some frustration. Hey, no ow, damn it, you troublesome woman ga. That hurts, damn it. Stop. Chidori. Sasuke slammed his lightning-encased fist into the boulder, creating a large hole. He had finally done it, successfully used the technique Kakashi had been trying to teach him for the last few days. It was a powerful but draining technique, encasing the user's hand in condensed lightning chakra, allowing them to pierce virtually anything. It was powerful, yes, but that power took up almost half his chakra. It was something he would have to use sparingly, but it was a great technique to add to his arsenal. He looked toward Kakashi, who was standing behind him. Good job. I would guess that you can use that technique about twice a day, pretty impressive actually. We're going to be working on your physical speed and strength now, something you'll need to get past Niji. Sasuke glared slightly at the older ninja. Why don't you just show me more ninjutsu? I can just copy it with my Sharingan and have a long-range weapon to use against Niji. His gentle fist is too dangerous to fight one-on-one. Kakashi tapped a finger on his chin, as if in thought. That is true, but if you use all your chakra trying to beat Niji, you won't be able to do much against the other contestants. You'll need more than powerful ninjutsu to get past Niji Hyuga. If you don't believe me, Guy told me that his student Lee was able to beat him in taijutsu. Sasuke froze with the mention of Lee, remembering their fight. That fight had brought back bad memories. That moment was so similar, Lee showing just how much stronger he was, then sparing him while showing he could end him if he truly wished. Rock Lee was a dangerous person and he could already see how useful his new technique would be against him. He wouldn't lose to Lee again. Sasuke nodded to his sensei. Fine, let's get started. The training was grueling, with them having to climb up and down the cliffs of a far-off canyon. Sometimes there would be other challenges to go with it, only one hand or no legs. He would only get to rest while he slept, never stopping to take a break for as long as he could take it. He could feel himself getting stronger, but he couldn't help but compare himself to Naruto and Lee. Somehow, their physical abilities were ridiculous, their skin like steel and their strength unyielding. He had never tried to follow Naruto around and see how he trained, but now he was considering it. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't imagine having abilities like that. The training continued, and he could feel himself getting stronger. They had moved on from strength exercises to speed, Kakashi attaching weights to his legs and having him run as he dodged Sanban. Sasuke now knew that he was strong. The veil of weakness that Naruto had created had been lifted in the forest. He still remembered the way he knocked out Zaku, never imagining himself doing such a thing to Naru. Sasuke shook his head, erasing his thoughts. Why was he doing this? Why was he constantly comparing everyone to the blonde? Maybe it was because he was the strongest person he knew that was his age. More likely, it was because he couldn't help but be envious of that power. Their physical exercises were done. His speed and strength had greatly increased thanks to Kakashi's guidance. The man knew just how Sasuke would have to move and for how long they would have to train to maximize his results. They were now sparring, letting him get used to his new speed and strength. He knew that this training had worked, but he couldn't help but feel like he was wasting time, as if Naruto could teach him far more. Temari sat in her room, reviewing the plan. Sand and Sound Ninja had already infiltrated several areas of the village and were simply waiting for the invasion to start. Meanwhile, the Sound would be summoning several large creatures near the village walls, distracting the majority of the Leaf's ninja. Temari and Kankuro would be guarding their brother, Gaara, as he transformed into the Shikaku, the one-tailed raccoon. From there, Gaara would destroy the village as the rest of the ninja took out the Leaf's defenders. Simple. Temari couldn't help but release a nervous breath at the very thought. She had a bad feeling about this entire thing. There was always the possibility that the Leaf knew of their plan and had already made several preparations to stop them. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that this would solve the Sand's problems. After this, they would no longer have a powerful ally and no hidden village would trust them for generations to come. Either way, this invasion had no happy ending and Temari couldn't help but feel as if she was being dragged along. She thought about her brother, Gaara. She wondered how he felt about all this. Was he angry about being used like this, sad maybe? He probably didn't care, just happy to spill more blood for his mother. She got up, wanting to leave the small hotel room and get some fresh air. She walked outside and stretched, enjoying the sun beating down on her and the gentle breeze running through the village, carrying the wonderful scent of flowers. She liked it here, it was so different to the hidden sand. Where the sand was desolate, dry and dull, the Leaf was a pleasant and vibrant place, full of life. It was a strange dynamic and Temari couldn't help but see the irony at how two villages so different would become allies. She began to walk, no destination in mind, simply trying to pass the time and clear her head. There were only 2 weeks until the exams started. She wasn't nervous, after all, they didn't really matter. The invasion would be started soon into Gaara's match, the Kazakage giving him the signal to transform. Her thoughts were interrupted as she saw two people who were very familiar in front of her. Naruto, the blonde kid that had defeated Kankuro, was there, laughing at something that the other said but she couldn't quite hear. The other figure was just as bewildering. He was a fairly short man, only a bit taller than Naruto in fact. He had on white robes and a diamond-shaped hat, the Hokage. Standing still in shock, she was caught off guard when they soon stopped in front of her, Naruto speaking first. Hey there, Temari right? Temari nodded at the question as the Hokage looked over at the boy. Oh? Is this a special friend of yours, Naruto? Temari's face reddened a little at the suggestion while Naruto just laughed. Heh. You wish you pervy old man. She's one of the Chunin exam contestants. Maybe if you dusted off that old brain of yours you would remember. She watched in bewilderment as the Hokage grew a confused expression. Chunin exams? That sounds familiar, but I can't quite remember why. Well, would you care to join us on our walk, young lady? Temari, still a little shocked at seeing the Hokage joke and act so casual, replied, a little flustered. Sure, Lord Hokage. She walked over to the Hokage's other side as the three simply walked through the village, the Hokage telling stories of his and a younger Naruto's adventures. You know, believe it or not, Naruto used to be quite clumsy as a child, often tripping over his own feet when his steps stretched too far. I remember it was right here when he fell one day, accidentally ramming his head against a small fruit stand so hard that it fell apart. Naruto would reply, defending his childhood actions. Bah, no one liked that stand anyways. The way I see it, I was doing a village a favor, heh. That may be true, but you weren't the one who had to pay for 13 dozen apples. Yeah, but look at you now, old man. You've never looked healthier. Temari would often just listen to their stories, they had quite a few and must be quite close. They eventually passed a small toy shop, the Hokage reminiscing once again. I remember buying Naruto a toy from here once, a stuffed monkey in the shape of Enma, my summoning animal. I remember coming back a couple weeks later to find the thing in tatters. You know, you never did tell me why you didn't like that monkey, Naruto. Naruto looked to the side, his grin dropping as a look of annoyance appeared. TCH, I don't like to talk about it, old man. Besides, it was a crappy toy anyways, you should have gotten me something cool like a race car or a stack of explosive notes. The Hokage laughed while ruffling his head. I feel like if I gave you either of those there would have been trouble in the village somewhere. After that, their conversations turned to her, the Hokage speaking first. So Temari, tell me, what do you think of the village so far? Are you enjoying your stay here? Temari remembered her earlier thoughts about the village and nodded to the short Kage. Yeah, it's a lot different from the hidden sand village. We're surrounded by desert so everything there always seems to be bleak and dry. Here is different though, vibrant and full of life. The Hokage nodded at her words. Yes, it is like that, isn't it? Still, I'm sure the sand village makes you appreciate what you have a bit more than the leaf would. Temari gave the Hokage a confused look. What do you mean, Lord Hokage? Well, you say that the sand is bleak and dry, yet you and your ancestors have always chosen to stay there. Not because you enjoy living there but because it's your home, where everything important to you lives. In the leaf, it is quite easy to forget those that are important to you, with life always feeling so vibrant, you lose sight of what makes it matter. Naruto leaned over, talking to her. In case you couldn't tell, he's a bit senile so don't worry if his words don't make much sense. How? The Hokage gently knocked a fist into his head, a smile on his face, as he stopped walking. Well, I suppose I've relaxed long enough. I need to get back to work. He turned to Naruto. I'll keep everything you told me in mind, Naruto. Then, he turned toward her. And I wish you luck in the coming exam. Temari quickly bowed, toward the aging Hokage. Thank you, sir, have a good night. Heh. Don't pull your back on the way there, old man. The Hokage gave a light wave before disappearing in a small poof of smoke, leaving the two alone. Naruto turned toward her, a question leaving his lips. Do you want me to walk you home or something? Temari blinked, not expecting the question. Thinking about it, she saw no harm in it and nodded her head. Sure, we're staying in a hotel down this way. They began to walk, Temari thinking about the interaction. It was very strange for such a figure like the Hokage to become so close to someone they had no relation to. The more she thought about it, the more she didn't like it. She looked at him, deep in thought. Naruto was very strong, his fight with Kankuro had been proof of that, the way Gaara seemed obsessed about him confirmed it. There was a mystery here, one that she had already solved halfway through their trip back to her hotel. The main people that were always close to a village's Kage were family, apprentices and finally Jinchuriki. It didn't take long after that, Gaara's words about killing the fox coming to mind. Naruto Uzumaki was the nine-tailed fox Jinchuriki. She almost couldn't believe it, someone as strong as Naruto having access to the power of a tailed beast? The powers and abilities of the nine-tailed fox were a complete mystery, who knew how strong Naruto really was. She worried about her brother, beginning to doubt even further that he would be okay after all this, that he could beat Naruto Uzumaki. She thought about the Sand Council's desperation and panic, doubting they would give up the invasion if she revealed Naruto's identity. She looked at Naruto again, knowing that he was strong and influential in the village. The Hokage's words rang through her head. If home was where everything important to her lived, then she would make sure that her loved ones would live somewhere they could actually be happy, this village with the Jinchuriki that just seemed to draw in everyone around him. She took a breath as they reached her hotel building, she made a choice she never thought she would make. She turned to Naruto and told him everything. Daffy held the leaf in his hand, concentrating his chakra once again. It had been 2 weeks since he reunited with his godfather. He was sitting in the forest, concentrating as his fool of a sensei peeped on some woman in a nearby river, giggling madly. He knew just what he wanted to learn from the old pervert, something that he knew he would need back if he was going to fight people like Orochimaru. Yes, Naruto had visited with the Hokage the other day, telling him of his encounter with the strange man and his suspicions of the genin known as Kabuto. The old man informed that the man was named Orochimaru, a former student of his. Funny enough, the small walk that the two had taken afterward led him to Temari and everything she had told him. The sand was betraying the Leaf Village and the Sound Village was helping them. She begged him to help her, to save her brother Gaara from himself and from the tyranny of her father, Raza the Kazekage. She wanted the two of them, and hopefully Kankuro if he agreed, to join the Leaf Village, something that Daffy couldn't believe until he saw the desperation in her eyes. She truly was worried for her brother, Gaara, and wanted him to act as their ward. He agreed, surprisingly eager to add to his family of misfits, promptly telling the Hokage, who seemed to already have an idea of the invasion, the sly old man. The leaf in front of him began to smolder, making Naruto's concentrated frown bend upward slightly. He had told the pervert to teach him how to use fire chakra, prompting him to pull out a slip of paper. It was apparently called chakra paper and revealed his nature affinity when he poured his chakra into it. His was wind. He ignored that detail though, not changing his mind and ignoring Jiraiya's arguments that it would be easier to start with his natural affinity. He was Donquixote Doflamingo, everything came easy to him. The leaf finally turning into ash, he grabbed a nearby rock, launching it at the pervert's head. Gah! What the? I'm done. What's next? Jiraiya stared at him, his mouth open in shock. You're done? What do you mean you're done? It can take years to do this kind of training. I don't care how long it took you, I'm telling you I'm done, so I'm ready for the next step. Jiraiya shook his head, grumbling about blonde geniuses. All right then kid, listen up. The first step was to simply grow your connection to your nature and strengthen it until you can properly create it. Now that you've done that, you'll need to practice creating the large amounts of fire chakra needed for fire ninjutsu. All right? How do I practice that then? Daffy said, quite tired of the explanation. The easiest way is the Uchiha clan's fireball jutsu. Observe. Jiraiya turned away from him, doing hand signs slowly to let Daffy memorize them. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A large gout of flame erupted from his lips, singeing the nearby trees. Jiraiya stopped, turning back toward him, just as he completed the hand signs. Any question? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Unfortunately, Jiraiya was able to dodge his flames. Sasuke arrived at the stadium, wearing the new clothes that Kakashi had bought him. It was time, the Chunin exams were starting and Sasuke would be there to win. He had been training heavily with Kakashi in the final 2 weeks, doing nothing but sparring. He never won any of those spars, but he had gained a lot of experience against fighting the Hyuga's gentle fist, Kakashi using his Sharingan to emulate their attacks. His gentle fist wasn't effective at all, requiring the Byakugan to work properly, but it had gotten Sasuke used to the movements. He walked through the gate, entering the large arena and walking toward the group of genin standing in front of Hayate, the proctor. Looking around, it seemed that everyone had made it and were anxious to begin. The crowd in the arena was cheering and demanding for the matches to start, when Hayate began to speak. All right everyone, the rules are the same as the preliminaries, and we'll be starting immediately now that everyone is here. Sasuke and Neji will stay here while everyone else, please head to the stands and await your match. Sasuke waited as everyone entered the stands, standing across from his opponent, Neji. He got into his stance, waiting for Hayate to start the match. Neji took the stance he was familiar with, hands laid out in front of him. The crowd hushed as the match began. When the last voice had quieted down, they begun. Begin. Neji struck first, swiftly appearing in front of him with palms lashing out. He quickly dodged the first two while pulling out a kunai, slashing at his stomach. Neji jumped back, dodging the kunai and Sasuke rushed to meet him. He slashed again, watching as Neji jumped back. When he reached the apex of his small jump, Sasuke quickly threw the kunai at his chest, beginning a set of hand seals. Neji smacked the kunai out of the air, running as soon as he touched the ground. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The ball of flames streaked right past Neji as he dodged. Kakashi was right, Neji was quick on his feet and difficult to pin down. He had to slow his movements. Neji was running toward him now, not seeing any more hand seals. Multiple palms struck out, Sasuke barely able to dodge them. Using his Sharingan, he predicted one of the strikes, already seeing the consequences but knew it had to be done. He grabbed Neji's wrist from the air, halting his movements as he sent a kick at his knees. The kick landed, he didn't feel anything break but he knew Niji would be limping. Niji's other hand didn't slow down as it struck him multiple times, Sasuke jumping back and once again performing seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He focused on covering more ground with this one, trying to ensure that Niji wouldn't be able to escape the flames. With his wounded leg, his speed would be reduced but the strikes he landed were already taking effect. The fireball was smaller than he expected. He tried to pump more chakra into the technique but found he couldn't. The gentle fist truly was dangerous, but it didn't matter, it was over. 8 trigrams palm rotation. A massive spinning sphere of chakra appeared, redirecting his flames and keeping Niji safe. He watched as Niji's spinning slowed down, stumbling slightly as he leaned too heavily on his injured leg. That's a powerful defense but it has a few flaws. It probably takes a large amount of chakra and the user must recover from the rotation he's making. But, the Byakugan probably protects him from that recovery, allowing him to see any attack coming. This is going to be difficult. He sprinted toward Niji, upping his speed at the last moment and lashing out with a devastating kick. His only way out of this was to simply deal large amounts of damage to him as quickly as possible, not giving his leg the chance to recover. That injury was his only advantage now. Niji, unable to move, put up his guard and blocked the kick, the force of it sent him flying, but Sasuke could feel multiple strikes on his leg. Damn. Even while defending, he's still able to use his gentle fist. This is turning into a battle of attrition. My taijutsu versus his own. Sasuke moved quickly while Niji was in the air, flipping upwards and appearing above Niji, another kick thundering down into him. Niji blocked once again, smashing into the ground, once again striking at his chakra points. Now's my chance. If I can use my fireball technique, Niji won't be able to use that rotation technique. Sasuke tried to jump away from the downed boy, but couldn't, his hand firmly gripping his ankle. His Sharingan saw the attack coming. Acting quickly, he ducked down closer to the boy, tying some ninja wire to his injured leg and then attempted to jump away again. Niji's grip broke but the attack hit him anyways. 8 trigrams air palm. A bullet of wind struck him in the chest, sending him back. He maintained consciousness, his hand still holding the other end of the wire he had ties to Niji. He hit the ground and immediately began trying to channel lightning chakra. CC-mon. Work damn it. He strained against the chakra points that Niji's attack had closed, finally able to produce the necessary chakra. Chidori. Lighting appeared in his hand, traveling down the wire and toward Niji. Sasuke smirked, he had done it. The electricity continued down the wire, stopping halfway. What? Looking closer with his Sharingan, he could see Niji's chakra running through the wire as well, acting as an insulator and barrier. Niji was beginning to stand up. Sasuke waited, sweat pouring as he continued to sustain the Chidori with his blocked chakra points. As soon as Niji was halfway standing, Sasuke pulled the wire, ripping his leg out from under him and making him fall. He leapt toward him, pulling back his Chidori-covered fist and landed on top of the boy. His Chidori stopped just before striking Niji's heart, he felt a hand hovering over his own. The two stopped, staring at each other for a moment before Hayate spoke up. That's enough. The match is over. His Chidori fluttered out as he stood up straight. Offering a hand downward, he lifted Niji to his feet. Niji, your attack would have caused critical damage to Sasuke's heart if it struck, however it was more than possible that he could have survived, his Chidori however would have made yours disappear. Therefore, the winner of this match is Sasuke Uchiha? The crowd began to roar at the announcement, making Sasuke smile a bit. He untied the wire on Niji's leg and helped him back to the stands. Niji spoke to him on their way there. That was very impressive, Sasuke. You're a talented fighter. Sasuke smirked at him. Yeah, I am pretty impressive. Niji snorted slightly, while Sasuke reeled, not expecting it from the regal boy. Yeah, now if only you could get a decent haircut. Don't make me drop you. Temari watched as the two boys returned, thoughts of the upcoming event weighing on her mind. After telling Naruto about the sand invasion, he had told her that Lee would protect her during it and to convince her brother, Kankuro while she could. She had to wait until the invasion started though. She couldn't afford the chance of Baki overhearing or Kankuro not agreeing with her, Gaara couldn't afford it. She looked toward Lee, who nodded, and she nodded back. When Hayate called her name to appear in the ring, she spoke up. I forfeit. Sakura jumped into the arena, a little nervous but ready to prove herself in front of everyone in the stadium. She was a bit startled, not expecting her match to happen so soon or for Temari to give up like that. Oh well, it didn't matter. She walked toward Hayate, remembering all the training Kurenai had put her through. She had gotten much stronger and was pretty good at genjutsu according to her sensei. She had mastered her first genjutsu the day Ino came to talk to her. Thinking about that, made her cringe slightly. She knew that Ino didn't mean what she said before, probably just too nervous to say what she really meant. Still, Sakura didn't want to hear what she said, not yet anyways. The exams were too important for her to get distracted, so she had been avoiding Ino until they were over. She would approach her herself when they were over. She stood across from Shikamaru, who was yawning loudly. She didn't let herself get angry at how he brushed her off, instead thinking about how to fight the shadow user. His shadows were a problem. They were fast, flexible, and doomed you the moment they touched. The only advantage she had was that Shikamaru was not a close combat fighter and his shadows took a lot of chakra. Begin. Sakura immediately jumped back, throwing several kunai with Sanban mixed in. The Nara ducked while taking out a kunai, deflecting them all. You threw kunai with Sanban, hoping the kunai would distract me from the smaller projectiles. Clever, but you'll have to do better than that. His shadow stretched rapidly, speeding toward her as she took off into a sprint. The shadow chased her, stopping and retreating when she had gotten enough distance away from him. The shadow had a limited range, but she had no long-range attacks. Seeing no other choice, she sprinted at the lazy boy, watching as he performed hand seals and his shadow ran toward her again. Just before it reached her, she dropped a small flash bomb and closed her eyes. It worked, the brightness getting rid of Shikamaru's shadow and giving her the time to close in. She sent a punch impacting with Shikamaru's face before he could recover from the bomb. Shikamaru took the energy from the punch and leaned backward into a backflip, kicking at her face while he did so. She jumped back, dodging the kick and going through hand seals. Demonic illusion, false surroundings jutsu, earth style, mud wall. She made the illusion of an earth wall appearing behind Shikamaru, the shadow of the wall enveloping them both as she continued to approach. Shikamaru smirked. Heh, big mistake Sakura. Now I don't even have to extend my shadow, you're already in it. She watched as Shikamaru's shadow didn't extend, then she smirked, she had him. She saw the shock on his face as his technique didn't work, her strongest punch yet hurtling toward his face. It stopped just before it struck. What? Shikamaru smirked again. Man, I was worried it wasn't going to make it in time. Here, I'll let you turn around and take a look. Shikamaru turned, Sakura forced to do the same, as her face was pointed upwards. She saw something in the air. Looking closer, she saw a kunai flying through the air, arcing as it headed back down with something towed to the end of it. Was that his headband? After that first punch, and during that back flip, I tied my headband to a kunai, throwing it into the air. When you ran toward me, the kunai started to fall, the headband giving its shadow just enough length to connect our shadows together. Sakura was listening in, not believing what she was hearing. You're telling me you were able to predict everything I was about to do, that quickly? Shikamaru turned back around, a bored expression on his face. Not really, just seemed like something you were gonna do. I had a few backup plans in case I was wrong, but it looks like they aren't necessary. Now, I suggest you forfeit. Sakura sighed, before chuckling. All right, you win Shikamaru. I forfeit. Heiate spoke then, addressing the crowd. The winner is Shikamaru Nara. Sakura felt control return to her body, stretching slightly as she began to walk back to the stands. She lost, but that was okay. Looking back, she couldn't see her past self do anywhere near as well. She had gotten much stronger. She returned to the stands, ready to watch Naruto's match. Daffy jumped down as his name was called, watching as Gaara appeared in the arena in a swirl of sand. He prepared himself for this fight and everything after it, relying on Lee to protect Temari and thinking of how to stop Gaara. The kid was strong, his abilities unique, and he couldn't kill him. He would have to convince Gaara to give up during the invasion. He stood in front of Heiate now, looking at Gaara's manic grin. With one word, it began. Begin. Sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, rushing toward him. Daffy jumped into the air, dodging the sand. He couldn't afford to be subtle in this fight. With that thought, he swiped his hand, sending multiple strings at Gaara. His strings dug into the earth, Gaara's sand rising to protect him from the near-invisible attack. He kept going, his strings not relenting as they cut into Gaara's sand. They never got through. That's an impressive defense, those strings can cut through rock and stone. I didn't think that his sand would be an issue. I'll need something a bit more to break through it. Time to take off the kid gloves. Jumping off of the air, Daffy went around the sand chasing him and went straight toward Gaara. He watched as sand rose, forming a protective shell in front of him, predicting his attack. Daffy raised a knee, slamming it into the sand wall as his leg took on a metallic sheen. He burst through the wall, his momentum allowing him to strike Gaara's stomach. He pushed his knee forward, sending Gaara flying backward as he landed on the ground, his armament haki dispersing. Gaara continued to fly until his gourd seemed to crumble, becoming a cloud of sand and stopping his momentum. Daffy watched with curiosity as Gaara's body seemed to form cracks, watching as pieces of himself fell off, revealing a suit of sand armor. Impressive, he really is more creative than that crocodile. Gaara looked up, his eyes gleaming with madness. Yes. You will be the one. The one to prove my existence. Daffy raised an eyebrow at the words, watching as a wave of sand began to rise behind Gaara. Now, make me feel alive. The sand flew through the air in multiple directions, coming toward him. He grinned, taking to the air and jumping between the sand tendrils. He weaved through them, once again reappearing before Gaara. Gaara was ready this time, his sand gathered around his arm to create a large fist. He threw the fist while Daffy's hockey-clad leg clashed with it, releasing a powerful shockwave. The sand fist quickly began to crumble, but Daffy saw the sand begin to creep onto his leg. Using his other leg, he kicked off the air once again, circling around to Gaara's back with a blackened knee aimed toward his back. Sand rose to block the strike, but he tore through it, thundering into Gaara's spine and launching forward. Gaara twisted in the air, facing toward him with his sand arm raised. Sand shuriken. Multiple globs of sand rushed toward him, Daffy swiping his hand to send strings to meet them. His strings cut the projectiles in half, making them go around him. Gaara landed on his feet. Daffy was impressed, despite the boy's small stature his durability was amazing. He hadn't met another genin capable of taking his normal attacks, let alone strikes enhanced with armament hockey. Time for him to step it up another notch. Gathering his chakra, he ran toward Gaara once again. Gaara's sand begun to spread along the ground around him, completely covering the floor. Daffy took to the air, dodging the sand spikes that were erupting from the ground. Getting in close, he grabbed Gaara's collar, using his hockey to burst through the sand shield, and threw him into the air, Gaara's sand trying to keep up. Pointed his fingers at the airborne redhead, he launched his next hockey-infused attack. Bullet string. The piercing bullets pummeled into Gaara's form, his sand armor barely protecting him. Daffy could see him coughing blood from his mouth as he landed on the ground. He waited for a moment, wanting to see Gaara's next move. He got up, rage evident on his face. The surrounding sand gathered around him, forming a large, dense sphere around him. Daffy raised an eyebrow, finding the action a bit odd. Either way, he had to break through that shell. Daffy raised a palm, thinking as he adjusted the power of his next attack. It was one of his strongest and he didn't want to kill Gaara or damage the leaf. After estimating the needed strength, he attacked. Overheat. A laser of molten strings erupted from his palm, instantly reaching Gaara's defense and shearing through it. The sand around the initial impact had superheated, becoming glass. Daffy waited, hoping that he didn't accidentally kill the boy. A mixture of relief and something ominous answered him. It burns. A pained scream came from the sand sphere, a large sand arm bursting from within. Gaara was there, his body transformed, almost as if it were becoming the sand he controlled. He was bigger as well, his upper body swelling as it changed. Naruto, fight me. Daffy looked up, staring at the feathers falling from the sky as an explosion sounded in the distance. The invasion had begun. He looked back at Gaara, ready to defeat the enraged boy. He jumped above the boy, coming down like a meteor with a leg extended, a string attached to his heel and his thigh. Seeing what Gaara was becoming, he couldn't hold back. Fretsaw. Chapter 8. This sand was different. Daffy realized this as soon as his fretsaw contacted Gaara's sand arm. It was even denser than before and, looking at it now, seemed more organic. Just what was Gaara becoming? Well, it didn't matter, he just had to stop him. Kicking off the air, Daffy gained some distance before Gaara could retaliate, launching several of his strings at the redhead. Gaara brought up his arm, blocking the strings with it. Gaara leaped, hurtling toward him with impressive speed, a sand arm reared back. The arm struck, Daffy bring up his leg to block it with his shin, armament hockey being used to take in the blow. He saw his leg being absorbed into the arm, and lashed out with a kick at Gaara's face, sending him back and freeing himself. Gaara landed on his back, getting up a moment later, changed. One of his eyes had changed color, now a dark gold, the right side of his face looking monstrous. Ha. What's wrong, Naruto? Are you scared? Are you scared that my existence is stronger than yours? His voice had changed slightly too, it seemed feral and he was drooling now, the shape of his mouth having changed. Daffy stared at him wondering what he meant, what Gaara was trying to prove. And what do you mean by that, Gaara? How is this proving your existence? He asked, honestly curious. Gaara began to chuckle lightly before exploding into manic laughter. How? It's simple, I live for only myself, I care only for myself and I love only myself. But, how does someone who cares only for themselves have a purpose in this world? That answer is simple as well. Through the death of through the killing of others is where I prove that I exist. As long as there are people to kill in this world, I will never disappear. Now, Naruto, make me feel alive. A torrent of sand erupted from the ground, flying into the air. It became a massive wave that hurtled toward him. Daffy pointed a palm at the wave while jumping toward it. Overheat. The beam of molten string was wider this time, carving a small enough hole through the wave for Daffy to jump through. He kicked the air, increasing his speed and appearing above of Gaara. His leg thundered down, landing a powerful drop kick on Gaara's head. Gaara looked dazed for a moment, not expecting the blow. He jumped back, looking Gaara in the eye. And what if I told you I had a better way? A way to make sure that you're never forgotten? Would you take my offer, Gaara of the desert? He shook his head, his concentration returning, and looked back at Daffy, that wild look still in his eyes. Standing this close, he could see the sand spreading, he was getting bigger. The strange thing was, his haki couldn't sense him doing it, as if he were doing it unconsciously. A better way? And what would that be? What could possibly make me stronger other than the killing of others? Since I began living like this, no one could touch me. No more assassins, no more threats, no more pain. If you think your way can beat that, then prove it. Defeat me right here, if you can. The sand behind him was back, Daffy jumping into the air to avoid it coiling around him. He gathered his strings, throwing them further into the air while jumping off the air, avoiding the ocean of sand chasing him. Fulbright. The strings he threw rocketed down, piercing Gaara's arms and holding him in place. Moving quickly, he made his way back toward Gaara, increasing his speed until his surroundings become a blur. He was moving just above the ground, rapidly approaching Gaara. He leaned back, adjusting himself and putting his feet in front of him. Covering his feet in haki, he slammed both of his feet into Gaara's chest. He watched as the air escaped Gaara's lungs, his eyes rolling into the back of his head at the blow. He was sent flying backward, slamming into the stadium wall. The wall had barely held up, splintering almost instantly at Gaara's impact. The sand behind him had fallen for a moment, and Daffy stopped as well, looking to see what had happened to Gaara. A massive dust cloud had been released, hiding him from view, but his haki had seen it coming. An appendage of sand came from the cloud of dust, threatening to slam into him. He jumped to the side, dodging it and watching it retract. It wasn't an arm, it seemed almost like a tendril, with sand scales running along it. The dust cleared, revealing Gaara's form. He'd gotten bigger again, the only thing normal about him was his legs, and he had grown a very large tail. Looking away from Gaara, he took a look around. There was fighting in the stands, Sound and Sand Ninja fighting against the Leaf. Looking toward the old man, he saw him being carried on top of the roof. He was worried about the old man, but he had a fight to win. Lee would protect Temari and everyone else was more than capable of protecting themselves. He looked over at Gaara, his body tensing as it got ready to fight. Gaara began to laugh manically. Ha ha ha. Yes, you will be the one. With your death, my existence will be absolute. Daffy was confused at what his haki was telling him. Gaara began to form a hand seal. He was expecting another wave of sand or sand shuriken. Instead, his haki told him Gaara was going to take a nap? Sleeping possum jutsu. Hiruzen stood in front of Orochimaru, watching calmly as the purple barrier formed around them, separating them from any outside interference. He looked at his former student, rage and shame running through him. Rage at the man that would dare harm his village. Shame at the fact that he could have stopped this years ago. He tore off his Hokage robes, revealing his shinobi armor that hid underneath, preparing for another fight for his life. My, getting so serious already? Do you really hate me that much, Sarutobi-sensei? He ignored his former student, quickly going through hand seals. The floor underneath Orochimaru quickly turned to mud, wrapping around him and pulling him down. It dragged him down the roof as a mud dragon's head emerged from ground, opening his maw and firing earth projectiles at Orochimaru. Hiruzen spat a stream of fire from his mouth, igniting the projectiles launched by the dragon and setting them ablaze. They crashed into Orochimaru, setting him on fire as the mud buried him. When it cleared, Orochimaru had disappeared, but Hiruzen knew it wasn't over. He didn't waste any time, there was an enemy Jinchuriki in the village, already starting to transform and Naruto was fighting them. He had to help the boy, and quickly. He had to kill Orochimaru. He slammed his palm onto the ground, summoning Enma while Orochimaru continued to hide. The Great Monkey King appeared in all his glory, immediately looking for the threat he was summoned to face. What's going on, Sarutobi? Why have you summoned me? Hiruzen watched as Orochimaru finally appeared, rising from the ground with a confident smile on his face. Enma saw Orochimaru, immediately understanding and transforming into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen grabbed Enma's staff form out of the air, getting into his stance as he prepared for Orochimaru's counterattack. Orochimaru's lower body suddenly changed, resembling a snake as he quickly rushed toward him. His former student opened his mouth, revealing a sword that quickly extended, intending to impale him. Hiruzen dodged the blade, not bothering to try and block the Kusanagi sword. Also known as the grass-cutting sword, it's said to be able to cut through anything as if it were a blade of grass. While Enma's staff form could resist it, it still was able to harm his partner. Hiruzen rushed forward, thrusting his staff at Orochimaru's stomach, striking him directly. Jumping into the air, he willed Enma's form to extend, driving Orochimaru into the ground. He was dragged for several meters before he reeled Enma back in, already performing hand seals while throwing Enma into the air, to try and kill him. Orochimaru had impressive healing abilities after all his modifications. To defeat him, he would have to destroy his body entirely, or fight him until he ran out of chakra. At his age, fighting for that long was no longer a valid option. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. Fire erupted from his mouth, rushing toward Orochimaru. The flames were white-hot, melting the tiles that they traveled above. Even Orochimaru wouldn't survive this attack if it struck. Earth style, Mud Wall. A wall of earth rose to defend against his attack. His flames met the wall, the impact and pressure behind the flames causing it to crack and crumble. It only lasted for a few seconds before the wall came down, the fire bursting through it. Hiruzen already knew that Orochimaru wasn't behind it anymore, turning to his left and throwing multiple wind-infused shuriken as Orochimaru rose from the ground. Ninja Art, Multi-Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The few shuriken quickly became a storm of steel, hurtling toward Orochimaru. The snake began several hand seals, then slammed his palms onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Reanimation. Coffins began to rise, two of them forming a protective wall in front of him and blocking the shuriken. Acting quickly, he went through his hand seals, trying to stop the summoning. Lightning style, False Darkness. A spear of lightning shot from his mouth, slowly cutting through one of the coffins. He saw a third coffin begin to rise but he couldn't stop now, finally cutting through one of them. Hiruzen stopped the technique, taking a small breath as he watched the results of Orochimaru's technique. He had stopped the first coffin and the third seemed to have failed, simply returning to the earth. The last coffin opened, revealing his teacher and predecessor, Tobirama Senju. His former sensei walked out, his face impassive, his skin looking dull and lifeless with small cracks appearing up and down his frame. He spoke, and the voice brought back memories. "Is that you, little Saru? You've gotten old?" He couldn't help but sweat drop at his bluntness but raised his guard. Orochimaru planted a sealing formula into the dead Kage's head, completing the technique. Tobirama straightened slightly, the result of the seal taking hold. He tensed, preparing to fight two Kage-level enemies at the same time. His chakra flared, the sheer power of his chakra creating cracks in the tile below him. The two rushed toward him, Hiruzen spinning his staff, ready to meet them. Temari was staring at his brother, looking at the disbelief and shock on his face. She told him her plan, the fact that she had betrayed the Sand Village to protect her brothers, to give them a place that didn't live under Raza's foolish rule. She was tired of it, the ultimate weapons, the desperation that every day would bring, wondering if this is the day the sand would shrivel and die. She refused to live like that, to stay in the place that had turned Gaara into a heartless killing machine, the place that killed her mother just so they could have their weapon. She told Kankuro exactly that. His reaction was not what she had hoped. "What the hell are you talking about?" Temari flinched at his words, taking a breath as she tried to ignore the sound of battle around her. "You know what I'm talking about, Kankuro. We can't stay in the sand, I refuse to. I can't accept father's action anymore. I'm taking Gaara and we're staying in the leaf. Now, are you going to come with us?" She hardened her heart, preparing to face off against her brother but praying that he said yes. Kankuro stared at her for a moment, his look of shock still there before it slowly disappeared, becoming one of determination instead. He spoke, she didn't like what she heard. "Temari, for the crime of deserting and betraying the—" "Kankuro, please. The Sand Village, you are hereby considered a missing nin, a traitor to the sand." Kankuro swung Crow from behind him, revealing his prized puppet, his chakra strings emerging from his fingertips as they connected to the dangerous construct. Temari blinked away tears, pulling out her fan and preparing herself. "You disappoint me, Temar." That wasn't Kankuro. Looking behind her, she saw Baki, her now former sensei thrusting a kunai toward her neck. Surprised, she was unable to dodge, watching in slow motion as the blade made its way toward her neck. Watching as a hand clasped around Baki's wrist, stopping him dead in his tracks. Turning slightly, she saw Lee was there, a cold expression on his face as he held Baki back. Lee moved, throwing Baki's arm and him with it away from the two of them. They stood there, back to back. Temari facing Kankuro and Lee against her sensei. She looked behind her, addressing Lee. "You gonna be alright against him? He is a jonin?" Lee simply nodded. "Yes, he won't be a problem." I trust you can hold your own against your brother? She nodded back. Yeah. Lee took a step forward, reaching into his trench cloak and pulling out, was that a stick of bamboo? Then we had best begin. Temari nodded as she turned back toward Kankuro. She looked around. They were still in the stands and, while quite spacious, they would make things rather cramped. They both had the advantage here. She would have less room to avoid Crow and he would have less room to avoid her fan's winds. Crow moved first, flying toward her with the blades at its wrist extended. She blocked Crow's attack, spinning her fan to throw the puppet against the wall and ran toward Kankuro. She swung he fan, launching her blades of wind. Wind style, wind scythe jutsu. The blast of air said toward him, Kankuro immediately jumping over the rail to dodge the attack. She saw him launch his chakra strings, using them as a grappling hook to swing over to the other side of her and climb back up. Crow was moving the entire time, now close to her and forcing her to dodge its attacks. Suddenly, its arms detached, now flying in the air around her. They surrounded her, pushing forward and preparing to impale her from all sides. She swung her fan behind her, not wanting to attack Kankuro in case she interrupts Lee and Baki's fight. The wind threw the arms back as she threw kunai at the strings attached to the remaining two arms. The chakra strings were severed, and the arms began to fall. Grabbing one of them, she launched it at Kankuro as she ran toward him. Kankuro dodged the arm, grabbing it with a chakra string as it went past him and spinning, using the momentum of her throw to launch it back toward her. She dodged to the left, avoiding it as she sent a punch to Kankuro's face. He blocked it, but she wasn't done. A sharp knee impacted his stomach, forcing the air from his lungs and dazing him for a moment. She folded her fan back up, jumping back as she golf swung the metal object. It crashed into his face, sending him back, unconscious. She stared down at him, saddened that she had to do this. She took a moment to regain her breath, before Kankuro disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing Crow. A substitution? She turned around, Kankuro already behind her and swinging one of Crow's arms. She jumped back, raising her arms to defend herself. She could feel the blade digging into her arms, sending the poison into her veins. She hissed at both the pain and the stupid mistake. She stretched out her fan, trying to settle the panic rising within her. Kankuro spoke, his breath ragged at their small exchange. It's over, Temari. If you want the cure to that poison then you had better give up. That's the only way you're getting through this. Temari stood there, looking at the wound on her arm. Kankuro had access to some of the best poisons the sand had access to, being both a prodigal puppeteer and the son of the Kazekage. She knew this poison. It was slow-acting, and the symptoms could seemingly disappear for a length of time after taking an antidote. It could take months for the poison to take effect, but it was almost impossible to simply find a cure for it for anyone but the one who made it. Each of Crow's blades had a different poison on them, but she knew that was the one he had used. She didn't doubt it for a moment. She looked at him, seeing the pleading look in his eyes. She looked down at Gaara, seeing his maddened look and crazed expression. She pictured the small redhead that used to smile up at her, gentle and kind. She made her choice. She swung her fan, releasing the razor-sharp winds once again. Kakashi fist slammed into the sound ninja's face, the force twisting their head and snapping their neck. He grabbed the corpse, throwing it to the side at the sound ninja that had leapt toward him. They collided, Kakashi meeting the down ninja and slitting their throat with a kunai. He threw the kunai behind him, infusing it with lightning chakra and stabbing the sand jonin that had attempted to sneak up on him in the chest, obliterating his heart. He turned around, quickly joining Guy and the other rookie 12 that had gathered to his position. The only ones missing were Lee, Sasuke, and Neji. Shikamaru had spotted him in the stands and made his way toward him, dragging Sakura with him. When he reached them, Sakura spoke. "What should we do now, Kakashi-sensei?" He looked at her, then at the rest of the rookies. They weren't ready for this. They were talented, yes, but there was an army of enemy Chunin and Jonin in the village. They could be killed at any moment. I want you guys to head to the Hokage Monument and to the shelters. You guys aren't ready for this level of combat yet. Guy will take you there while I search for Lee, Sasuke and Neji. Guy nodded at his suggestion, turning around and blowing a hole in the nearby wall. Now, get going. Kakashi leaped away, not waiting to hear their responses. He considered helping Naruto, but he seemed to be holding his own against Gaara for now. The others were his main concern. Neji was most likely still injured from his fight, and Sasuke had used the Chidori as well, taking almost half his chakra. He headed toward the stands, their last known position. As he got there, he saw a battle going on. Temari, the spy that the Hokage had informed him of when he and Sasuke returned, seemed to have already been found out, fighting the puppet user. Lee was there too, fighting against that Jonin, Baki. Kakashi. Someone whispered his name. Looking around, he saw Sasuke and Neji, hiding in the stairs leading to the arena. There were a couple of unconscious enemy ninja as well. They looked exhausted, the fight no doubt being difficult for the both. Sasuke having to protect Neji as he fought on one good leg. He joined them, hiding in the staircase and looking out for any approaching enemies. "Are you guys good to travel? I would like to get you to the shelters." They both shook their heads. He wasn't surprised, but he didn't like the situation either. "Alright, I'm going to help Lee, you guys stay here and make sure no one finds you." Kakashi stepped out, analyzing Lee's fight with Baki. The boy was using a stick of bamboo as a makeshift staff, expertly using it to attack the Sand Jonin. The boy was fast, expertly dodging Baki's attack, but there was something strange. Lee was moving further than necessary to dodge the attack, and Baki wasn't so much as striking at him, but slashing something at him, but there was nothing in his hand. He pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. Now he could see it, a sword of wind held in Baki's hand. This made things difficult. The wind blade was a very difficult technique to perform but was very dangerous. It was as sharp as any blade and as light as air, seeing it was made from it. The most dangerous part of the technique was the difficulty to block it. Trying to block it with another sword was impossible, it would just go around the sword and continue its path. There was a weakness there as well though, the user was unable to block attacks with the blade. Lee was dodging the blade well though. The only thing confusing Kakashi was how the boy was dodging it so well. The blade was near invisible, giving anyone without the ability to see chakra a very difficult time. Well, it didn't matter right now, he had to get it in there and help the genin. Kakashi rushed in, the crackling of lightning filling the stands. Baki ducked under the bamboo sword, swinging his own at the boy, Lee, who simply stepped to the side, dodging the attack. He was becoming swiftly irritated, first Temari's betrayal and now this genin going toe-to-toe with him. He was fast, moving with experience and intent, not showing the hesitation or nervousness most genin would display at the thought of facing a jonin. Baki lashed out with a kick, aimed toward the kid's stomach. To his surprise, he caught his foot, then threw him toward the wall to his side. He adjusted quickly, planting his feet on the wall and bending his knees to absorb the impact. He launched off the wall, feeling the concrete slightly give as he rushed back to meet Lee. He swung his sword, just barely missing his cheek. He sent a burst of wind from his palm, moving him to the side in midair to avoid Lee's high kick at his torso. He landed on the ground, eyeing his opponent. This wasn't normal, the kid was too strong and quick to be a normal genin. This level of strength would put him almost at jonin level, the only thing holding him back being the lack of demonstrated ninjutsu. His eye narrowed, trying to think of a solution. He couldn't use ninjutsu, risk hurting Kankuro behind him. Lee was dodging his wind blade with ease and he was dodging the boy's taijutsu. They were at a stalemate. He looked to the side, seeing a couple sand shinobi approach from the arena, reinforcements. He recognized them, Chunin level and recently promoted as well. They rushed at Lee, not being subtle in the slightest. He was about to reprimand them to go help Kankuro but he was too late, they were already too close. The first shinobi landed near Lee, a fist already flying. Lee ducked under the attack, his bamboo swung low. Baki watched as the seemingly harmless stick struck at the shinobi's leg, bending it backwards as the sand ninja's face morphed into an expression of agony. Lee rose from his crouch, throwing his stick into the air and grabbed the ninja, pulling a kunai from the sand ninja's pouch with his other hand. He threw the ninja into the other behind him, making them collide in midair. He threw the kunai, watching as a small shockwave seemed to form from the force of his arm, catching the bamboo that fell from the air. The kunai tore through both ninja, piercing their hearts. Baki barely saw the kunai as it cut through the air. Yes, definitely not normal. His physical strength was unbelievable, the kind one would expect from that jonin, might guy or even the Raikage, people who had honed their physical strength all their life, not from a mere genin. Could it be? Was this child the Leaf's Jinchuriki? It was possible that the fox gave its host lots of physical strength, its own being legendary for being capable of crushing mountains and causing tsunamis with a flick of its tail. This wasn't good, he needed backup if he was dealing with a Jinchuriki, but he couldn't leave Kankuro alone. He had to hope that Kankuro could defeat Temari soon and help him deal with Lee. They clashed again, both of them too fast and too skilled to be taken down by the other. Bamboo and blades of wind were launched but none met their mark. Baki heard something behind him, the crackling of lighting, and it was closing in fast. He disengaged, jumping to the side and turning to see the new threat. It was Kakashi Hatake, his famous lightning blade in hand and heading straight for him. He was moving fast, his steps causing the concrete below him to crack and splinter due to the force of his steps. The lightning blade extended and Baki met it with his own wind blade. The two clashed, Baki feeling the lightning from Kakashi's hand running through his body, slightly winning out despite the elemental advantage. There was a small explosion after the jutsu clashed, sending Baki flying over the railing, and out of the stands. He grabbed the railing, hanging over the edge and hearing a voice cry out. Looking over, he saw Kankuro flying out of the stands as well, winds cutting into him. He jumped off of the wall, catching Kankuro in midair and landing in the arena. "Can you stand?" Baki asked, not wasting any time as he tried to get Kankuro back on his feet. Kankuro nodded, standing on slightly wobbly legs. His puppet was gone, probably destroyed by Temari. "Why yeah, I'm fine sensei." Baki nodded quickly. "Good. We need to get out of here and retreat, meet up with some of our shinobi." Kankuro spun toward him, bewildered. But Baki-sensei, what about Temari?" Baki glared at his student. "It doesn't matter right now, Kankuro. What matters most is our survival and ensuring the sand wins this fight. We can't do that if we're dead." He watched as Kankuro nodded hesitantly. The two quickly left the stadium, keeping an eye on the ones they fought. They all looked up toward him but made no movement to follow. After that fight, he wasn't very confident in them winning this battle. Sasuke looked out from the stairs, seeing the sand ninja that Kakashi and Lee fought run away. He went back and grabbed Niji, lifting him from the wall that he was sitting against. "Thanks, Sasuke, but I should be okay to stand on my own." Sasuke nodded, letting him go and turning around, watching as Kakashi came from around the corner and appearing at the top of the stairs. "You two okay?" Sasuke and Niji nodded, with Sasuke asking just what was going on. "What's happening out there?" Kakashi looked at him for a moment before gesturing to his side, Temari and Lee appearing as well. They walked down the stairs and joined them. Kakashi explained the situation. "It seems that the Sand Village has allied with the Hidden Sound. They're both trying to destroy the Hidden Leaf, using the Chunin exams as a way to infiltrate us." Sasuke gestured over to Temari, wondering about her part in all of this. Kakashi didn't need words to understand what she was asking. "Temari here was our informant, letting us know about the attack ahead of time. The evacuation of the leaf had started as soon as the Chunin exams began. After they're done, the counter-attack will commence. You guys aren't ready for this kind of fight, therefore, I want you to head to the Hokage Monument and enter the shelters. Lee, you'll guide them there and meet Guy. He went ahead with the rest of your class. Any questions?" Sasuke was a bit peeved at being put on the sidelines, but if Lee was being sent there too then he was in no position to argue. Curious, he asked where Naruto was, Kakashi looking at him for a moment before answering. "He's still fighting Gaara." "Now, get going you guys." They all nodded, Sasuke once again wrapping Niji's arm around his shoulder to help him travel, Lee guiding the way. They exited the stands, Sasuke looking at Naruto for a moment. He stood in front of that monster, Gaara, who had transformed into some tailed sand demon. His stance was as confident as ever, never faltering even in the presence of something like that. He kept going, following Lee's lead but couldn't help but think of Naruto's abilities. He was so strong, and now he knew that he wasn't the only one either. He couldn't imagine facing down a beast like Gaara, yet Naruto didn't hesitate to do just that. They were monsters that were on an entirely different level. Monsters that were on the same level as Itachi. Until he joined them, he didn't think he was ever going to catch up to his brother. Daffy watched as Gaara suddenly slumped forward, his body going slack as he immediately went to sleep. He was confused, wondering what was going on until it started. Chakra seemed to permeate the air, Gaara's body being consumed by the sand and growing exponentially. He couldn't see where the sand was coming from, it was like it was being formed from thin air. He was forced to jump back further and further, eventually deciding to abandon the ground entirely, attaching his strings to the clouds and seemingly standing in midair. Gaara was enormous now, resembling some kind of raccoon and taking up almost the entire stadium. Gaara's real body was on the construct's forehead, only his upper body visible. Daffy continued to watch, wondering what he was planning. He was large now, yes, but what good was that if he was asleep? Suddenly, the construct's eyes seemed to glow, becoming a bright gold instead of dark dull. With it, a voice thundered from its mouth. "Yeah. I'm back baby." Daffy stared, even more confused. That was not Gaara's voice, it sounded nothing like him and Gaara was still asleep. Was it some kind of split personality? Or was there more to that sand spirit stuff Temari had told him about? Then, Daffy heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. "Naruto." He turned around, the surroundings changing into the familiar sewer where the fox lived. Now he was slightly peeved. First the strange happenings with Gaara and now the fox wanted to speak with him after ignoring him for the entire month. "Eh? What did you want, fox?" The beast snorted at him, annoyed at the nickname. "That boy you're fighting, I'm telling you that he's like you." Daffy raised an eyebrow, wondering what exactly he meant. Did he mean a reincarnation? It would certainly explain his strength but didn't make much sense. Unless... So, there really are more of you out there. That sand spirit is a tailed beast. He has someone sealed in him too then. The fox stared at him, seemingly slightly shocked at his words, but the look faded quickly. Yes, within that boy is my brother, Shikaku, the one-tailed raccoon. He isn't very smart, but his ability to control sand makes him dangerous in the desert. Daffy raised an eyebrow. So, Gaara gets to control sand, but what do I get from you? A headache? Heh. The fox surprised him, not rising at the jab and simply looking at him with determination. He seemed to be hesitating, something Daffy had never seen from the fox. Tell me, what will you do with the boy now? He's clearly unstable, it would probably be easier to kill him if nothing else. Daffy hummed at his words, pretending to think it over, but he had already decided. Temari had asked him to help Gaara, and he clearly needed it. Gaara was another person that had suffered, his life being dictated and controlled by his father, something Daffy knew all too well. If the old man didn't kill Raza, then Daffy would be sure to finish the job. No, he had to help Gaara, and Gaara had said that he could help him by defeating him. He grinned at the enormous fox. Heh. That'd be too easy. Nope, I'm gonna save this kid, drag him into my family by force if I have to. Besides, I always wanted a pet crocodile. He could see that the fox was confused at his words, but he ignored him, turning back to face Shikaku the sand spirit. He had a fight to win. He raised a palm targeting the creature's face, but being sure to avoid Gaara. Overheat. The strings turned part of his face to glass, causing the one-tails to cry out in anger more than anything else. That organic sand composed his entire body. He put everything he had into that one, but he barely pierced through the creature. He wouldn't be able to beat this thing, not without something heavier than what he currently had. Physical strength was useless against it, and the effects of his most powerful elemental attack was already healing, the glass slowly being replaced with sand. Then, Shikaku looked at him. Hey! That hurt you, stupid fox. Take this. Wind style, drilling air bullet. What? The ball of compressed air slammed into him. He gathered his haki, his arms and legs turning black as he tried to block the attack. He was sent flying, not expecting such a powerful attack from the beast. His back slammed into something, prompting him to cover his back in haki as well. Whatever he slammed into stopped his momentum. He dug out of what seemed to be rock and looked around. He was at the Hokage mountain. He felt pain in his chest, causing him to cough into his hands. He looked down, seeing blood. I didn't expect him to be able to use ninjutsu, I expected more sand attacks. That attack was strong, might have killed me if I hadn't pulled up my haki. He looked at Shikaku, a plan forming in his mind as he took to the air. Shikaku only appeared after Gaara went to sleep. Most likely, only one of them can control his body at a time, and Gaara can't let him take over willingly. Gaara had to force himself into unconsciousness to let Shikaku out. If I can wake him up, then Shikaku should be forced back by Gaara's consciousness. He took to the air, making sure to stay high up and away from the village. That attack was devastating. Looking behind him, there was now a large crater in the mountain, and Daffy didn't want to find out what that could do to buildings. Still, he had to end this quickly. He was beginning to tire after using his overheat so many times. He still wasn't very efficient with it yet, not used to creating the necessary fire chakra. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Shikaku fired more of his bullets at him, Daffy quickly jumping through the air to dodge them. The bullets were large though, making it very difficult. He was in front of the raccoon now, dashing toward Gaara's body. Oh no, you don't. Sand came from atop Shikaku's head, rushing toward him. It was fast, faster than the sand Gaara had used, no doubt evidence of how powerful Shikaku really was. He created a string clone, the two separating as they approached from either side, causing the sand to split in two. Using their full strength, they both kicked off the air, a loud boom sounding off as they rocketed toward Gaara. They used their strings to pull them out of the way of the sand rising from atop Shikaku's forehead. His clone was caught, being pulled into Shikaku and being crushed by his body. Daffy kept going, a leg raised and clad in haki as it struck out at Gaara. A sand wall rose, a last-ditch effort to protect his host. His leg impacted, bending the sand but not quite breaking through. Still, his momentum hadn't stopped yet, and Daffy wasn't done. He lashed out with his other leg at extreme speed. Tempest kick. A blade of wind was produced from his kick, slicing at the sand barrier and allowing him to break through. His leg continued forward, impacting the side of Gaara's face. Rise and shine. Heh. Shikaku began to scream and yell, his form growing smaller and smaller as he was sent back into Gaara's subconscious. No! And I just got here too. Suddenly, Shikaku's form returned to ordinary sand, losing the organic look it had before. Gaara was awake, looking at him with wide eyes as he simply grinned at him. Gaara fell, riding the falling sand to make it down safely while Daffy created a staircase of string. The two made it to the ground, Gaara on his back and looking upward as Daffy stood above him. There was fear in his eyes, honest genuine fear. He began crawling away from him. And no, stay away from me. I won't let this be the end, I won't let my existence stop here. Daffy frowned, dodging the small bits of sand that Gaara was throwing at him. He wasn't even controlling it anymore, simply using his bare hands. Daffy caught up to the boy who had stopped by now, shaking. Daffy leaned down slightly, then extended a hand down toward the boy. Gaara looked at it for a moment, then looked up at him, confused. I don't understand, what are you doing? Daffy just looked at him, still frowning and his hand still extended as he answered his question. We had a deal, remember? Gaara looked at him with surprise, then looked at the hand once again. It was a slow thing, hesitant. Daffy thought he was going to give up before it happened. Gaara took his hand, and Daffy smiled. Hiruzen was growing weary, the fight taking its toll. Tobirama's reanimation was seemingly impossible to destroy permanently, simply reforming moments later. His old age was catching up to him, his chakra wasn't what it used to be, and he could feel his bones creak as he pushed them to their limits. Hiruzen Sarutobi had truly fallen. Still, that didn't mean he was done, not yet. He told Jiraiya to look after the village wall because he would take care of this himself and he wouldn't fail. He ducked under Tobirama's leg, dodging the kick and pulling his other leg out from under him, causing him to fall. He threw Enma behind him at Orochimaru who was approaching him, Enma transforming back in midair to tangle with the pale man. Making a hand seal, he breathed fire onto Tobirama's prone body, melting through the tiles below until the body was ashes. Tobirama was much stronger in life than this mere puppet. Orochimaru probably dulled the former Hokage's mind to avoid him from breaking his control. Whatever the reason, it worked in his favor, and he quickly got to work while Tobirama was regenerating. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone appeared next to him and he continued his hand signs, forming the technique his successor had used over 12 years ago. Ninja Art, Reaper Death Seal. He could feel a chill, something coiling around him and giving a slight tug. The technique had activated, and he was going to use it to end Orochimaru. His shadow clone stayed by Tobirama's body, waiting for it to regenerate while he ran toward Orochimaru and Enma. Now, Enma. Looking at him briefly, the Monkey King nodded before transforming into his staff form. Adamantine Prison. Enma cloned himself, creating dozens of staffs that connected together around Orochimaru's body, trapping him in place. Hiruzen reached his former student, placing his hands on his shoulders and began the technique. What is that you damn fool, Orochimaru said, no doubt seeing the spirit of the Reaper behind him. Hiruzen chuckled. That is the price we're going to pay, Orochimaru. You, for all the cruel and unnecessary pain and suffering you have caused the world. And me, for not stopping you all those years ago. Together, we'll spend the rest of our days in the stomach of the death god. Orochimaru was panicking, just as he expected. For all his confidence, Orochimaru had always been afraid of the concept of death. It was his weakness, a weakness that had driven him to insanity. He felt the death god's arm reach through his stomach and enter Orochimaru's. It grasped at his very soul and began to pull. Hiruzen felt a small rush of memories, his clone succeeding in its task and sealing Tobirama. Orochimaru smiled maniacally, Hiruzen curious as Enma called out to him. Watch out, Sarutobi. He felt the sword he had sensed spear through his chest. He ignored the pain, urging the death god to keep pulling. Looking down, he could see Orochimaru's soul, being dragged out by his arms. He looked him in the eye, seeing the shocked and livid face he had adopted. Why didn't you dodge that? Hiruzen began to chuckle at the desperation. Because, there would be no point. This technique kills the user afterward, meaning my fate has already been sealed. Orochimaru roared, thrashing against both Enma's and the death god's hold, but it was no use. He felt Orochimaru's chakra begin to pour from him, desperately trying everything he could to escape. Hiruzen could feel the death god's pull weakening as he ran out of chakra, that shadow clone taken half of his remaining chakra. Usually, when a clone dispelled the remaining chakra returned to the user. In this case, it was simply eaten by the death god, leaving his chakra reserves dangerously low. He looked down, seeing the soul's arm splayed out before him. He heard an impact against the barrier. Turning, he saw someone attacking the barrier with a fire jutsu, a red head slung around his shoulder. The boy looked angry and desperate, trying everything he could to break the purple force field. Naruto was here, watching him. He looked back at the arms before him, before looking back at Naruto. The boy stood there for a moment, completely still as their eyes met. Hiruzen smiled at him, and Naruto's frown worsened. He started screaming something, but Hiruzen couldn't hear him, couldn't read his lips past the sparks and embers of the beams he fired at the barrier. He watched as Naruto began to collapse, no doubt using the last of his chakra. He turned back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I may not take you with me this day, but I will take the thing that you hold most dear to you. I will not be the one who takes your head, I will give my successor that honor. Orochimaru sneered at him, growling. What are you talking about, you senile old fool? Minato is dead. Hiruzen chuckled as the death god's dagger came down. I wasn't talking about Minato. The dagger struck, slicing off the arms of Orochimaru's soul. He screamed, it was a wicked and ugly thing. His arm began to turn black and purple, they were starting to die. He had done it, he had taken Orochimaru's ninjutsu from him. My arms. What have you done to my arms? He couldn't help but chuckle, even through the pain of the sealing process. He began to fall backward as his life was taken by the god of death. He could feel Orochimaru's sword rip through his chest, Orochimaru taking it within his mouth and stabbing down into his prone body. He ignored it, thinking of the blonde boy that had grieved for him moments ago. Naruto, good luck my boy. On this day, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage and god of shinobi, had passed away. He couldn't believe it. He stabbed down with all his remaining strength over and over and he still couldn't believe it. He had lost. His former sensei was dead, but he still lost. He looked down at the mangled body of the former Hokage, his rage increasing as he struggled to even lift his arms. All of this, the death of the Hokage, the destruction of the hidden leaf, none of it would ever be worth the loss of his ninjutsu. He swallowed the Kusanagi blade as the Sound 4 dropped the barrier, appearing before him. His voice was weak, quiet, and he hated it. Take me back, he ordered. They threw his dying arms over their shoulders, carrying him back to one of his hideouts as they fled from the village. Looking around as they traveled, the invasion had not gone well. The old man must have figured it out somehow, placing defenses in advance for the invasion. He could see Jiraiya at one of the far walls, his toads fighting the large serpents his ninja had summoned. The Sound and Sand were slowly being pushed back. The invasion had been an utter failure. He needed to get back now. He needed to find a cure to whatever Sarutobi had done to him. Even the contact of his arms against the ones carrying him were excruciating, and the pain was no doubt going to worsen. He tried again, just in case the first time had been a fluke, channeling chakra from his torso to his arms. The chakra stopped as soon as it reached his shoulders. Hand seals relied on the connection between the chakra in the hands to the rest of his body. Without that, any jutsu requiring hand seals was out of his reach. He snarled, cursing the leaf for everything it had done to him. He thought about the old man's words for only a moment before discarding them, not even wanting to picture Sarutobi at the moment. A part of him was still absorbing the fact that he was dead, the other part was telling him that he hadn't been the one to kill him. He lost his chance to show that he had surpassed the god of shinobi. Without his ninjutsu, he had only one hope to survive in the shinobi world. The Akatsuki were still after him, still trying to kill him and get back the ring that he had stolen. He would need a new vessel now. The Sound 4 weren't strong enough to deal with Naruto efficiently, he doubted they would be able to defeat and grab him quietly. That left only one option. If he couldn't heal his arms, Sasuke Uchiha would become his next vessel. Chapter 9. He stood on top of the tiled roof, seething at the useless Umbu, just standing there as they watched their Kage die in front of them. Pulling an unconscious Gaara further onto his shoulder, he used his other hand to attach strings to the Umbu, pulling them off the roof and out of his way. He looked at the old man, his battle attire on as he had his hands clamped around Orochimaru's shoulders. The two just stood there, glaring at each other. His haki was confusing him, trying to tell him what the two were doing but he couldn't understand. It spoke but the words made no sense, as if it were a different language entirely. He eyed the sword, the blade that was sticking out of the old man's chest, disbelief on his face. He snarled, a palm jutting forward and facing the purple barrier separating them. Come now, Naruto, you shouldn't be so upset. After all, I have many years on you in the art of warfare, the old man said, dodging a snowball. TCH. Shut up, I don't lose to anything or anybody. Now, take this. His arms began to blur as he threw snowball after snowball at the old man hiding behind his snow fort. He began to pant, getting tired at the exertion, when he felt something cold run down his back, underneath all his winter clothes. He turned around, glaring at the elder who had a large grin on his face and began to run away. Damn it, old man. Get back here. Hiruzen turned back around, berating the blonde boy but his grin never dropping. Language, Naruto. Overheat. His fiery attack burst from his palm, impacting the barrier and sending sparks and embers flying. He watched carefully, looking for any opening. He glanced at the ones holding up the barrier, thoughts racing as he considered his options. He had two. The first, conserve his chakra and chip away at the barrier, no doubt only being held up by the 4 ninja in the corners. But, there was a problem with that, it was too slow. The old man would surely be dead by the time he got there. If he could reach him quickly, he could use his repair operation and use his strings to hold the old man together until medics arrived. So, that left option 2, try and break through it with everything he had. He eyed the charred corpse behind, gaining everything he needed to know. He couldn't risk touching this barrier, even with his hockey there were no guarantees he wouldn't die immediately. He couldn't take such a risk right now, he needed to save the old man. Frustrated, he poured more chakra into his palm. Where the hell are we, old man? Hiruzen sighed at his vulgar language, before adopting a smile and placing a hand on the top of his hand. This, Naruto, is the top of the Hokage monument. You remember what the Hokage monument is, right? He adopted a thoughtful expression, a finger lightly tapping his chin before his face lit up in recognition. Yeah. It's that cliff with the ugly faces on it, heh. Hiruzen merely chucked at his actions as they finally reached the edge of the cliff, just above the fourth Hokage's head. They looked over the village, the two silent for a moment while they enjoyed the view. Beautiful, isn't it, Naruto? He forward, looking at the village before looking up at the Hokage, shrugging his shoulders. Just looks like a bunch of buildings to me. The Hokage laughed, nodding his head slightly. You're right, it is just a bunch of buildings. But, it's what those buildings house that is important. The people that are close to you and that you would do anything to protect. He looked over the village again, before crossing his arms and looking up and away from the old man. Still looks the same to me. The Hokage smiled gently, before ruffling the blonde's hair. Perhaps for now, but I believe you'll find beauty in this village too, Naruto. Maybe one day, you'll find a family worth protecting in these walls. Overheat. The beam burned white-hot, scalding the surface of his palm despite the attack being his own. It impacted the barrier, making it shimmer and ripple, but it would not fall. He eyed the four ninja, a frown on his face as he looked at them. Markings had appeared on their skin, their struggles seeming to lessen as they did so. He didn't know what those markings were, but he didn't care either. He looked at the Hokage, surprised to see their eyes meet. They stood there, looking at each other for a moment. The old man smiled. You know, Naruto, keep this up and I might have to let you take over the village. He looked up from the desk, eyeing the old man with a pout on his childish face. The hell are you going on about? This is easy, you just read the paper, stamp it if you agree and shred it if you don't. Anyone could do that, I think you're just lazy. The Hokage laughed, he watched the young boy in his lap stamp papers on his desk. They both knew that the old man had already read through them all, but they didn't say one word about it. And why the hell do you want me doing this anyways, old man? 6-year-olds aren't supposed to be doing paperwork, you know? True. I couldn't really get out of the office today and you did want to spend some time with me, so I thought what better way than to bond over the grueling task that is paperwork. He looked up at the old man, a deadpan expression on his face. What do you mean I wanted to spend more time with you? Your umbu just came by and grabbed and then I was here, damn old man. Language, Naruto. Besides, I think you have a talent in this. After I pass, maybe you can sit here by yourself and do this. I think that would be pretty nice, don't you? He simply scowled lightly. TCH, yeah right, like you're gonna die anytime soon. You live this long, you probably have a couple more decades in ya, heh. He set Gaara down. He could hear himself screaming and raging at the old man, but he couldn't hear his own words. They probably weren't words at all. Both palms were facing the barrier, his chakra coursing through him, burning his chakra coils as it traveled. It burst through his palms in the form of white-hot molten strings, cutting through the air as it clashed with the wall holding him back. Dual overheat. The sparks and embers that the clash brought was almost blinding. He flinched when he felt some of the remains of his strings bounce off the barrier and touch his face. Using his foot, he scooted Gaara back to make sure he wasn't hurt. The barrier just wasn't coming down, the four in the corners no longer had the marks on their skin. No, they had completely transformed, becoming something akin to demons. He wished they would drop this barrier, so he could show them what a demon truly looked like. He kept up his technique, feeling his chakra drain for the first time in his life. He began to grow tired, his overheat beginning to wane as he ran out of chakra, but he kept going. He could hear the fox talking, trying to gain his attention, but he was too focused. His attack began to lose the glow it once had, the white-hot string becoming red-hot instead. He dropped the attack soon after, falling to his knees as he watched. The old man began to fall, dying. Do you think she's gonna die? He looked over to his brother, snarling at the thought. Don't be an idiot, Razananti. Mother isn't gonna die, alright? I won't let her. They looked at their mother, who was resting on the bed in the rundown building. It wasn't a house, or even a home. It was just a shelter. The only reason Daffy accepted it was to give their mother a place to rest. Hey Daffy? He looked over at his brother. What is Razananti? How did this happen? His brother was crying, unable to accept the harsh reality their father had brought them. He looked at Rosinante for a moment. How did this happen? I'll tell you how this happened. He raised the gun, pointing it at the man curled in the corner, pulling the trigger. He woke up. He was sweating, his breath slightly labored as he awoke from the dream. Daffy looked around, remembering where he was. His apartment was still dark, and looking out the window it seemed to be the dead of night. He got off the mattress on the floor and stood, looking over at his bed and making sure Temari hadn't awoken. She was still sleeping peacefully. The invasion had ended the day it began, and he decided to let Temari stay with him and Gara with Virgo until living arrangements could be made. Making his way to the kitchen, he got a glass of water, sitting at the dining table as he tried to stop the shaking of his hands. He let his haki unfold, revealing the world around him. He felt them, Temari's aura in the room next to him, Virgo in his own apartment awake now and no doubt worried for him. He felt Gara, still awake and on a nearby rooftop. He concentrated, aiming his haki in the direction of Sakura's house. He felt her there, still asleep and perfectly safe. His hands stopped shaking. He got up, opening the window in the kitchen and stepping outside. The moon was high in the sky, the air cool and crisp. There was a slight breeze making it all the better. He jumped across a few rooftops, stopping once he made it to Gara. He was standing at the edge of a rooftop, looking up and staring at the moon. Daffy went next to him, sitting on the edge of the roof, chuckling lightly. I hope you're not thinking of jumping. That would make all the effort of yesterday seem like quite a waste. Gara looked down his face impassive as he shook his head. No, I'm just thinking about things. Daffy's smile fell as he looked at his fellow Jinchuriki. Oh? And what's on your mind, Gara? Gara was silent for a moment, before speaking his thoughts. Father is dead. The hidden sand will need a new Kazekage. And you wish to become the new Kazekage? The two looked at each other. Gara looked hesitant for a moment, which surprised him. Daffy just looked on, his face only showing curiosity. I owe the sand many things. I have done a lot of wrong in the sand village, things I wish to make up for. But you don't want to leave me and Temari in the leaf, right? Gara's eyes widened before they returned to normal, nodding at him. Daffy began to chuckle at the red head. You should do what you wish, Gara. Temari and I would support you no matter your decision. After all, that's what family is for. Gara gained a thoughtful look on his face. That makes me wonder. Makes me think about what Kankuro is doing right now. At the mention of the puppeteer, Daffy grew a sneer. TCH, he should be handing over a cure to his poison right now. Temari had told them the poison that Kankuro had given her. While negotiations for the sand surrender haven't been settled, Daffy doubted they would end up giving them the cure. The higher-ups in the village were not concerned with a former sand ninja, daughter of the Kazekage or not. They would more likely return her to the sand than let them use her as leverage. That meant, they had to find a cure on their own. Why the hell does your brother keep such a stupid poison on him anyways? What good is a poison that only kills after a couple moths? For this exact situation. Already, I'm sure there would be several things you would sacrifice to gain the cure and save Temari. Now, imagine that poison running through dozens of shinobi. A village may end up giving something important to save those ninja. Daffy scoffed at the explanation and the situation. If that's the case, then the sand will probably try and use Temari's cure as leverage. Knowing politics, the two sides will argue over and over and not get anything done. Gara nodded at his words, not replying. The two sat there for a moment, looking up at the moon as they enjoyed each other's company. Gara didn't ask why Daffy was out so late and Daffy was thankful for it. Naruto. Slightly surprised, he looked over to Gara, wondering what he wanted. What is it, Gara? There was a small smile. Thank you. He was silent for a moment, before chuckling. He stood up, stretching as he prepared to go back inside. Heh. You know, for a former psychopathic killer, you're a sentimental guy. Good night, Gara. Gara simply nodded at him. Daffy made his way to the rooftop of his apartment. Stopping, he turned, facing the person watching him. You can come out now, Jiraiya. The toad sage appeared in a swirl of leaves, a serious expression on his face. The two eyed each other before Jiraiya spoke. So, I hear your friend is in a situation. Luckily for you, I have a soul. What do you want, old man? Jiraiya sighed at him, before relaxing slightly and rubbing the back of his neck. All right, listen. The leaf needs a new Hokage, and I've already settled and convinced the council on who it's going to be. Daffy stared at his godfather, wondering what this had to do with anything really. Jiraiya continued. Problem is, she's been out of the village for years. But, if we can drag her back here, not only can she be the new Hokage, she can heal your friend as well. Daffy raised an eyebrow at the news, now he was curious. Oh? And who is this woman exactly? Who can cure a poison that can apparently fool the entire medical staff of a hidden village? Jiraiya grinned at him. Tsunade, the slug princess? Daffy merely looked at him, before nodding. He had heard of Tsunade, learned about her in the academy. She was a prodigious healer and a powerful fighter, standing side by side with the likes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. If anyone could heal Temari, it would be her. When do we leave? Jiraiya's grin fell for a moment, before answering him. Well, that depends on you really. We can leave tomorrow if you like, but that would mean missing the third schooner. That's fine. We'll leave tomorrow. Jiraiya looked at him while Daffy just stared back, not revealing a single emotion. Jiraiya nodded, his voice was quiet when he spoke. All right, I'll meet you at the eastern gate tomorrow morning. I'll be there at 8, just come when you're ready. The older man jumped away while Daffy returned to his apartment. It had begun to rain. Closing the window to keep the rain out, he walked over to the fridge, wanting to eat before he went back to sleep. He grabbed some leftover miso soup Virgo had made them a couple days ago. Using his fire chakra, he warmed it, then began to eat at the table. He could hear the rain tapping against the window. Of course it would rain on a night like this. He guessed it was going to rain all day tomorrow as well. He continued to eat, thinking about tomorrow and their mission to retrieve Tsunade. He thought about going to the old man's funeral, but didn't see the point, he had already grieved enough. He ignored the raindrops that fell into his miso, continuing to eat. He got up, putting the spare mattress underneath the bed. It was morning now, about 6 or 7 if he had to guess. Temari was still asleep but he let her rest. He considered eating breakfast but his late-night snack kept him full enough. He skipped out. He went to the bathroom and took a shower, dried off and got dressed. When he came out Virgo was there, having let himself in through the window. Daffy just nodded at him, not surprised to see him. I have a mission today, Lee. Jiraiya and I are going to find the next Hokage and cure Temari. Virgo nodded at him, his hands clasped behind his back. He turned his head and looked over to the bedroom. And Temari? Are you bringing her with you? He shook his head. No, it's better that she stays in the village with you and Gaara. Make sure nothing happens to the two of them, Lee. Virgo nodded to him, turning toward the window to let himself back out. Lee, go through the door this time. Virgo looked at him, confused. But I always go through the window? Daffy chuckled at his friend. No, the Leaf Jonin do that, not you Lee. Virgo nodded as if having a sudden epiphany. Ah, that's right. He left through the door. Daffy shook his head with a small smile on his face. Moving toward the door, he saw Temari still sleeping. He thought about waking her to tell her that he was leaving, but he trusted Virgo to accomplish that task. He walked outside, sure enough, it was still raining. He moved quickly, heading toward the eastern village gate. He looked around the village as he went. There were several destroyed buildings and areas still being searched for anyone who was caught under some rubble. There were already people getting to work though, rebuilding the village together. He looked up, seeing the destroyed sections of the wall. Ninja were there, using earth jutsu to quickly rebuild it. He made it to the gate, right on time. Jiraiya was already there, leaning against a tree as he made his approach. Ready to go, kid? He nodded at the older man. Yes, where to first? The two walked through the gate, Jiraiya waving at the gate guards as they did. We're heading to meet some informants of mine a couple days away. I don't know Tsunade's exact location other than she's somewhere in the east of the Land of Fire. Well, we better get moving then, old man. Daffy burst off the ground, taking to the trees next to the road. Hey. Wait up. The two traveled for a while, the trip completely silent. It took hours but by they had already made it to the town Jiraiya was talking about. A couple days, huh? Were you expecting us to walk the entire time? You really are getting old, aren't you? Jiraiya scowled at him as they searched for a hotel. Shut it brat. Daffy turned toward him. We're gonna be here a few days so let's hurry and find a place to stay, okay? Ha ha ha. The laughter was nervous, not that Daffy really cared. They reached a hotel, renting a double room for themselves and staying in the room for a bit. Alright, we're gonna be staying here for a couple days and this entire trip probably going to be a while. So, I want to teach you something. He raised an eyebrow, curious what the old man had in store for him. Jiraiya raised a hand, a ball of chakra appearing in his palm. It was an interesting technique, chakra being swirled in multiple directions inside a small orb. He could already see the potential of the technique, using it to drill through almost anything. This here is the Rasengan. It was created by your father and is one of his signature techniques. Daffy took a closer look at the spinning orb before nodding. He could use this technique. Alright then. He raised his own hand, swirling his chakra in his hand. It was slow at first, as he tried to get an idea on how to create the technique. His chakra went faster, eventually forming an orb but not quite the same as Jiraiya's. It seemed messy, not as neat with chakra escaping the orb. He furthered his concentration, tightening the orb while sending more chakra into it. It was done. He looked at the technique, surprised at how difficult it was to create. It was a simple technique in concept, but if he hadn't had so much practice condensing and controlling large amounts of chakra to create his threads, he probably wouldn't have gotten it down so easily. There was something else. The Rasengan seemed almost incomplete, just a blank slate of chakra. It was powerful, but he doubted the fourth Hokage, who was considered a genius, would stop at creating something so simple. You really are something else, you know that, kid? He looked up, seeing Jiraiya look at him and the Rasengan he created. There was a small smile on his face, but there was sadness in his eyes as well. Daffy eyed it for a moment before brushing it off, canceling the technique. This Rasengan, I'm going to go experiment with it for a bit, it'll be back later tonight. Jiraiya shrugged at him. Works for me, I didn't plan to show you anything else anyways. I'll see you later tonight. Daffy nodded, walking out the door and going outside of town, arriving in a small forested area. He recreated the Rasengan, eyeing it for a moment and thinking about what he could do with it. He reared his hand back, then threw the orb at a nearby tree, releasing his hold onto. It flew in midair for only a moment before dissipating. He tried again, this time pumping even more chakra into the technique before he hurled the thing. It flew farther, this time touching the tree but dispersing as soon as he did. There was no point in trying to throw it. As soon as it touched something it would immediately disperse, having nothing to keep the chakra's momentum going and its form stable. Curious, he created it once again, this time attaching a string to the orb. It was difficult, he now had to actively adjust the Rasengan's chakra to avoid and not affect the string it was attached to. He sent his chakra down the string and into the Rasengan, dropping the orb soon after. The ball hung there by the string, Daffy quickly moving to create and attach more strings to it. Using just a single string was proving to be almost impossible, the added strings helped alleviate that until, finally, the Rasengan had stabilized, now being held by his strings alone. He bounced the Rasengan up and down for a moment. It was almost weightless, making the attack even more dangerous. He began to spin the Rasengan around before launching it at the tree again. It curved in the air, impacting the tree and shredded through it before dispersing. He looked at the results. There was a neat gouge carved in the front of the tree, the Rasengan not meeting any resistance. It seemed he still didn't have the control necessary through his strings to maintain the technique, but that was fine. He could get better. He recreated the technique, grinning as he thought to himself. Well, that's step 1. Now for step 2. The rain had stopped after his father's funeral, Asuma deciding to have a walk around the village with Kurenai. It was a strange thing, walking around knowing that the old man was no longer watching over them. It was something that you never noticed because it was always there. Now, it was gone forever. He couldn't help but think about the meeting he and his father had just a few weeks ago, with Asuma thinking about how much time the two had left. Sad irony had showed its face, taking that time away forever. He thought of Naruto, the Jinchuriki and his father's pseudo-grandson. Everyone knew about the boy now. His show in the invasion, fighting off the one-tailed Jinchuriki who was in a complete transformation, had his name echo around the world. There was no doubt that Konoha would receive more business after that display. Having a genin defeat one of a village's secret weapons single-handedly was not something that happened often, if at all, really. Everyone had been raving about him, all of the villagers praising him, and young academy students had begun to admire him, and this was only after a single day. Who knew what it would be like a couple weeks from now? He had even heard that there was talk of making him the next Hokage. Danzo and surprisingly Jiraiya himself turned down that idea. Jiraiya proposed Tsunade instead. Everyone but Danzo, who was proposing himself of course, agreed to it, and he and Naruto left to retrieve her this morning. Now, there was even more trouble in the village, he and Kurenai spotting the suspicious individuals in the village. They signaled a nearby Chunin to alert the Jonin and began to follow them. During times like these it was more than possible for there to be spies and further invasions from other hidden villages. These two were cloaked from head to toe, wearing black cloaks with red clouds and large straw hats. One was quite large, with something like a blade wrapped in white bandages and across his back. Whoever they weren't very inconspicuous, yet they had somehow gotten past the gate guards and every other ninja in the village. They wouldn't be dropping this anytime soon. They continued to walk toward the outskirts of the village, arriving at a small road beside a river. The figures stopped. Asuma and Kurenai waited as they turned around. They could only see their eyes between the neck of their cloak and their straw hats, but that was all they needed to identify at least one of them, a pair of Sharingan looking directly at them. Asuma pulled out his trench knives, Kurenai grabbing a kunai as they both tensed at the figures. Asuma addressed them first. "What are you doing back here, Itachi Uchiha?" The larger figure began to chuckle. "Well, Itachi, it seems you still have friends in the Hidden Leaf, don't you?" They only needed a glance to recognize you. The figure tore off the straw hat, revealing himself. His skin was a light blue, his eyes sharp and focused. His teeth had been sharpened to a fine point, mimicking the teeth of a shark. Asuma was aware of who this man was, and he was desperately hoping backup arrived soon. "Kisame Hoshigaki, what are the two of you doing in the Leaf Village?" They didn't answer. Itachi took his hat off as well while Kisame continued to laugh. "Oh? It looks like I'm rather famous as well. Can I kill them, Itachi? It's been a while since we last fought something and Samahata is hungry." Itachi was silent for a moment, a hand appearing from his robe and resting on one of the buttons in his robe. "Very well, but be quick about it. We need to move quickly." Kisame didn't bother replying, rushing at him while pulling the bandaged weapon from his back. The hammer-like sword came down, Asuma blocking it with his trench knives. The attack was heavy and Kisame was proving to be stronger than him. Even with only one hand, Asuma was being pushed to his knees by the man's strength. He heard Kurenai move and rush toward Itachi. Asuma tilted his blades, letting the sword fall to his side as he stepped into Kisame's guard, a wind-infused knife slashing at his face. Kisame had a shark-like grin on his face, jumping back to avoid the strike. The wind chakra touched him lightly, giving him a small scratch on his face. The grin fell for a moment while Kisame processed the damage before grinning again, rushing back to meet him. His sword swept low, swiftly turning upwards as it reached through Asuma's guard. Asuma jumped back, avoiding the upswing but was surprised when the sword came down again, lightly being placed on his shoulder before the strength behind it increased. He could hear his shoulder creak at the sudden pressure, his knees touching the ground. He was about to move backward but he could feel something digging through his vest and touching his skin, they felt like teeth. Instead, he moved his knives, trying desperately to lift the large object as Kisame spoke. "You know, those are some sharp blades you have there. But my blade is a bit special too. Only difference is it doesn't cut, it shreds." Kisame pulled. Asuma could feel the blades behind the bandages tear at his skin and muscle beneath. He watched as the bandages unraveled, revealing a blue sword composed of hundreds of steel shark teeth. There was something else, along with his flesh, he could feel his chakra being pulled from him, losing a large majority of it. This was bad, he could barely move his arm, the only reason he still had it was probably because the bandages were still on at the time. Done already? What a shame, I was hoping to play with you a bit longer, but this will have to do. Kisame started to perform hand seals, Asuma watching as he tried to get his body to move, the sudden loss of chakra exhausting him. Water style, water bullet jutsu. Water style, water bullet jutsu. A sphere of water came from Kisame's mouth, another coming from behind Asuma to block it. Asuma turned around, seeing Kakashi rush past him and through the mist their techniques had formed. Looking over he saw another Kakashi fighting Itachi. Itachi jumped onto the river, Kisame joining him a moment later. Asuma got up, joining up with Kakashi and Kurenai as they stood on the water, looking over at the two Rouge Ninja. Kakashi spoke up first. "Asuma, Kurenai, are you guys alright?" They nodded, ready to continue the engagement. "We're fine, Kakashi," Kurenai rang out. The silver-haired ninja nodded before directing his attention to the other two. "Good. Now, tell me, what is the Akatsuki doing in the Hidden Leaf Village?" At his words, he could see Itachi's eyes widen slightly, surprised before he spoke. "Jiraiya's spy network stretches farther than we thought, if you already have heard of us. To answer your question, we are after the Fourth's legacy." Fourth's legacy? That could mean a few things, but it was most likely Naruto, the Jinchuriki that he had created. Still, he couldn't help but wonder why they were after him. He didn't get long to ponder, Itachi continuing to speak. "You have gotten skilled with that Sharingan of yours, Kakashi. I can't help but test to see how far you've come along." Kakashi spoke next, his voice loud with alarm. "Asuma. Kurenai. Close your eyes now." They didn't hesitate. They trusted Kakashi and they knew that it must be important for Kakashi to become so frantic. They waited for a moment, using their other senses to feel their surroundings. He heard a grunt come from Kakashi, heavy breathing, a knee dropping to the water followed. He called out to his fellow ninja. "Hey, Kakashi. What's going on, are you alright?" He heard his voice. Kakashi sounded suddenly tired. "Why yeah, I'm fine, just keep your eyes closed. The moment you open them it's all over." They nodded before they heard him collapse. They heard Itachi speak next. "Kisame, we're taking Kakashi with us, kill the other two, right?" He could hear the smile on Kisame's face as he said that. He tensed waiting for a sign of attack. Leaf Whirlwind. He knew that voice, Guy had arrived. "Hey, you two, open your eyes." They hesitated for a moment, trying to explain what Kakashi told them before Guy interrupted him. "Don't worry, Itachi's Sharingan only works if you look into his eyes. The way to beat him is simple, just look at his feet and predict his movements from there. Asuma opened his eyes, seeing Guy now carrying an unconscious Kakashi. He looked at Itachi's feet, finding Guy's advice much harder than it sounded, and it sounded damn near impossible. Kisame, we're leaving. He felt relief at the surprising decision. The two bickered for a moment before agreeing, running off. They didn't try and follow, deciding to get Kakashi to a hospital and inform the other ninja in the village. They made their way back, Asuma deep in thought. Naruto was in danger, and he didn't know how to feel about that. He was growing paranoid of the boy, his theory that he presented to his father still fresh in his mind. His ability and skill were not natural in his eyes, slightly shuddering at the thought of what would have happened if he had graduated early. He considered confronting the boy directly but decided against it. For now, he would confer with Jiraiya when he had a chance, see what he thought about it. They made their way to the hospital, grabbing a room while Kurenai informed the other ninja. Asuma and Guy sat there, thinking about what to do next. They could send reinforcements to aid Jiraiya, but they might just end up being in the Sanin's way than an actual help. While they sat there, someone opened the door, Sasuke stepping in. Hey, where's Kakashi? He was supposed to. He stopped when he saw Kakashi unconscious, Guy quickly trying to make an excuse. Oh, well, you see, we were all sparing when Kakashi accidentally fell down some stairs and then. A Chunin burst into the room, interrupting Guy and making his excuse useless. Hey! Is it true Itachi Uchiha was here and that he defeated Kakashi? What about the rumor that Itachi is chasing after Naruto who left with Jiraiya to search for the next Hokage? Never had Asuma wanted to strangle a man so desperately. He watched in shock as the oblivious Chunin sent Sasuke into a blood frenzy. Sasuke dashed out of the room, Guy and Asuma glaring at the Chunin. What did I say? Asuma ignored the idiot, looking over at Guy. So, what should we do? Sasuke can't handle those two. Guy looked thoughtful for a moment, a rare expression on the eccentric Jonin's face. I'll go myself. We'll need everyone else here to defend the village, and Jiraiya and I can handle ourselves just fine. Besides, I'm faster and can check the village gates to see which direction the two went. Asuma nodded, watching as Guy left. He sighed at the situation, moving his damaged arm slightly and wincing at the pain. Naruto was becoming someone very important. S-rank ninjas after his head, the village beginning to adore him, already being recommended as the next Hokage. He couldn't sit idly by and watch that happen, fearing that the nine-tailed fox had twisted the boy in some way. Gaara, the Sans Jinchuriki was a perfect example of what could happen, and the Nine Tails has never had a Jinchuriki as young as Naruto. He sighed, trying to come up with a solution to his problem but nothing came to mind. Temari dodged the sand, quickly sending a gust of wind at her brother, who blocked it with his sand. The two had decided to spar today, something they had never done before. Surprisingly, it had been Gaara's idea, and she was hesitant at first, but took a leap and trusted her brother. She then swiftly remembered how strong Gaara was and was struggling the entire time. His sand was able to block her wind perfectly, and she was beginning to tire after dodging the sand for so long. She looked down, seeing sand begin to crawl up her leg. She jumped, shaking the sand off and sending more wind blasts at Gaara. She couldn't break the shield, the sand quickly rising into the air and grabbing her. She was too tired to try and dodge, flinching as the sand surrounded her. She felt the sand lower slowly, reaching the ground and releasing her. She fell to the ground, panting slightly as her brother walked over. You need to work on your stamina? Temari looked up, a small pout on her face at the critique. Says the one who was just standing still for a half hour. Gaara didn't react, not surprising her as she stood back up. She was starting to get worried at the situation. Her father was dead, the Sand no longer had their Kazekage. For a small and weak village like the Hidden Sand, this was a disaster. Orochimaru had made utter fools out of them, dooming their village for his own selfish purposes. It wasn't right, and now she didn't know what to do. She didn't want to leave the Leaf Village. It felt safe, Naruto and Lee seemed able to protect her from almost anything. Gaara had changed as well, he was kinder now, trying to communicate instead of making threats. She didn't know how, but Naruto had changed him, and she couldn't be happier about it. A part of her wished her father could see the change, but the other part thought that he wouldn't care. She wished Kankuro were here to see this, to see how Gaara had changed. His rejection had hurt, but she wouldn't back down. She was a kunoichi, a warrior, and she cared about her family. Whether Kankuro believed it or not, Gaara was a part of that family. It seemed like Naruto and Lee were too. They talked about it quite a bit, referring to themselves and the pink-haired one, Sakura, as family. It didn't surprise her really. Apparently, they were orphans, if the fact they were living alone was any indication. It made sense that they would see close bonds with others as members of their own little family, something that they never had. She couldn't help but smile at the thought, wishing other people were like the two of them. She looked down at the cuts on her hands, a result of the sand moving so quickly. She thought about the poison that was running through her veins. Death was something she ran into a lot as a ninja, but it wasn't something she thought about often. This poison brought those thoughts to the forefront of her mind. She wondered if she would be happy if she died right now, knowing that she had helped Gaara and stopped his suffering. She didn't know the answer. She decided to hold on to hope. Naruto had left with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, to go find Tsunade, another Sannin and legendary healer. She couldn't help but think of all her new family had done for her, more than what Raza had ever done for them. She wanted to stay here, to pay Naruto and Lee back for what they had done if nothing else. Temari? Gaara interrupted her thoughts. She looked up from her hands, eyeing her brother and motioning for him to continue. I want to go back, to the sand village. Her eyes widened, surprise and worry flooded her as she panicked. What? Why Gaara, is something wrong? Gaara smiled, actually smiled, as he shook his head. No Temari, everything is fine. Father is dead, and the sand needs a new Kazekage. Temari immediately understood. He wanted to be next in line, to take over for his father, and she figured why. She confirmed her thoughts. You feel guilty, don't you, Gaara? His smile dropped, a small frown replacing it. Yes. I do. I have killed many in that village, Temari. Scared and terrified hundreds. I can't help but think that I owe them, for everything I cost them. They need a leader, someone strong and powerful to protect them. Who better than their Jinchuriki, the weapon designed to do just that? The two were quiet for a second before Gaara spoke up once again. I want you to stay here, Temari. She looked at him, quiet as she processed his words. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Gaara, I'm fine with you wanting to stay in the sand, but if you're going then I'm coming with you. Gaara simply shook his head. They know that you betrayed them, Temari. Right now, I'm considered a prisoner of war. I can return to the sand with no issues. You are a different story. Even if I became Kazekage and pardoned you, the shinobi there would never trust you. It would be better if you stayed here. Temari nodded at his words, hesitantly, still not liking the situation but accepting it nonetheless. She looked at him, smiling. Be careful, Gaara. He nodded. I will. She was proud of her brother, proud of what Naruto helped him become. They left the training ground, returning to Lee and Naruto's apartments, and waited for his return. He decided to rest on their second day here, not feeling up to training his new technique at the moment. A small part of that was due to most of the forest having been destroyed, but he was honestly feeling a little lazy today. Jiraiya was out again, no doubt whoring himself out like he caught him doing last night. He was drunk, broke and surrounded by women who were obviously only interested in the rest of his money. Jiraiya was a strange individual, and Daffy didn't know what to think of him. He still remembered that day, long ago, when Jiraiya had refused to take care of him. It reminded him of his former father, seeing only his own goals and interests and not caring for the consequences. That outlook and idiocy was what killed his mother and almost killed him and his brother. But, after traveling with the man for only a day, he could see his reasonings. The man was a mess. If this is what he did every day, then he was right, there was no way he could support a child. Behind that goofy grin and personality, he saw a man who lived too long and seen too much. The anger that he had for the sage had died down a bit after noticing this, almost feeling pity for the man, know that he would ever show it. The sage was trying his best, teaching him what he wanted to know and his most powerful techniques. It seemed that was all he knew, a result of 40 years in the life of a shinobi. It was surprising. Even the old Hokage settled down after a while, having a family, but Jiraiya was still here, prancing around and adventuring like he was still young. Daffy thought about it for a moment. Maybe he was wrong, maybe Jiraiya did end up having a family. After all, the man was his godfather, making him rather close with Daffy's parents. Maybe the man did have a family, and he already lost all but one of them. Still, just because they were family didn't mean he was going to be easy on the man. He was still an absolute idiot. Dropping thoughts of the Toad Sage, he thought about his newest technique. It still wasn't ready. He was having trouble handling and controlling that much chakra, and he was still trying to figure out how to layer the chakra to make the explosion as large as POS. His thoughts stopped, his haki sensing two extremely large auras enter town. He sat down, concentrating to keep an eye on them. They were powerful, immensely so, more than able to match Jiraiya. He wondered who they were and realized that he was going to find out soon enough. They were approaching him rather quickly. He waited, sitting on the bed and ready to move at a moment's notice. He quickly sensed Jiraiya's location, who was surrounded by several others in rather close proximity. He wished his haki could strangle the man, but it refused to do so. The two were moving through the hotel, walking up at a rather slow pace. This was good, it meant that it was possible they were friendly, although he had no idea who they might be. Friends of Jiraiya, perhaps? He assessed his options as they approached. He probably couldn't beat these two if they were enemies. Jiraiya may be an idiot, but he was a powerful one. His kick from their official first meeting had barely fazed the man, and he saw how he tracked his movements when he used his shave technique. Fighting two opponents who would be able to do the same would not be easy. His best option was to fight them off as he made his way to Jiraiya. His haki should be able to protect him from most of their attacks, giving him the time and survivability needed to reach Jiraiya. The man was powerful and infamous as one of the strongest in the world. The two of them should be able to convince the other two that it wasn't worth it, at the very least. They arrived at the door, a small knock audibly announcing their arrival. If they were enemies, they were very polite ones. He walked over to the door, a serious expression on his face as his heart rate increased, preparing for a fight. He opened the door. "Naruto Uzumaki, we need you to come with us." The man in front had spoken first, but Daffy wasn't paying him any attention. His full attention was aimed at the fishman right behind him, a cruel and shark-like grin on its face. Chapter 10. How long had he been searching? How many maps, investigations, questions? How long had he been looking for any shred of evidence that he was still in the same world as before? How long had he been wondering if they were still out there? No one had heard of hockey. No one had ever heard of devil fruits. There was no red line, no grand line, nor a world government. After over a decade, he had found the proof he had been looking for, a fishman, standing there before him. Daffy couldn't almost believe. He blinked, just to make sure he wasn't hallucinating or that this wasn't a genjutsu. No, this was real. Still, he couldn't think about this right now. Whoever this fishman was, he and his companion were searching for him, and they didn't seem friendly. He looked over to the person in front of him, now recognizing who it was, the Sharingan eyes giving his identity away. It was Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, the only other living Uchiha. He remembered hearing about the incident, his apartment too far away from the Uchiha compound to sense the massacre. Itachi Uchiha was a powerful and ruthless man, killing his entire family for almost no reason at all. The Uchiha clan were not weak, they were one of the strongest in the village. Even then, it only took a single night for Itachi to kill every one of them, except his brother, of course. He shook the thoughts from his head, addressing the powerful Uchiha. "Heh. You know, the old man told me I shouldn't go with strangers. Just what do you want with me anyways?" He had a grin on his face, showing confidence as he thought about his escape route. He didn't get long to contemplate before Itachi answered him. "We're after the 9 tails, Naruto. Now, this will be much easier if you just come with us." Daffy chuckled, building up his chakra. Heh, sorry, but I've grown attached to that overgrown orange rug. You're gonna have to find your own." The fishman stepped forward at his words. "Come on Itachi, let me just cut his legs off and we'll haul him back. It'll be a lot easier then." A yell interrupted him, coming from down the hallway. Using his haki, he could sense Sasuke, not noticing him due to his focus on the other two. "Itachi!" A crackling of lightning followed, Sasuke's Chidori most likely, and he was charging at his brother. He was moving quickly, already in front of Itachi and in the doorway, Daffy now able to see him. He watched as Sasuke's fist lashed out, his older brother batting the attack aside at his wrist. Itachi sent a kick out toward Sasuke, and Daffy moved. He ducked under the Chidori that was redirected toward him, grabbing Itachi's leg and pushing it to the side, deflecting it and stopping Sasuke from getting hit. He put his other hand on Sasuke's chest, pushing him down the hall to get him out of the way. "Sasuke! Get out of here now." He jumped back, barely avoiding the punch swiping just in front of his face. As soon as he landed, he turned his head to his right, the fishman suddenly appearing there and the bandaged weapon in the air, coming down. Fishmen were naturally much stronger than humans, nearly 10 times so. Blocking that attack was a feat of strength he was not interested in testing. He jumped forward this time, a haki-enhanced leg lashing out at Itachi while he narrowly avoided the weapon. As the weapon passed by, he felt it, his chakra being ripped away from him. A weapon designed to take away the opponent's chakra? Sounds useful, and very dangerous. I can't even get near that blade or things will get even worse. That attack alone probably took almost a fourth of my chakra. He felt Itachi grab his leg, pulling and throwing him toward the wall. He attached strings to the opposite wall, slowing his momentum so he wasn't harmed. Using the strings, he reoriented himself and landed on the wall on his feet, 2 palms facing his opponents. Dual overheat. They dodged it, the 2 beams of fire passing by them as it pierced through the building. He looked over at Sasuke, who was watching them, his eyes wide. He was shaking, frozen. Daffy gritted his teeth, he didn't have time for this. He couldn't fight these two and protect Sasuke at the same time. "Sasuke! Get going now!" I can't hold them back forever. That did it? Sasuke nodded, a mix of shame, fear and anger on his face. Daffy ignored it, getting off of the wall and landing on the floor, eyeing his two opponents who were patiently waiting for him. They really were polite enemies. Ha ha ha. I like this kid, Itachi. He's pretty fun. Daffy grinned, raising his hands as strings began to form at his fingertips. He launched them at the fishman, who raised his sword at the attack. He watched, curious as his strings dissolved as they got near the weapon. That thing is incredibly powerful. To eat away at that much chakra so quickly. I can't let that hit me directly. I need to keep my attention on him or I won't last a second. His haki flared, Itachi appearing before him with a roundhouse kick heading his way. It was too quick, Daffy putting his arms up and enhancing his arms with haki to absorb the blow. He was sent flying down the hallway, through the window as the end of the hall. He sent his strings out, slowing himself down to land properly and made his way to Jiraiya, making sure that the other two were following him. The fishman was behind him now, his sword already falling. Using his strings, he maneuvered out of the way and into his guard. The sword impacted the roof they were on, caving it in instantly. Daffy kicked at his wrist, using his other foot to kick the weapon away for him. It worked, and he kicked off the air to quickly grab the weapon, securing the handle in his hand. He grinned, things beginning to turn around. The fishman just continued to chuckle, confusing him. His haki flared to life once again. What the dash? He dropped the weapon just in time, watching as what looked like barbs jut out of the handle, attempting to stab his hand. The bandages tore apart, revealing a strange blade composed of scales. Even stranger, it began to make noises, and it was moving, making its way to the fishman through the destroyed rooftop. His opponent picked it up, chuckling. Sorry kid, but Samehada is rather picky about its wielder, and right now, Kisame Hoshigaki is the one it likes the most. Daffy eyed the sword, processing what the now named Kisame had said. A sentient sword? That would explain why my haki saw the attack coming. Looking closer, there's an almost unnoticeable aura coming from it. But, if it has an aura, then that means? He jumped away again, Itachi appearing in front of him and leaping into the air to meet him. He created platforms with his strings, changing direction as Itachi followed. He ducked under the kunai that Itachi threw at him from behind. He kept moving, trying to reach Jiraiya on the other side of town. Then, his haki began to confuse him. It told him to dodge Itachi's approach from below, but Itachi was behind him? He moved anyway, trusting his instincts. Sure enough, there was another Itachi, a clone. His haki almost groaned at the sight. This was strange. Normally when someone created a clone, his haki would tell him what the user was making the clone do. This was different. It was like Itachi and his clone were two different people, and it would tell him to dodge one of Itachi's attacks, but it wouldn't tell him which Itachi was attacking. What was this technique? It didn't matter, he just had to keep moving. He rushed at the new Itachi, what he assumed to be the clone. He ducked underneath the punch it sent, his palm to his side as he passed the clone. Overheat. The beam slashed through the clone, but it didn't just dispel. The clone exploded, sending Daffy flying. He reoriented himself and landed on the street below. There were citizens running around, screaming, and it was irritating the hell out of him. How had Jiraiya not heard any of this? He looked behind him, sidestepping the large-scaled blade coming down, putting his previous plan into action. If this thing was sentient, and his haki was able to sense it, then it would be safe to assume one thing. He blasted the annoying blade with his conqueror's haki, watching as the thing slumped and began to bend, no longer keeping straight. The blade passed by him, no longer taking his chakra from him due to being unconscious, and he couldn't keep the grin of his face at Kisame's look. He lashed out with a kick, surprised when the fishman caught it in his palm. He used his other leg, lashing out at his captor. Storm leg. The blade of condensed wind slashed at Kisame, who let go of his foot and sidestepped the attack just barely. Kisame sent a punch, too quick for Daffy to dodge completely. He pulled up his arms to block the attack, creating strings from his back to pull him backwards and help absorb the blow. As soon as he could, he took to the air again, racing to Jiraiya's position. He ducked, dodging a fireball and watching it go over his head. He turned around, seeing the multiple fireballs racing toward him. He used his strings to pull him out of the way of each one, his palm facing behind his back as he attacked Itachi behind him. Overheat. Daffy ran, the Itachi behind him bursting into flaming crows. He looked up, seeing Itachi come down with a heavy kick. He launched his strings, slicing through Itachi's leg and severing it. Daffy scowled, now turning around and ignoring the bleeding, illusionary copy of Itachi. He was standing there, as calm as ever as his Sharingan eyes analyzed him. You are quite strong, Naruto. The rumors seem to be true. It would be troublesome for the Akatsuki to let you grow more powerful, so they sent us here, to test you and capture you if need be. It seems that might be necessary. He watched as Itachi's eyes began to shift and morph, something he had never seen Sasuke or Kakashi do with their own Sharingan. Now that he thought about it, it seemed the red eyes had different stages to them. Sasuke's only had 2 of those strange markings in them, while Kakashi's had 3. Was this another stage of it? Tsukuyomi? Daffy looked around, eyeing this new world with curiosity. The sky was blood red, black clouds dotting the sky with a pale red moon hanging over him. He was tied to a cross, his arms spread out with Itachi standing before him, a sword in hand. So, where are we now, Itachi? Itachi looked at him, silent for a moment. This is the Tsukuyomi. A world where I control everything. Time and space, all of it bends to my will. If I wished it, you could spend a lifetime here, and only a second would pass in the real world. Naruto, I'm afraid that you have lost this fight. Itachi stabbed the katana forward, impaling him through the stomach. Daffy ignored the blade, flaring his chakra to break the genjutsu. You'll find that this genjutsu is impossible to break, Naruto. It's over. Daffy took a close look around, looking for anything that would allow him to escape, thinking about what he had learned about the technique. He found an opening, his haki telling what he needed to know. The world outside the illusion was going unbearably slowly, but his haki still saw it, Itachi slowly falling to his knees, no doubt the stress of casting this technique. He grinned. Heh. Impossible you say? No, don't try and fool me Itachi, it's beneath a man of your caliber. Let me share my thoughts with you. This genjutsu of yours isn't unbreakable because it's so strong, but because it's so fast. By the time the chakra in my body has moved to dispel this technique, it will already be over. Itachi didn't respond, simply staring at him as he continued. But, this technique of yours must be very stressful. I wonder what would happen if I did this. His conqueror's haki roared, slamming down onto the Uchiha. He watched as the Itachi in front of him began to crack and crumble, shards of the blood-red sky began to fall. He looked up, watching the destruction of the world, and all he could do was laugh. Heh. The moon cracked, and the bloody world of the Tsukuyomi fell. He woke up, quickly balancing himself on his strings. He had a slight headache, but it seemed Itachi was worse off, his eyes were bleeding, and he had a knee to the ground. He thought about attacking but decided against it. That technique was powerful, his quick thinking being the only thing that got him out of that illusion, and who knew what else Itachi had in his arsenal. Daffy had already showed his hand, he didn't have much left. The string under his feet went slack. He looked over and saw Kisame cutting it with Samehada, who was now awake. Kisame was rushing toward him at incredible speeds, a punch flying forward. Daffy put up his arms, kicking off the air to try and dodge the attack, but he was too slow. The force behind the punch was immense, crashing through his guard and into his chest. He felt his ribs creak and crack at the force, breaking through his haki. He was sent flying, trying to attach his strings to something, but it didn't work, the force of his momentum was too great. He crashed through a roof, coughing up blood as he did so. He was inside a building now and he immediately put his hand to his chest, his strings getting to work. They pulled his ribs together again, his haki hardening them to ensure they stayed in place. His organs weren't ruptured too badly, a good sign. He stitched the damage together, his lungs making him cough to clear the blood in them. Kid, what's going on, what are you doing here? He looked over, ignoring the loud music as Jiraiya sat there, surrounded by women and empty bottles of sake. He scowled at the old man, slowly getting up. What happened to gathering information, you old fool? Get up and help me drive these guys off. Jiraiya turned serious, now ignoring the women around him and standing up, telling them to leave. The 2 Rouges appeared a second later. Itachi already looked like he recovered, his face calm as he eyed the 2 of them. Jiraiya greeted them. Well, if it isn't Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, 2 members of the Akatsuki. This is good, since you're both already here, I can cut down on the Akatsuki's ranks already. Daffy looked at Jiraiya, adamant about asking him question later. He already knew about this Akatsuki with just a glance. Itachi said they were after the fox, so why didn't Jiraiya tell him? Itachi spoke next and surprised him. Kisame, we're leaving. Kisame seemed surprised as well, looking over at Itachi. He made to argue but Itachi predicted it, interrupting him. We do not want to get into a fight with Jiraiya of the Sannin. It would be better if we simply left now. Jiraiya simply chuckled, stepping forward and getting in front of Daffy. His voice was lower than usual, dangerous. And what makes you think that I'll simply let you leave so easily? The Toad Sage placed a hand on the floor. Ninja art, Toad mouth trap. Immediately, the walls and floor began to disappear, replaced with pink flesh. It grew around the building they were in, trapping them inside. The 2 ninja began to run, going through a doorway behind them and into a nearby hall. Jiraiya made to follow them. Naruto, don't move and you'll be fine. I'll be right back. Daffy nodded, eyeing the strange technique around him. The techniques that he had seen had always been rather interesting, but this was something completely different. It reminded him of awakening, an ability one could unlock with their devil fruit, but Jiraiya did this without one. It was strange, but 40 years as a ninja had obviously taught the sage strange but effective technique. He heard an explosion, his haki sensing Itachi and Kisame escaping. The flesh in the building began to recede, giving him the ability to move again as Jiraiya turned around the corner. They got away? Jiraiya nodded, a serious expression still on his face. Daffy sighed, running a hand through his hair. Whatever then, as long as they're gone for now. Come on, we have to go get Sasuke and get back to the hotel. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Sasuke? Itachi's brother? What is he doing here? Daffy just shrugged, jumping out the hole in the ceiling with Jiraiya following him. He tracked Sasuke's position, who was also heading over toward him, probably trying to track the battle. He felt someone else as well, Virgo-sensei, Guy. No idea. Let's find out, shall we? They soon met up, Guy explaining the situation to them. Apparently the two had entered the Leaf Village, looking for him. Asuma was hurt and Kakashi was apparently unconscious, most likely in a coma. Jiraiya took command immediately, ordering Guy to take Sasuke back to the Leaf as they continued to search for Tsunade. Sasuke looked at Daffy, his eyes full of envy. Daffy could recognize that, he had seen it many times in his life. He returned a look, silently telling his teammate they would talk later. The two left, leaving Jiraiya and himself alone. They looked at the damage to the hotel, Jiraiya sighing as he took out his checkbook. He began to scribble, and Daffy spoke up. So, have you managed to gather anything today? Or, were you just screwing around again? Jiraiya didn't look up as he replied. No, I got something all right. I know where she is, Tenzaku Town. Daffy nodded at him, glad that he wasn't completely wasting their time. How far away? Jiraiya ripped the check out, throwing it inside upwards and into their room. A few days at least? At your pace or mine? Jiraiya chuckled at his words, walking down the street as Daffy followed. Yours, kid. Now let's get going before an angry mob forms and kicks out of town themselves. Daffy nodded as they went, quickly taking to the rooftops and running out of town. He looked forward at the old man, curious. Those two were powerful, the strongest people he had gotten in a fight with. His conqueror's haki had saved his life twice in that fight, and next time those two were going to see it coming. So, even knowing that he had strange techniques and abilities, they still didn't hesitate to continue their assault. But, the moment Jiraiya appeared, Itachi didn't hesitate to retreat. They weren't scared of Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they feared Jiraiya, the toad fool. He looked at the old man, thinking about that moment. Just how strong was Jiraiya? They kept moving. It took about 3 days to get there. The town was quite large, a small wall encircling it with a very large castle laying within. She was somewhere in this town, the key to Temari's survival and the next Hokage, Tsunade Senju. They moved quickly, Daffy sending his haki out to find the woman. They had a lot of ground to cover, but they found her eventually. She was in a bar, with another black-haired woman, who was carrying a small pig. She looked to be drinking out of a large bottle of sake. Daffy was beginning to see a pattern here. Tsunade looked up, noticing Jiraiya and shock appearing on her face. Jiraiya? The old man followed suit, pretending to be just as surprised to see her. They took a seat across from them, Jiraiya beginning the conversation. Man, it really has been a long time, hasn't it, Tsunade? You look as young as ever. Ha ha ha. Tsunade grunted at him, taking another swig of her alcohol. The black-haired woman spoke up, trying to chastise the blonde woman. Lady Tsunade, you shouldn't drink so much, you've already had. Quiet, Shizune. Yes, ma'am. Shizune immediately folded, causing Daffy to frown. It was a strange relationship the two shared. If he had to guess, Shizune seemed to be a servant of Tsunade's, a slave perhaps. He hadn't seen any evidence of slavery in these lands though, so it was quite odd. He ignored it, looking at Jiraiya to prompt him to hurry on with this. Tsunade, I'm sure you're aware that we aren't here for a social visit? She nodded, resting her head on folded hands. Yes, now out with it, Jiraiya. Why are you here? The two legendary ninja looked at each other for a moment, silent as the air began to tense. The third Hokage is dead. It has been decided that you are to be the next Hokage. Tsunade was silent as he took in his words, taking another sip of sake before slamming the bottle on the table. I refuse. The Hokage is a job for suicidal fools. I have no interest in it. He felt Jiraiya flinch slightly at her words, but he continued the conversation. The village needs you, Tsunade. Anger was apparent on her face now. And so, what? That village has taken enough from me, Jiraiya. Don't think you can just stroll in here and sweep me away like this. I told you that I wanted nothing to do with the village years ago. My mind hasn't been changed since then. Daffy chose to speak up, tired of hearing the two argue. Fine, refuse the job. We still need your skills to heal the injured. More importantly, I need you to save someone for me. Tsunade looked over at him, before looking at Jiraiya, ignoring his words. Who's the brat, Jiraiya? Another apprentice of yours? Jiraiya nodded, silent as he began to grow nervous. TCH, of course he is. Another arrogant fool who probably wants to be Hokage, just like your last one. And what happened to him, HM? Dead at an early age just like my grandfather. This one probably isn't any better, another fool chasing after the title of Hokage. Jiraiya was almost visibly sweating, looking between Daffy and Tsunade. He could feel his anger build at the blonde's words but didn't rise to them. He needed her help to save Temari, and he could take some words if it meant saving her life. Still, he was beginning to not like this Sannin, not that he liked any of the trio anyways. Heh. To call me arrogant with arrogant words of your own? Such a pretentious woman, aren't you? It doesn't matter what I want or who I am, you just need to come back with us and heal a friend of mine. Tsunade stood up, snarling as she did so. His words had obviously angered her and he couldn't help but grin at the sight. You talk big, you know that kid? Fine, meet me outside. Shizune got out of her way, Daffy following the blonde woman. They stepped out into the night air, the streets practically empty. They stood a few meters across from each other. Jiraiya stood at the side of the road, Shizune next to him. She was visibly nervous at the confrontation while Jiraiya was hiding it under a cool facade. All right kid, listen up. We're gonna have a wager, a quick spar so you know your place from now on. I'm only going to use a single finger, she raised the pointer finger on her right hand, and if you can force me to use more than this finger or land a blow in the next 2 minutes, you win. I'll come back with you and heal your friend. Deal. Daffy grinned, nodding as he got ready. Tsunade began the spar. Start, brat. Daffy ran slowly at first, taking advantage of the fact that the older woman was underestimating him. He had questioned Jiraiya about her, learning more about her techniques and abilities. She possessed an extreme amount of physical strength, some considering the strongest person in the world in that category. A single finger was all she needed to split the earth itself, according to Jiraiya. Still, even with all that strength she was a medical ninja before she was a fighter. He was in front of her now, and he ducked, his haki predicting the finger flick that was sent to his forehead. He sped up, moving at his full speed now, and lashed out with a powerful kick. It sped through the air, Tsunade jumping over it and dodging it, but that was fine, his strings were already moving. They came together behind her, forming a string clone that made a hammer fist with his hands, slamming down at the Sannin's back. She lashed out with a kick, sending the clone backward as it collapsed into a heap of string. She landed on the ground, looking at him and seething. She sent a powerful punch toward his face. He grinned, watching as it stopped just before reaching him. Why aren't you moving, kid? He laughed at her. Heh. The name's Naruto, and we'll leave tomorrow morning. He watched in satisfaction as the realization struck her. She had used a kick and a punch in that fight, violating her own rules and making him the winner of their little wager. He walked over to Jiraiya. Hold it, brat. He turned, eyeing the older woman. I didn't say when I would go back to the leaf. The veins in his forehead began to ripple, anger flooding through him as he frowned at her words. He walked forward, ready to continue when Jiraiya spoke up. Tsunade, what's going on? What happened? The older woman was silent for a moment, before sighing. Orochimaru. He visited me earlier today. He told me that he killed Sensei, and he wants me to heal whatever he did to him. When is he coming back? Daffy asked. She hesitated for a moment. A week from now. He grinned, heading out of town to perfect his new technique. Then we wait a week. Jiraiya, I'm heading out for a bit, buy us a room. He had some business to settle with that worm. Jiraiya sighed, taking another drink of his sake at the bar. Naruto had been gone almost all week, constantly training whatever new technique he had developed. The boy really was his father's son. He couldn't believe what he was seeing when the boy had mastered using fire chakra so quickly. The element was the exact opposite of his natural affinity, yet he learned it anyways, in a couple weeks no less. Of course, he didn't stop there. Naruto made a new technique in the following weeks, a beam of flame that came from his palm. When he first saw it, he couldn't believe that a genin had come up with it. It was a terrifying jutsu, using nothing but shape manipulation, chakra control, and elemental chakra. It was sealless, and traveled quickly, the only warning being his palm facing toward you before death raced at you. It was the technique that Minato was trying to turn the Rasengan into, and Naruto had already accomplished it. It wasn't that much of a surprise to see him master the Rasengan so quickly after that. There was no doubt in his mind that Naruto would surpass his father, he already had in some ways. The boy was strong, physically and mentally. Being able to stare down two S-rank ninja like that and fight his way through them is not something that any ordinary genin could do, it wasn't something some jonin could do. There was still so much to teach the boy, and he was already so powerful, who knew where he would be when he learned to use the Nine Tails chakra. His thoughts were interrupted as someone joined him, sitting next to him. He looked over, seeing Tsunade order a drink. They both sat there for a bit, silent as they drank. Tsunade broke the silence. Is he the one? Minato's kid. Jiraiya swallowed the alcohol down, nodding. That's him all right. Pretty good, isn't he? She nodded at his words, looking down at the table. Yeah, didn't expect him to be so strong, you trained him well. He looked over, surprised to hear the compliment. There was something wrong, and he was going to find out what. Tsunade, what's going on? What did Orochimaru say? This isn't like you. She sat there for a moment, hesitating to speak. He offered to bring them back, Jiraiya. Dan, Nawaki, even grandfather. He said he could bring them all back if I wanted to. He stared at her, his eyes hardening at her words. The reanimation technique, a cursed and disgusting technique that brought the dead back to fight the living. Of course Orochimaru would learn it, that was probably how he beat Sensei in the first place. And you should know that he is lying to you. They're gone, Tsunade. You need to accept that. Her head snapped over to him, anger on her face. And what would you know if it? You never had any family or a lover in the first PLA dash. Her eyes widened as she realized what she said, her expression softening. She looked back down at the small cup of sake in front of her. Her voice was quiet when she spoke next. Sorry. Jiraiya ignored her words, seeing them for what they were, a hurt person lashing out. He sighed as he looked up at the ceiling. Man, times sure have changed, haven't they, Tsunade? Sitting here, drunk and reminiscing about the past. If I didn't know any better, I'd say we were getting old. Ha ha ha. He heard her chuckle at her words, and he smiled. Leaning back against the bar, he continued. You know, Tsunade, you're not the only one afraid to face the future. You wouldn't believe the time I had meeting back up with Naruto. Probably the most grating experience of my life, and that's saying something. She looked over at him, curious. I was nervous the entire time, picturing Minato and Kushina when I thought about him, let alone looked at him. Still, I swallowed my fears, and met with the godson I abandoned over 12 years ago, introducing myself. She leaned forward slightly. So, what happened? He grinned at her. He kicked me through a bathhouse. Ha ha ha. A deadpan expression took over her face. That's not very reassuring, Jiraiya. His laugh settled down before he continued. Well, the point is that I was happy that I did it. I put away the past and looked toward the future, Naruto. The kid can do some amazing things, Tsunade. This better not be more of your child of prophecy crap, Jiraiya. He shook his head, a small frown on his face. No, I'm done with all that. I've searched all my life for them and I'm tired of searching. Now, I just believe in Minato's son, Naruto. If he happens to be that child, then all the better. But I have faith in him, Tsunade, and I want you to have some faith in him too. Technically, he is family to you, if only long-distant cousins. She stared at him, taking in his words as she smiled. You know, I came here to drug you tonight. Take your chakra away so I could deal with Orochimaru myself. I'm tired of everyone around me dying, Jiraiya. I wanted to handle this myself, to kill Orochimaru and not put anyone else I cared about in danger. But, if you believe in this kid that much, then I will too. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what do you mean believe in him that much? She chuckled at him. You mean you didn't notice? During your little speech, you didn't look at my chest even once? He stared at her for a moment, before laughing, pouring both of them another drink. They sat there for a long time, enjoying each other's company for the first time in over a decade. Daffy woke up, eager to start this marvelous day. He had completed his technique, just in time too, since he was beginning to cause some serious damage outside the village. He got up, throwing a pillow at the old man laying in the other bed. Gah! What the? Daffy ignored him, changing into a fresh set of clothes. Hurry and wake up, old man. Today's an important day, we have a snake to skin. He heard the old man grumbling about something or other. They both got dressed, stepping outside and out of their hotel. Tsunade and Shizun were waiting for them. He stretched out his haki, sensing the snake Sannin waiting near the wall behind the castle. He felt someone else as well, Kabuto, and he was heading this way. He turned to Jiraiya. Kabuto is here, probably a spy of Orochimaru's. We should hide and meet up with them later. Jiraiya nodded and looked toward Tsunade. He's right. We'll meet you over there. Just pretend to heal his arms and try and kill him if you can. If something goes wrong, we'll step in to help you. She nodded as they moved out, heading toward the castle. They arrived on the rooftop, seeing Orochimaru standing at the streets below. Tsunade and Shizun came a moment later, Kabuto guiding them. He eyed the white-haired genin. He knew there was something off about him during the Chunin exams. Seeing him here wasn't too much of a surprise, but it made him wonder how strong he was. There was no one else with the two of them, meaning that Orochimaru trusted Kabuto greatly. It was troubling. He watched the events unfold. Tsunade went to heal his arms, her hands covered in chakra. Kabuto interrupted them, jumping between them and stopping the sneak attack. It didn't work, but Daffy wasn't exactly disappointed in that. It just meant they could make the worm squirm a bit before it died. Tsunade jumped into the air, a heel coming down and crashing into the ground. Kabuto and Orochimaru jumped onto the wall as the ground beneath them shattered, a shockwave forming and cracking the walls around her. Jiraiya wasn't lying when he said she was strong. An attack like that would snap almost anyone in half. She punched the wall the two ninja were standing on next, making it explode into large chunks of concrete. Jiraiya and Naruto jumped down, joining Tsunade and Shizun as they stood before Orochimaru and Kabuto. Now that he was closer, he got a better look at the snake. Whatever the old man had done, it was obviously torturous. His arms were limp, covered in bandages with blood soaking through at various points. His skin seemed even paler, gray really, and covered in sweat. He seemed tired, almost struggling to even stay awake. He couldn't help but be proud at what Hiruzen had reduced the snake Sannin to. And they were going to finish the job right now. Jiraiya spoke, addressing their little team. Naruto, I want you and Shizun to take care of Kabuto. Tsunade and I will take care of Orochimaru. He nodded, not happy to be fighting Kabuto, but he figured if he beat him quickly then the four of them could kill the snake. Shizun stood next to him, a Senbon needle in hand. Kabuto chuckled. Well, it seems we're in quite some trouble here, aren't we, Lord Orochimaru? Yes indeed, Kabuto. It will be quite difficult for me to fight my former teammates in my current state. The bandages on one of his arms began to unravel, revealing a seal. Orochimaru continued. Fortunately for us, I thought ahead. Kabuto bit his thumb, blood appearing as he smeared it on Orochimaru's arm. Kabuto placed a hand on the ground. The other Sannin followed suit, placing their hands on the ground and using their technique. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Large clouds of smoke appeared, eventually clearing to reveal what they had summoned. A large toad, a sheathed blade at his waist while smoking a large pipe. Jiraiya stood atop its head, doing one of his stupid poses. There was a large slug as well, Tsunade standing on top of it with her arms crossed. Daffy looked over to Orochimaru. There was no cloud of smoke, no summoning animal. No, there was something else. Reanimation. A coffin stood straight up, the front falling forward to reveal the one inside. They walked out, looking around. He had long, straight jet black hair, with red-plated armor. He looked young and had a leaf headband around his forehead. Kabuto jumped forward, placing a kunai with a tag attached to it in the figure's forehead. He had read enough history books to recognize their new enemy. Hashirama Senju stood there, the first Hokage in all his glory. Daffy gritted his teeth, the appearance of the man complicating things. He didn't know how this reanimation technique worked, but he doubted it would be easy to stop. Now he had to be quick, he needed to defeat Kabuto and help the Sannin. Kabuto jumped away from Orochimaru, approaching him and Shizun. More clouds of smoke appeared as the summons were dismissed, not expecting them to summon the first. Kabuto ran further, Daffy and Shizun following him as they got away from the battle between legends. Shizun struck first, rushing at Kabuto and stabbing forward with her Senbon. Kabuto ducked underneath it, his hands glowing with chakra as he struck at her ankles. Daffy gathered his strings, grabbing Shizun and pulling her back to avoid the strike. Shizun took advantage of his help, a purple mist appearing as she spat a cloud of poison at the sound ninja. Kabuto jumped back, trying to get away. Daffy sent his strings again, trying to grab Kabuto and pull him into the poison cloud. Chakra appeared around Kabuto's hands again, slicing at his strings and stopping them. The three stilled for a moment, deciding their next move. Daffy moved first, kicking off the ground and rushing at Kabuto. He reached him, watching as Kabuto struck forward with his chakra-covered hands. Daffy used his strings, pulling himself up and around the ninja and kicking his back, sending him toward Shizun. She responded in kind, sending more Senbon as he flew toward her. Kabuto pulled out a kunai, blocking the Senbon and touching down on the ground. He approached her, a hand reaching down as he touched her calf. He saw Shizun flinch, jumping back on one leg and pulling back her sleeve, revealing some kind of device on her wrist. Her teeth pulled a wire, a hail of Senbon speeding out toward Kabuto. He backflipped over the Senbon, staying still when he landed. He chuckled as he stood between Naruto and Shizun. She was on her knee, green chakra hovering over her calf. Impressive, aren't they? The things chakra scalpels can do in battle are quite deadly. I don't even have to pierce your skin to cut through all the muscle underneath. Daffy narrowed his eyes. He moved quickly, slashing his hand at Kabuto and sending his strings at him. Kabuto dodged, moving to the side as Daffy went past him, standing between him and Shizune. He looked behind him, watching as she continued to heal her leg. Those chakra scaples seemed pretty dangerous. According to Kabuto, they went beneath the skin to attack, and he wasn't sure that his haki would completely block something like that. He turned back toward his opponent. For now, he had to give Shizune some space. He slashed his hands at him once again while moving forward, driving the silver-haired ninja backward. When they made enough distance, he stopped, getting in close to try and land a hit. Kabuto's hand lashed out and Daffy ducked underneath it, sending a punch in return. Kabuto moved to the side, his hand reaching out to touch his bicep. Daffy jumped away, his palm facing Kabuto as he did so. Overheat. The stream of molten string missed, Kabuto jumping to the side and rushing forward. His speed had increased, no doubt lowering it through the beginning of the fight to take him by surprise. He ducked under the scalpel aimed at his head, a punch landing into Kabuto's gut, covered in haki. He felt the organs beneath his fist bend and burst, sending the silver-haired genin flying into a boulder. Just before he was sent flying, Kabuto touched his bicep, partially going through his haki and hurting the muscle underneath. Daffy looked at his arm. It wasn't a bad wound, but it would affect him if he did nothing about it. He gathered his strings, using them to reconnect the muscle fibers in his arm and bring his strength back up to full. He looked over at Kabuto. The front of his shirt had a small hole in it, displaying the wound he had caused with his punch. The wound was steaming. For years, I've done research to modify and improve my body. Through that, I've discovered a way to increase the speed that my body heals, making it akin to that of a Jinchuriki. Daffy grinned at him, slight confusion playing in his mind. Jinchuriki healed faster? Damn, and he always thought he was just that awesome. Oh well, this just meant that he would have to hit Kabuto harder, and he had just the thing. Heh. Do you think some faster healing is gonna save you from me, Kabuto? It doesn't matter how fast you heal if die too quickly in the first place. He formed a Rasengan in his hand, grinning at his first victim. Kabuto looked at it, seeming to recognize the technique. So, you learned the fourth jutsu, have you? Well, I'm afraid that won't be enough to stop me. Daffy chuckled at him, the Rasengan falling toward the ground before stopping, being suspended by a string. Oh, trust me Kabuto, I'm counting on it. The Rasengan began to spin around his arm, gaining speed as he reared it back. Then, he pushed his arm forward, the Rasengan flying toward Kabuto as the string extended. Demon strings. Kabuto saw the Rasengan coming toward him, quickly jumping away to avoid it. It was too late, he was already in range. Spiraling threads. The Rasengan exploded, releasing the hundreds of strings that were inside of it. They expanded quickly, forming an ever-growing sphere of razor-sharp wire. Kabuto couldn't fully escape the technique, his leg in range of the explosion. It was severed clean off as he screamed. He couldn't help but chuckle, glad to see the technique worked perfectly. He left Kabuto alive on purpose, he needed information. Jiraiya ducked under the sword stick-out of Orochimaru's mouth, a harsh kick landing in the snake's stomach to push him away. He looked over, his hair extending as it grabbed Tsunade and pulled her away from a tree growing OU of the ground, threatening to spear her through her stomach. She landed beside him, panting slightly. Thanks. He nodded, looking at the situation. He never thought Orochimaru would summon the first Hokage to fight them, a clear mistake. The only thing he could imagine would stop him would be to force Orochimaru to end the technique or seal the first away somewhere. He thought about one of his options, eyeing Orochimaru's arms. Wait, Orochimaru didn't perform the technique, Kabuto did. We need Kabuto to stop this. He snarled as his hair extended once again. Needle Jizo. Thick Senbon of hair launched from his mane, making Orochimaru run and dodge them. Jiraiya turned toward Tsunade. Tsunade, switch with me. I'll seal the first away, while you hold off Orochimaru. She hesitated for a moment, looking at her grandfather, before jumping away. He stood before the first Hokage, grateful that Kabuto did not seem very skilled with the technique. The first had not spoke the entire time, his entire personality being suppressed, and a majority of his strength with it. He didn't doubt that he could defeat the first in this state, but he didn't know if Orochimaru had anything else up his sleeve. The first placed his palms together, casting a technique. His monotone voice rang through the field. Wood style, deep forest emergence? Trees began to sprout around Jiraiya, quickly growing into sharpened tree trunks, trying to pierce his flesh. He jumped up, hand signs being made as he looked down. Fire style, flame bullet. He spat a series of fireballs, infused with oil to increase their effectiveness. The flames stuck to the trees, swiftly burning them down and stopping the technique. He landed back on the ground, ducking underneath the first's kick and grabbing his leg. He spun, throwing the previous Hokage into the air. He made more signs, seeing his chance. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. A swamp of sticky mud appeared underneath the Hokage, who landed into it. Jiraiya moved toward him quickly, spitting out another fireball to harden the mud, making it as hard as stone. He pulled a scroll from inside his vest, unraveling it quickly. The Hokage had been captured perfectly, his hands stuck to his sides and only his head visible. He laid the scroll onto the ground in front of him, displaying the intricate seal. He placed a palm on the Hokage's forehead and the other onto the seal. Double tetragram seal. The first's body began to turn into chakra, rushing into the scroll. Jiraiya immediately closed the scroll, putting it in his vest. That had been a scare. If the first hadn't been robbed of willpower, that never would have worked. Even still, a small scroll like that wouldn't hold him forever. They still had to stop the technique. He sighed, getting up and turning around, looking for Tsunade. He was met with a large cloud of dust, something heavily impacting the ground. He jumped over, seeing Tsunade stand a bit away from the cloud. "Is it done?" she asked, her face filled with utter seriousness. Jiraiya nodded to her, keeping an eye out for Orochimaru. "Yeah, Kabuto wasn't very good at the technique. It was easy once I had an opening?" She nodded, both watching as Orochimaru emerged from the cloud of dust. He looked pretty banged up, the skin on his face peeling backward to reveal the body he had possessed underneath. He really had completed that jutsu, his technique of immortality. The snake glared at them. "Fine, Tsunade. There are other ways to heal my arms. Next time we meet, I'll kill all you. I'll turn you into my latest lab rats and watch as you beg for death." Orochimaru began to sink into the ground, prompting Jiraiya and Tsunade to rush after him. Orochimaru opened his mouth, snakes beginning to crawl out. Formation of 10,000 snakes. A wall of snakes soon formed, blades extending from each of their mouths. Jiraiya quickly used his summoning jutsu, Gamma now under his feet. "Gamma, I need some oil." Gamma didn't hesitate, a stream of flammable oil jetting from his mouth. Jiraiya breathed fire, igniting the oil and creating a large firestorm. Fire style, toad flame bomb. The snakes burned to a crisp, their ashes and remained staying in the air for a moment. Tsunade rushed forward, looking for Orochimaru. She found nothing, he was gone. Daffy approached the newly crippled shinobi. He sent his strings forward, grabbing the ninja's wrists and holding them down. He planted his foot on Kabuto's chest, leaning down toward him. "So, Kabuto, how's that regeneration coming, huh?" "Heh." Kabuto coughed, the foot on his chest obstructing his breathing. Daffy stopped laughing, turning serious. "Now, tell me how to undo the reanimation." He lessened the pressure his foot was exerting, giving Kabuto a chance to speak. "Why would I do that? You'll just kill him." He increased the pressure, Kabuto's ribs slowly beginning to snap. "Depending on what you say, your death can be slow and painful, or quick and painless. Now start talking." He eased the pressure again, watching as Kabuto's head turned to the side to cough up blood. Alright. Technically, I was the one to cast the jutsu, so I need to cast the hand seals to release the technique." Daffy released the strings, his haki concentrating for any sudden moves. "Do it." Kabuto nodded, making several hand seals. "Release." Daffy raised an eyebrow, surprised at how simplistic it was. His strings returned, tying up Kabuto's hands. His haki told him that his intention was to release the jutsu, he didn't need him anymore. He raised a hand, strings forming at his fingertips. "Good job, Kabuto. I'll make it quick." His hand came down, ready to end Kabuto's life. Wait. I know something you'll want to hear." He stopped, looking down at the ninja. Kabuto was beginning to grow pale, whether that was his brush with death or the blood loss he didn't know. He waited for Kabuto to continue. "My pouch. Check the pouch on my hip." Daffy did so, shuffling through the kunai and other various tools to find a small booklet. He opened it, reading its contents as he flipped through the pages. He looked back at Kabuto, anger on his face. "Where did you get this?" Kabuto gulped, fear evident in his voice. "We got it from a deal with one of Konoha's elders." He leaned closer, a large grin on his face as the veins in his forehead rippled. "Give me a name, Kabuto." The ninja nodded. "Danzo Shimura." Daffy stood back up, eyeing the book he had found. It was filled with ninja placements, patrol routes and ninja profiles. Information that would be very important if one wished to start an invasion in the Leaf Village. Whoever this Danzo was, he was the one that ended up getting the old man killed. He looked at Kabuto, grinning. "Good news, Kabuto. It looks like you're gonna live just a little bit longer." Heh. His foot slammed down, hitting the ninja in the face and knocking him out. He dragged the unconscious shinobi over to Shizune. She was standing now, though still had a slight limp. "You all right?" She nodded, a small smile on her face. Yes, though sorry I wasn't much help. He shook his head, looking over as Tsunade and Jiraiya returned. It's fine, don't worry about it. He walked over to Jiraiya, already knowing that the snake escaped. The looks on their faces said everything. He threw the book at Jiraiya, who caught it. Tell me everything you know about Danzo Shimura. They made their way back to the village, Tsunade agreeing to go with them. Daffy had learned quite a bit about the village elder. He was apparently Hiruzen's rival and always wanted the seat of the Hokage. There was a clear difference between the two rivals though. One believed that the leaf would prosper through care and love, the connections with others guiding it through all hardships. Danzo believed that only military strength and domination would gain the leaf peace, doing everything necessary to prove its dominance. Honestly, Daffy couldn't care less about their rivalry, he wanted to know Danzo's weaknesses. The man was apparently crippled but was a powerful wind-style user and was very adept at training shinobi. He once had an entire division to himself, only for it to be disbanded when the organization's methods were found inhumane. Danzo was a ruthless man, who surrounded himself with powerful shinobi to make up for his own lack of strength. They went back to village as soon as they could, Jiraiya sending a messenger bird ahead to tell them they would be arriving today. The council had gathered in the Hokage Tower, waiting for Tsunade's arrival. They approached the gates, Kabuto strung up and being carried by Jiraiya, a seal in place to lock away his chakra. They walked in, greeting the guards and preparing to separate. All right Naruto, Tsunade and Shizun are going to head to the Hokage Tower to speak with the council. I'm going to take Kabuto here to Tianai, try and get some info out of him. Tsunade will meet up with you at your apartment when she's done to heal that girl Temari. Daffy nodded at him, not answering. They began to walk away, Daffy heading to his apartment until they were out of sight. Naruto. He turned around, looking through the gate and up at the big bad fox. You know, you really should find a new way to greet me. Saying my name in such an ominous voice is starting to get old. Heh. The fox simply stared at him, ignoring the jab. What are you going to do, Naruto? I can sense the hate you feel toward this man, Danzo. This village will not react well if you just kill him. Daffy chuckled at the fox. You silly fox, I'm not going to kill the man. You're right, as much I don't like it I can't just kill him, I'll be labeled a traitor of the leaf for it. But. He turned around, a large grin on his face. That doesn't mean I can't stop by and say hello. Shikaku sighed as he sat down at the meeting, waiting for Tsunade to appear. Things in the village had been a mess recently. Constant bickering on what should be done about this or that. Some wanted the Jonin to stay in the village to defend them, but others wanted to send them out on missions, gathering revenue to rebuild. He thought choosing the next Hokage had been a pain, but this was worse. He looked around, eyeing the various council members. The council of the village consisted of the major clan heads, the 3 elders of the village and various important civilian figures such as nobles or merchants. When the Hokage had been decided, it was only with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, various clan heads and Danzo, one of the elders. There were other prominent figures who had invited themselves like Jiraiya, but that was mostly it. The civilians had been making a ruckus so far, but that wasn't surprising. It was always a concern for them on who the next Hokage would be. The village was a dictatorship, meaning the villagers had no say in most matters. This makes them very paranoid about who is going to be deciding their laws and helping them live in peace. Hearing that a shinobi that hasn't been in the village for over a decade, so she could go drink and gamble, was about to be their Hokage? That was about the worst news they could hear. Currently, the nobles and merchants were arguing their case, saying that they should have a say in who became Hokage as well to avoid turmoil forming with the regular villagers. It wasn't a bad idea, but it was a bad idea. He didn't blame them, it was just that they didn't see the world as Ninja did. They couldn't understand why Tsunade had to be Hokage. His thoughts and the meeting were interrupted when the shinobi in the room felt something speeding toward them. They tensed, the umbu falling from the ceiling to prepare for the threat. It burst through the window, the force shaking the building and making the lights flicker. A figure was standing on the table, and the umbu drew their blades, ready for battle. A pressure appeared, a large amount of chakra being released. He saw the civilian slump across the table, the pressure of the chakra and sudden interruption being too much for them. He and the rest of the clan heads just waited. They all knew that this person would be attacking already if he was a threat. The lights came back on, revealing a blonde boy with a large grin on his face. Naruto turned slowly, looking at them as he chuckled. Heh. Now, tell me. He walked on the table, stopping when he approached the 3 village elders. Which one of you is Danzo? Kabuto grunted as he was thrown onto the cold stone floor of his new cell. The cell door slammed shut, locking a moment later. He struggled to get up for a moment, not used to missing a leg. His hands were still tied up and his chakra sealed. He looked around, seeing a bed and a small toilet in the room. He sighed, scooting over to the wall, using it to stand himself up. He did so, quickly hopping over to the bed and laying down. He looked down, eyeing the stump that was now his leg. He hadn't expected to lose the limb, nor did he expect the Rasengan to turn into whatever Naruto had created. Now he knew why Orochimaru was so interested in the boy. He was strong. Still, he felt like he and Orochimaru didn't put up enough of a fight, but he supposed that his master didn't want to push his luck. This plan of theirs was a rather risky, and overselling it could be disastrous. In that way, he supposed he was thankful for the lost limb. It did wonders selling their act. The wound was rather serious, meaning they would have to wait for him to heal, otherwise he would die during the interrogation. He knew they needed him alive. He sat back, a small smile on his face. Orochimaru really did think ahead, didn't he? He lifted one of his tied-up hands, using his teeth to tear off a fake skin graft, revealing a small seal on the back of his hand. Now, all he had to do next was wait for the signal. Chapter 11. Which one of you is Danzo? He looked at the three elders, but he already knew which one he was looking for. There was utter calmness and composure on his face, not even fazed by his arrival. His haki ran over the old man, sensing his strength. He used to be a powerful shinobi, but age had gotten to him, not even mention that he was now a cripple. Why an old man like this thought he could be Hokage? He would never, what the hell? He continued to analyze Danzo, making sure his face never changed as he did. There was something wrong with this guy, more specifically his arm. It was like it wasn't even there. No, that's not it. It was like the arm wasn't his. There was more, even the eye behind those bandages had that exact same feeling. Just what had this Danzo been up? One of the elders spoke up, the other older man. What is the meaning of this? He glanced over at the council member, chuckling. He was about to reply when the door slammed open, Tsunade and Shizune stepping inside. Naruto. What do you think you're doing? Tsunade screamed. He was laughing now, placing his hands in his pockets. Heh. Me? I'm just here to say hello to a respectable member of the council. He looked over at Danzo, leaning in close to look him in his only visible eye. I'm a huge fan of yours. Heh. Daffy jumped off the table, walking over to Tsunade. Now that I'm done with that, you can continue your little play date. Send the bill for the window to Jiraiya. He walked past her, entering the hallway and making his way out of the Hokage Tower. While he would have loved to continue having his fun, he wanted to get back to everyone else. He headed home, thinking about what to do about Danzo. He was a powerful man if only politically. Still, he obviously had connections, and could make an obstacle for him later down the line. He would give the Leaf the chance to take care of him properly, but if he continued to be an issue, Daffy would take care of it himself. While he wanted him dead for killing the old man, he had bigger things to worry about right now than simply revenge. That fight with Kisame and Itachi had been rather eye-opening. He wasn't too upset that he wasn't strong enough to fight them on an even playing field. There was only so strong a 12-year-old body could get after all. Even so, Daffy had found that he was running out of tricks to use. His strings were not the same ones he had in his previous life. They weren't as durable, not as powerful, and were made of chakra. Still, that meant something else, that unlike his devil fruit strings, he could improve them, make them stronger than they were before. But he needed more than that. He needed to focus on the skills his new life offered him, ninjutsu. Already, with just the Rasengan he was able to create another powerful technique. He needed more things like that, and Virgo would as well. They can't rely on pure strength alone. His fight with Shikaku had taught him that. Usually this wasn't something that he had to worry about. His haki would make it so his attacks were always able to his opponents, but what if he were to run into something like Shikaku again, something whose physical form was immune to physical attacks? He wasn't sure what he could do. He needed more training, more techniques. He arrived at his apartment, opening the door and walking inside. He felt that everyone was here, sitting in the kitchen. He walked in, seeing them at the dining room table. Virgo, Temari, Gaara and Sakura were sitting down, playing cards. He looked up slightly, chuckling at the small eye of sand looking at Sakura's cards. They turned toward him as he walked in, Temari and Sakura greeting him. Naruto. Naruto. He smiled slightly, giving a light wave. He sat at the table as well, using his strings as a makeshift chair. Hello everyone, I'm back. Temari spoke up first, putting her cards down. So? How did everything go? Were you able to find Tsunade? He grinned, nodding at her. Sure did. She's at a meeting with the council now, but she'll be coming here as soon as she's done. They nodded, Virgo getting up from his seat. As expected of you, Naruto. Now, I shall make some food to celebrate your return. He nodded at him in thanks, watching as the rest of them returned to their game. He listened as they talked to them, telling him about what they had been doing while he was away. Virgo had done well, making sure they all were acquainted with each other, eating and training together. Sakura and Temari seemed to become good friends, something that made him glad. The girl needed a female friend, someone to replace that Ino girl. Gaara was unsurprisingly quiet, but he could see that he was simply enjoying the moment, something that he understood very well. Virgo finished making food, all of them relaxing and eating together. He looked around, remembering the last time his family had gotten to eat together. The members of the family may have been different, but it felt as nice as always. He watched as Sakura berated Virgo for eating so sloppily, trying to wipe his now messy face off with a napkin every few minutes. Temari was busy fretting over Gaara, asking if he wanted more food or something else to eat, with Gaara shaking his head every time, smiling lightly. Sakura and Temari would talk as well, gossiping about something or other, but Daffy wasn't very interested in gossip of all things. He brought his chopsticks up, about to eat a slice of beef that Virgo had made. Yeah, not to mention those two boys that were hitting on us the other day. The chopsticks stopped, slowly being put back on the plate. He looked up, turning toward Temari. Temari, you wouldn't happen to know where those two would be right now, would you? She gave him a questioning look, tilting her head slightly. Well, they said they would be in the forest of Training Ground 14 for a couple days. Why, is something wrong? He grinned, getting up slowly and making his way to the door. No, nothing's wrong, I just have a quick errand to run. He walked to the door, waving behind him as Temari told him to not be gone for too long. He walked out, making his way to Training Ground 14, eager to protect his family once again. They had come back. The village was apparently raving, celebrating the return of Tsunade Senju thanks to the efforts of Jiraiya and Naruto. He didn't care about that, all that mattered was that Naruto was back. Sasuke had to speak to Naruto, he couldn't just let go of that fight he had witnessed. Sasuke had been completely outclassed by his brother. As soon as he felt Itachi's hand on his wrist, he knew that he had lost that fight. His Sharingan had been active in that moment, burning it into his memory. Itachi batted away his Chidori like it was a joke, a simple toy. Naruto had jumped in and saved him. Naruto took on Itachi and the strange blue man all by himself. Naruto looked at him, told him to run, as if he were in the way. He scoffed at the thought, walking through the village and searching for Naruto. Of course he was in the way, he could never do any of the things that Naruto had done in that fight. The attacks Naruto performed, the blows that he was able to block, not even his Sharingan let him do those things. He had tried. Sasuke tried to make Naruto's strings, but the amount of chakra that the blonde put into them was incredible, and Sasuke just couldn't do it. He tried that other attack, Naruto's storm leg. No matter how many times he kicked his leg forward, he just didn't have the strength required to perform it. How? Just how was Naruto and Lee so powerful? Whatever it was, whatever secret method the two were using to improve, he needed to know. He would drag it out of the blonde, no matter what it took. He needed that strength, that power of theirs. He had seen it with his own eyes, Itachi going down on his knees, with Naruto standing in the air before him. It was something he had thought about in only his twisted fantasies. Yet there it was, played out before him in stark reality. Sasuke knew that Itachi wasn't invincible, and now he knew that Naruto's power was the key for defeating him. So, here he was, searching endlessly for the blonde. Honestly, he didn't even know what he was going to say to him. He had no plan, no real goal or conversation in mind. He just wanted to know, had to know how to get as strong as he was. He was looking for almost an hour when he found him, in a random training ground no less. He was standing in front of two older boys, some genin by the look of their headbands. One was on his back, slowly crawling away as Naruto held up the other by his face. Sasuke watched the interaction from one of the branches of a tree. Hehehe. So, do we have an understanding? Sasuke could hear the boy's muffled screams, trying to nod his head while clawing at Naruto's hand. Good, then get out of here. He dropped the boy, who immediately began to sprint away, his friend joining him. Naruto laughed as they ran away, turning toward Sasuke and looking upwards at him. Hey there, Sasuke. Need something? Sasuke jumped down, looking at Naruto, his heart beginning to quicken. Naruto. I need to ask you something. Naruto raised his eyebrow, the grin falling from his face as he did so. It seemed that Naruto was taking this seriously, he didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. I need you to tell me how you got so strong. I need you to teach me, Naruto. He's silent for a moment, looking at him. It seemed like an eternity, one that Sasuke loathed. He didn't like this, asking for someone help, especially Naruto's. He had always seen the blonde as a rival, a goal to meet, the next level to attain to get closer to killing his brother. He never expected it to turn out like this. Uchiha were supposed to be proud, powerful and unyielding. So, what did that make him, practically begging for Naruto's strength? He couldn't help but feel like he was disappointing his family, but they had to understand, this had to be done. Naruto finally broke the silence, Sasuke eager to hear his words. Sasuke's eyes widened, shock appearing on his face as Naruto began to walk away. That couldn't be right, he had to have heard him wrong. He knew that Sakura had asked the same of him, and he knew that Naruto didn't refuse her. So why? Why wouldn't he do the same for him? Didn't he understand how much he needed that strength, how important it was for him? He walked closer to him, snarling as he grabbed Naruto and spun him around. The hell do you mean no? Tell me why. Naruto just looked at him, his taller height making him look down. He never noticed it before, but Naruto had grown, now almost 4 inches taller than him, where it was only a couple when they had first graduated. I don't have to explain my reasoning to you, Sasuke. He hesitated at that, Naruto's tone and frown intimidating him slightly. He forged on anyways. Don't give me that crap. If you could train Sakura, then there should be no reason why you couldn't train me as well. So, what is then? His breathing was heavy, staring up at Naruto and waiting for his answer. Why do you want me to train you, Sasuke? Sasuke's eyes narrowed at his teammate, getting frustrated. You know why. I have to kill Itachi, I have to make him pay for everything he did to me. I need to avenge the Uchiha clan, no matter what it takes. That's why I won't take no for an answer. Naruto looked at him, his frown deepening. He sighed, turning back around. That's exactly why, Sasuke. If I trained you, made you stronger, you would just rush on to Itachi, throwing everything away. I won't let you do that. He stood there for a moment, trying to take in Naruto's words. He felt anger well up, as he yelled at Naruto's back. And what the hell would you know about it? You don't know what it's like. You were always alone, with nothing to lose. I lost everything. You don't know what it's like to lose your family. Naruto didn't stop, simply walking further along. Sasuke was seething, unable to take the excuse Naruto had given him. The further Naruto walked away, the more Sasuke wanted to follow. He needed him now, he knew that much. Naruto was someone who could help him achieve everything he wanted, so what did Naruto want from him? His shoulders sagged, looking up and staring at the sky through the leaves of the trees, trying to think of a solution. He barely heard Naruto's voice on the wind. I know more than you think, Sasuke. He returned to his apartment, meeting back up with everyone else. Tsunade had stopped by finally, looking over Temari and coming up with a cure for her. She said it would take a few days to figure out completely, but she would have it done by then. It was quite the relief for everyone. Tsunade had more news, of course. Apparently, he had been made a Chunin, not that he really cared too much, the only good thing was no more D-rank missions. Shikamaru had been the only other Leaf Ninja to make Chunin, though Sasuke, Neji and Sakura had been close to the promotion. He refused the jacket, of course, not seeing the point in wearing it. Eventually, Tsunade left for the night, Sakura along with her, leaving just the 4 of them there. Lee, I want to talk to you in your room for a second. They all looked at him, Virgo nodding as they left. They walked into his apartment, an almost exact copy of his own. They sat on the table, Daffy not really sure how to start. He decided to be blunt. I found a fish man, Virgo. Virgo didn't react, looking as composed as ever. Eventually he simply nodded at him. I see. So, what are you thinking then? He looked at his friend, deep in thought. He folded his hands above the table, placing his forehead against them. They're still out there, Virgo. This isn't some different or other world, just another damn island in that same miserable world. Are we continuing then? He looked at his friend, surprised but not at the same time. Virgo had done his duty, died for Daffy's dream, and yet, here he was, ready to go again. The question ate at him, uncertainty in his mind. The rage he felt for the celestial dragons had not waned. He couldn't help but fantasize about tearing down those world nobles and making them pay for everything they had done to him, to his mother. Still, I don't know, Virgo. Every time I think about it, I can't help but think of Temari, Sakura or Gaara. I can't help but think of hearing their final words over a transponder snail. He had lost everything in his quest for vengeance, losing everyone he had for his own selfish gain, and he wasn't sure he could ask them to do it again. They were just kids, they needed someone better, someone who could truly guide them. Someone like him, who would throw it all away for just a chance at vengeance. They deserved better than that. That was why he refused Sasuke. He had witnessed that road firsthand, and he couldn't let Sasuke go through it as well. Daffy was old, technically in his 50s now. In some ways, he was a bitter old man with a grudge, and he couldn't let Sasuke become like him. He wanted the Uchiha to be better, to find a different answer than throwing his life away. The boy had nothing, no one to help him, and could barely ask for any help in the first place. Sasuke asked him to train him, not to help him. He intended to fight that battle alone, and anything in his way. It was a path of destruction that he saw from a mile away. He had seen it before after all. Still, what was the point if he just threw it all away again? What was the point of helping all of them, building his family just to repeat history? His mind told him that he should just live in ignorance, forget the celestial dragons and move on in this new life. His heart showed him the image of a dead woman, a father shot in the back of the head, and a pair of brothers who had betrayed one another. He looked up at Virgo, his friend waiting for his next words. "We'll forget about it, for now." Virgo nodded to him, Daffy getting up and returning to his apartment. He placed a grin on his face, walking back in. He looked over to Gaara, ready to have the next conversation for today. "Gaara, when are you planning to return to the hidden sand?" Gaara looked at him, surprised at the subject being brought up so suddenly. "I still have to talk to the Hokage, but I plan to leave in a couple days." Daffy went over to the side of him, an arm wrapping around his shoulder. "Alrighty then, you make sure to send us letters, alright?" Gaara nodded to him. "Good, now I have to get going for a little bit, so I won't be back till later tonight. Temari, you can stay here for now, but we'll try and find a place for you tomorrow." She nodded as he walked to the window, opening it and waving at them. He jumped through, heading a few rooftops away where the toad sage was standing, leaning on a railing. He walked up to him, sitting on the railing beside him with his arms crossed. He looked at Jiraiya. "We need to talk, Jiraiya." The old man looked over at him, his face serious. "I figured you would want to ask your questions." Daffy looked at him, trying to see what he was thinking. "The Akatsuki, who are they and what do they want?" Jiraiya was silent for a moment, before he began his explanation. "The Akatsuki are a group of S-rank missing ninja that have gathered together for some mysterious goal. We don't know what they're planning, but whatever it is, they need the 9 tails for it, and the other tailed beasts as well." Daffy raised an eyebrow at him, while Jiraiya continued. "These ninja are dangerous, Naruto. You've seen what just 2 of them can do, and that was them holding back, making sure they kept you alive. If you're gonna protect the ones in that apartment of yours, you need to grow stronger, because they won't hold back against them." His eyes narrowed, fists clenching at the very thought. "So, what do you suggest then?" Jiraiya looked at him with determined eyes. "I have info that the Akatsuki are going into hiding for a few years, gathering supplies and funds for whatever they're planning. During that time, I want to take you with me on a training trip. I'm going to teach you as much as I can as well as how to use the 9 tails chakra." He was surprised at the last part. "The fox has chakra as well?" Jiraiya nodded to him. "Yes, I'm guessing you haven't used it yet then, which is all the better. That just means that when you finally can control it, you'll be even stronger." That was interesting. He never considered the fox possessing chakra before, nor how powerful it could be. He would have to talk to the fox tonight about it, he was going to anyways. Honestly, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Shikaku was able to use a technique after all, so it made sense that the 9 tails would have chakra and be able to do the same. "When are you planning for this trip?" "In a couple weeks. It will last for about 3 years. He dipped his head in thought. He wasn't comfortable with the idea, leaving everyone behind for 3 years, it was asking a lot. "Why are we leaving the village in the first place?" Jiraiya looked at him. "We need to keep you on the move, Naruto. We have no idea when or if the Akatsuki will try and capture you again. While my informant is reliable, that doesn't mean we shouldn't play it safe. And you think it would be that easy to avoid them? It would be much better if we stayed in the leaf, with more ninja to help drive them off and being able to protect everyone here as well." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. "And you think that's safe? What if all the Akatsuki invades the village, Naruto? What then? Then we would have a much better chance in the leaf than by ourselves." Jiraiya looked at him for a moment, before sighing. "This is about them, isn't it?" he said, gesturing toward his apartment building. "So what if it is?" The two stared at each other, in a deadlock. Jiraiya gave in first. "Fine, we'll take them with us then. As much as I don't like it, it's better than you staying here until you can hold your own." Daffy looked at him, absorbing his words before nodding, satisfied. Jiraiya was a powerful shinobi, clearly, and would be able to help each of them. Now he just had to tell everyone the big news. "All right then, I have to go out of town, but I'll be back in about a week, and we'll leave soon after." He nodded, watching as the old man disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Daffy sighed, checking another conversation off the list. He sat down on the roof cross-legged, entering the fox's cage. There was a conversation to be had between the 2 of them, and it was put off for long enough. The constant distractions of training and missing ninja were gone now. He walked toward the cage, looking up at the pair of red eyes looking down at him through the gate. He waved at them. "Yo." The fox leaned down toward him. "Naruto." He put his hands in his pockets, kicking slightly at the water at his feet. "I know you were listening, so tell me what you think. We got some S-rank ninja coming for us, and we have to do something about it." The fox looked at him for a moment. You mean my chakra, right? He nodded, continuing their conversation. If you're as strong as everyone says, and these Akatsuki are as powerful as Jiraiya thinks, then we're gonna need every advantage we can get. The fox was silent, pondering what to say at his words. Naruto, these Akatsuki aren't just after me. They are after the others as well. What will you do about them? He raised an eyebrow, not expecting the question. He eyed the fox, curious at what he was getting at. He understood. You're worried about them, huh? Heh. I never expected a guy like you to be so worried about his friends. The fox began to growl at him. Be quiet, Naruto. I do not care about their well-being, but it is important that they aren't taken as well. The more of my siblings they gather, the more powerful they will become. Daffy chuckled, not believing his reasoning for a second. Whatever you big Sundara, I get you. You want to protect your family, right? That's something I can get behind. So, you lend me a hand, and I'll help you save your siblings, deal? The fox let out a large sigh, the water rippling and rushing at the force. I'm afraid it is not that simple, Naruto. And what do you mean by that? The fox visibly pondered his next words, an explanation forming in his minds. Some of us tailed beasts have eventually grown an ability or power unique to ourselves. Shikaku was able to control sand, and I was given the ability to sense the negative emotions of others. There is hate within you, Naruto. Daffy's brows furrowed, frowning at his words. Why is this important? The fox continued. My chakra acts as a catalyst, bringing forth the negative emotions in the ones who wield it. If I were to give you my chakra, there is no doubt in my mind that you would go berserk. I cannot allow that to happen. Naruto, before I can give you my chakra, you must rid the hatred in your heart. I refuse to lend it to you until then. Daffy stared up at him, frustrated. He knew that the fox was telling the truth, there would be no reason to lie. The fox wanted to help him, to save the other tailed beasts, but he couldn't. Just another thing to blame the celestial dragons for. He sighed, not liking the answer, but accepting it anyways. Alright then, I guess I'll have to do this the hard way. Don't worry, I'll train hard, and get strong enough to protect both our families. He turned around, thinking about the fox's words. Let go of his hate? That was almost impossible. He couldn't imagine it, forgiving or forgetting everything that had happened. He wanted this to stop, this hate constantly interfering in his new life, creating hesitation and now creating an obstacle for him. He wanted to overcome it, but he didn't even know where to start. He began to walk toward the darkness of the tunnel leading to the gate, waving back at the fox. See you later, fox. Kurama. He stopped, turning around to look at the fox. My name, fool, is Kurama. He grinned, walking backward into the darkness. See you later, Kurama. Heh. Kabuto sat in his cell, his home for the last few days. He waited as he heard his approach, the clack of the cane he was very familiar with. Sure enough, the elder of the Leaf Village had come to grace him with his presence. He greeted him. Well, hello there, Danzo, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see any visitors today. The man looked angry, but then again, he almost always looked angry. There were two ninja at his side, the ninja guarding his cell stepping aside to let them speak. He must be another one of Danzo's men. Kabuto, this is a very dangerous game you're playing. I don't know if I should play along or simply kill you. Kabuto chuckled at him, knowing that the threat was just empty words. Come now, you wouldn't kill me. After all, Orochimaru is relying on me to help grab his latest vessel, relying on you. If we fail, I'm sure he would be a lot less willing to give you your latest arm. Now wouldn't that be a shame? Danzo grunted at him, gesturing over to the guard of his cell. They unlocked the cell door, one of Danzo's ninja coming in. They undid the seal locking away his chakra, and placed a scroll in front of him. Danzo addressed him afterward. There is all the things Orochimaru wanted to give you. I expect to see my payment soon, Kabuto. He chuckled, stretching as he released his hands with a chakra scalpel, stretching for the first time in days. I'll be sure to let Orochimaru know. Danzo began to walk away, his ninja following as the guard locked the cell again. He grinned, placing the scroll in his shirt to take out when the time was right. Gaara had left yesterday, so Daffy saw fit to gather everyone together and spend some time with his new family. They had gone out to eat, walked around the village, and now they were on a training ground, Sakura wanting to get some training done. She decided to train with Virgo while he trained with Temari. Well, I suppose you can use a leaf to train as well. You know, I didn't expect you to be a wind user. Especially since you use fire. Any reason you decided to learn fire first? He chuckled at her, holding the leaf in between his hands. Heh. Just felt like it. She rolled her eyes at him, smiling. Well, anyways, the thing to remember about wind is that it's like a blade. It's sharp and used to cut through things. So, imagine that in your mind as you create wind chakra. He nodded, closing his eyes and concentrating as his chakra moved toward the leaf. They had stayed like that for a few hours. Temari teaching him to use wind chakra as Sakura and Virgo sparred. Sakura lost every time of course, but she seemed to be having a good time. She was different now. She used to hate training in the academy, but now she almost looked forward to it, couldn't wait to get stronger than she was. He opened his palms again, seeing the leaf split halfway down the middle. Wind chakra seemed to be much easier for him. Jiraiya's advice to start with wind coming back to him. He already had a few plans for wind chakra, using it to make his strings sharper and maybe enhance his storm leg attack. He looked over to Virgo, wondering what affinity he had as well. The abilities the people in this land had were quite incredible. Never did he think someone could control the elements like this without a devil fruit, and that wasn't even considering what else they could. Walking on water, creating illusions, and clones. Most of that was all common among ninja. He couldn't even imagine what people like the Akatsuki would reveal to be capable of. Orochimaru had shown the ability raise the dead themselves, and he was just one S-rank ninja. He looked down at the split leaf, then back toward Temari and Sakura. They needed to be stronger, they couldn't handle the Akatsuki. He thought about what he could do, what he and Virgo could teach them. There was always the 6 powers. It was a powerful set of skills that provided nothing but benefits. There was hockey as well, but that was a bit different. Everyone in this land had never heard of hockey before, something that was very strange for a land full of nothing but warriors. It was possible that they were unable to use hockey, or it was just very difficult for them to. Even then, it may not be worth trying to teach them. Hockey was difficult to learn, requiring a mix of talent and willpower. Some could learn hockey very quickly and become masters at it, others had to train for years just to use it. Would it even be worth trying to teach them? It was more than possible that they would be better off training up the skills they had now. Hockey was powerful, but it wasn't their only option. He would have to wait until the time came. For now, he had to tell them about their little training trip. "All right everyone, come here for a second." He called out to them. Virgo stopped, still holding Sakura in the air by her leg. He set her down, both of them walking over to him and waiting for what he had to say. "In about a week, all of us are going to be going with Jiraiya on a training trip together." Sakura and Temari looked at him with surprise, Sakura asking the first question. "For how long, Naruto?" He grinned at her, waving his nat at her. Just a couple years or 3, not too long." What? He chuckled at the reaction, Sakura freaking out the most. But wait, I still need to get my parents' permission first. I've never been away from the village for that long." He looked at her. "It'll be fine Sakura, Jiraiya will be with us and so will we. It'll be perfectly safe. Besides, this'll be chance to see the world, and I doubt your parents would stop you from doing that." She nodded hesitantly, clearly nervous about the conversation. He grinned. "All right then, let's all head home then, it's getting late." They all agreed, heading back to their homes, Sakura having to separate from the rest of them. Temari had gotten her own apartment as well, from a different complex than their own though. Theirs was already full. She would become a leaf ninja officially tomorrow as well, having finally finished all the paperwork. She was a bit peeved that she would still be a genin. Daffy entered his apartment, closing the door behind him. There had been a lot happening the last few days and needed some time to rest and think. He already had plans for multiple techniques to train and create on their trip. His main concern was Danzo. He would be out of the village for almost 3 years, and Danzo would not be simply staying idle. The man was crafty, and he would have to prepare for him. His best chance at defeating Danzo was to either expose him to the leaf, or get above him in rank, meaning become Hokage. Both would not be easy, but whatever happened, he would be ready for it. He made food, staying up for a bit as night fell. He went to bed later, falling asleep and hoping to avoid nightmares. He was awoken later by an explosion. Sasuke ducked underneath the kick, sweeping his leg along the ground to try and trip his opponent. Kakashi hopped over it, reaching down and grabbing him by his shirt. He threw him behind him, Sasuke throwing several kunai at the jonin. Kakashi plucked one from the air and deflected the rest, waiting there as Sasuke landed, panting. They had been at it for a couple hours now, and it seemed it was time to rest. Sasuke fell backward, landing on his backside and supporting himself with his arms. Kakashi walked forward, stopping in front of him. "You've been pretty aggressive these last couple days. Something on your mind?" Sasuke looked up at his sensei, thoughtful. "I asked Naruto to train me." Kakashi looked at him with a veiled amused expression. "Oh? Am I not good enough for you, Sasuke?" He scoffed at the man. Kakashi was a powerful shinobi, but he was an ordinary one as well, not like Naruto. Naruto was unordinary, using strange techniques and skills to beat his opponents. Sasuke needed those skills, and Kakashi wouldn't be able to teach that to him. That's not what meant. Naruto said no, said that he wouldn't let me throw everything away to. Kakashi was silent for a moment, before speaking. He's right, you know. Sasuke glared at the man. Don't try and tell me that. What if I killed everyone you ever loved, huh? Would you still be able to say that? I'm afraid that's not possible, Sasuke. You see, Kakashi tilted his head, a smile on his face, everyone I love is already dead. Sasuke stared at the man, shocked at his words. I've been around for a long time, Sasuke. I've been a ninja for 20 years, and I've seen many men do what you're doing now. Trust me, it never ends well. Take Naruto's advice, and move on, Sasuke. He didn't answer the Jonin, looking toward the ground and thinking about his words. He heard Kakashi take a deep breath. Well, I guess I better get going. I'll see you tomorrow, Sasuke. Bye now. He poofed away with a wave, leaving Sasuke alone. He got up, making his way home. He walked into the Uchiha compound, the only sound being the gravel and dirt crunching under his sandals. He looked around, eyeing the empty buildings. They were beginning to become worn, the wood rotting and falling apart. Without anyone living in them or the proper maintenance, the entire place was falling apart. He made it to his own house, walking inside and taking his sandals off. He walked through the hallway and into the kitchen, grabbing some rice balls he had made that morning. He walked toward his room while he ate, looking at the first door to his left. It was the living room, closed off ever since that day. He walked in, standing at the center of the room. He looked down, a dark stain still burned into the floor. The blood of his parents. They wanted him to forget this? To just go and live on like nothing had happened? No, he couldn't do that, he refused to. He didn't know what Naruto wanted, but he would convince the blonde to give him his strength, no matter what it took. He was an Uchiha, and Uchiha didn't give up so easily. He walked out of the room, heading back to lay in his bed and rest. It was nighttime now, and Sasuke could use the sleep. He wouldn't get the chance. He ducked suddenly, dodging the small barrage of kunai coming through the front door, which was now open. Someone burst in, rushing toward him and trying to tackle him. He jumped off the ground, going above the very large man. He felt someone grab from behind. A second one? He snapped his head backward, hearing a crack as he broke his captor's nose, freeing himself. He landed back on the ground. Jumping upward to dodge a punch by the large man behind him. He kicked backward, landing a hit in the large one's face. There was an explosion of wood, a third enemy bursting through the wall nearby and landing a solid punch on Sasuke's stomach. He slammed into the wall on the opposite side, the wood cracking and creaking at the blow. He quickly got up, looking around as the three figures surrounded him. He looked at the Veruo's headbands they were wearing, sound ninja. Honestly, can't you idiots do anything right? He turned toward the door, seeing a redhead walk in, her headband around her head like bandana. Alright, now listen here, Orochimaru was kind enough to send you a little offer. You come with us to the hidden sound and let Orochimaru analyze you and your Sharingan. In return, he'll train your bitch ass to something actually worthwhile. He looked at her, shocked at the offer. The others had stopped as well, waiting for his answer. And if I refuse? There was another voice, someone else entering behind the new girl. He had stark white hair and pale skin, his face emotionless. It would not be wise to refuse the sound 5, Sasuke. You will either come willingly, or we can drag you back with us. An oppressive aura saturated the air, filled with a disgusting but powerful chakra. He looked around, seeing marks begin to appear on the other four figures. They all looked very strange, one with multiple arms, one with 2 heads, but the other guy was just very large. He looked at the white-haired one, most likely the leader. He thought about the offer, to be trained by one of the Sannin. It lined up directly with his goal. Through Orochimaru he could gain the power necessary to kill Itachi. After all, Orochimaru was the one who killed the third Hokage, the supposed god of shinobi. He still remembered the fear and awe he felt in the forest, the seemingly invincible figure that Orochimaru held. Still, he remembered something else. Naruto had fought Orochimaru, and he had come back alive, not a scratch on him. He realized it with shocking clarity. There was a choice to make here. He could either go with Orochimaru, abandon everything and everyone and gain the power he needed to kill Itachi. Or, he could stay in the leaf, trying to gain Naruto's powers to kill Itachi once and for all. It was a difficult choice. If I trained you, made you stronger, you would just rush on to Itachi, throwing everything away. I won't let you do that. He gritted his teeth at the memory, looking at the leader of the Sound 5. Take Naruto's advice, and move on, Sasuke. Why was everyone telling him that? Why couldn't they see it his way for once? Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, detest me, curse me, and survive in an unsightly way. Run and cling to your pitiful life. Then, when you possess eyes like mine, come and face me. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He faced the Sound 5 and made his decision. The seal began to burn, his mission had begun. Kabuto took out the scroll, rolling it out in front of him and releasing the contents with a small puff of smoke. A stack of high-powered explosive notes, a map of the TNI building, and a brand new leg made from the first Hokage's cells. He grabbed the leg first, attaching it to his stump. He felt a rush as the leg connected to his body, feeling the first Hokage's power flowing through him. This was dangerous. It was more than possible that the first Hokage's cells would overpower his own, but it was something that he had to risk. The Sound 5 were grabbing Sasuke and taking him back to the hidden sound, and it was his job to create the distraction that would cover their tracks. If they were worried about a small invasion of saboteurs, they would hesitate to send Jonin and Chunin to chase after them. He got up, testing and stretching his new limb. It felt odd, almost numb, but it would work. He walked over to the cell, the guard opening it for him. The guard nodded as he turned around, Kabuto quickly killing him by snapping his neck. It had to be believed that he escaped on his own. Danzo didn't want thoughts of him letting Kabuto escape. He moved quickly, going through and escaping the TNI building using the marked map on his person. Danzo had conveniently marked the best way of escape for him, and he didn't hesitate to use it. In less than a minute, he was out, burning the map when he was done. He went across the village, planting explosive notes on various buildings such as the Academy and Hokage Tower. He placed some on some apartment complexes but avoided Naruto's, not wanted him to sense his presence. He was almost done, only having one more tag left, and he knew where to use it. He went toward the house, picking the door lock and walking inside. He placed the note on the floor in the center of the house. Naruto had angered him quite greatly by taking his leg from him. He would take something from Naruto as well. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, going to meet up with the Sound 5 and leaving Sakura's house. When he reached the village walls, he made a hand sign, explosions ringing throughout the night. Chapter 12. His eyes snapped open, the sudden explosions waking Daffy from his brief sleep. He got off the bed, standing up now. Looking at the window, it was still the dead of night, and the explosions were coming from almost every direction. Firing up his haki, he checked up on everyone. Virgo and Temari were still okay, and he stretched his haki out toward Sakura as well. She was still there, but the floor beneath him shattered, his strings flying outward as they cut through the wall in his way. He sped through the air, on his way to Sakura's house. He looked around as he went, seeing the village in flames. The Hokage Tower, the academy, the hospital, along with several other structures were on fire, smoke riding into the night. He could hear screams as the people began to panic and ninja scurrying around the village, trying to find the source of it all. He ignored it all, making his way closer to Sakura. She was still alive, his haki told him that much, her parents on the other hand. He couldn't sense them, and he doubted they would be out at night, coincidentally at the same time as the village went up in flames. No, more likely, they were dead. He could see the house now, it had collapsed, flames spreading over the debris. He went there quickly, using his haki to find Sakura as quickly as he could. Using his strings, he gently pulled the debris upward, freeing Sakura's trapped body. He picked her up, gently, examining her wounds. There were lacerations across her body, the debris digging into her flesh as it collapsed on top of her. She was covered in burns as well, half of her face scarred, it was most likely permanent. His teeth clenched as looked at her, but he didn't have time for anger, Sakura was still in danger. He moved quickly, being careful not to jostle the unconscious Sakura around as he moved. He stretched his haki once again, seeing if Tsunade was still at the Hokage's tower. She was, and he bolted, making it there in record time. The tower now had gaping holes in it, fire spreading throughout the building, but there were already ninja putting them out. He went to the Hokage's window, his strings opening it before he crashed through. Tsunade was there, giving orders to various ninja, turning toward him when he appeared. "Want Naruto?" He ignored her, clearing off the desk and placing Sakura onto it gently. He looked up at her with a determined look on his face. "Help her, quickly." She was dazed for a moment but nodded, going to Sakura's side with glowing, green hands. "Naruto, I'll take care of her. I need you to grab Kakashi and Sasuke, begin searching the village and find out who did this." Kakashi should be heading toward Sasuke's house now. He nodded, leaving through the window that he entered and back into the night. His anger was starting to build, the fact that someone had almost killed Sakura was sinking in. He hurried his pace, wanting to get to the rest of his team and begin the hunt. Whoever had done this, they were going to pay. He reached Sasuke's compound, finding his house among the rest of the barren buildings. He looked around for a moment, thinking about Sasuke's home. This couldn't be good for the Uchiha, living among his memories, reminded of the past every day. He shook the thoughts from his head, it didn't matter right now. He saw Kakashi, but not Sasuke, not even with his haki. Kakashi was standing in the doorway, looking inside. Don't tell me. He went up to Kakashi, looking inside. There was blood, but there wasn't a body. The walls and floor had been destroyed, indicating a struggle, a fight between Sasuke and someone else, perhaps multiple people. Kakashi spoke up. 5 people besides Sasuke. They burst in, taking him by surprise. The struggle stopped for a moment, most likely trying to convince Sasuke to give up. It resumed a bit after. Daffy accepted Kakashi's analysis, not doubting the experienced ninja. Sasuke had been taken, kidnapped for some reason. It could be a rival village, trying to acquire the Sharingan for themselves, or... He stretched his haki out once again, toward the Tianai building. The guards were scrambling, most likely a response to the sudden assault on the village, or perhaps the missing prisoner. Kabuto wasn't there. He looked toward Kakashi. Kabuto escaped his cell somehow, meaning that Orochimaru is probably behind this. Kakashi looked at him before nodding, turning away from Sasuke's house. Let's get back to the Hokage then. We have to report this immediately. They moved, heading back to the Hokage tower. The ninja were still putting out the fires throughout the village while searching for the culprit, Kabuto. He gritted his teeth, regretting not simply killing the traitor. Danzo's defeat wasn't worth Sakura's life, and without Kabuto, Danzo would likely get away with his crime. They made it back, Tsunade still healing Sakura with 2 other medical ninja beside her. She turned toward them, her eyes narrowing as she noticed their missing team member. She looked toward Daffy first. She's stabilized for now, but these wounds are pretty bad, Naruto. She'll probably be scarred for the rest of her life. He frowned at the news, not happy but not surprised either. He had hoped that Tsunade would be able to heal her completely, but the fact she was alive in the first place was a miracle. The Hokage continued. Now, where is Sasuke? Kakashi gave her an explanation, his voice firm and holding complete seriousness. Lady Hokage, when Naruto and I arrived, Sasuke's home showed signs of struggle, and he was nowhere to be found. I found his blood at the scene, meaning he was most likely taken by force. Naruto said that Kabuto has escaped as well, meaning that Orochimaru's men may have taken him. Her eyes hardened at the news, immediately giving orders. Kakashi, I need you to gather a team together and comb through the village. Find and eliminate an enemy ninja you come across. We cannot have this destruction continue, so we must make sure the village is secure. Lady Hokage, I don't think. Naruto, she said, ignoring Kakashi's distress. This will be your first mission as a Chunin. Gather a team together and track down Sasuke Uchiha. Bring that boy home and kill the ones that took him. Kabuto has shown that we can't keep them secured in the village. I want no survivors, understood? He grinned at her. Crystal clear. Heh. Kakashi continued his earlier statement. Lady Hokage, don't you think I should be on this mission as well? Sasuke is a member of my team. Tsunade merely nodded to him. That's true, Kakashi, but there is work to be done in the village. As important as Sasuke Uchiha is, the village comes before all else. I know that this is hard, but I trust in Naruto's abilities. He can get the job done, Kakashi. The elite Jonin was silent for a moment, before nodding. All right, then I'll get to work. He jumped off into the village, Daffy following soon after. He went back to his apartment first, meeting up with Virgo and Temari. Temari was in Virgo's apartment, probably going there to wait out the situation. He landed in front of the door, opening it with a spare key and walking in. Naruto! Temari exclaimed, surprised at his entrance. He simply nodded at her, not having time for pleasantries at the moment. Temari, Lee, Sakura has been hurt and Sasuke has been kidnapped by Orochimaru. Temari, I need you to head to the Hokage Tower, where Sakura is. Stay by her side until we return. Lee, we're going to gather a team and head after Sasuke. Temari was visibly shaken at the flood of information. Wait a minute. If you guys are going, then I'm going with. Daffy interrupted her. Temari, Sakura's parents are dead, and I don't want her waking up alone. Besides, I trust you to protect her, we don't know if someone is still going to be after her. She stared at him for a moment, before nodding, heading out the door and on her way to Sakura. Who are we going to get? Virgo asked, curious. Daffy looked at him for a moment, before turning around and walking out the door. Everyone? It had taken quite some time to find and gather the rest of the Konoha rookies. Team Asuma had apparently left on a mission just yesterday, meaning Shikamaru, Choji and Ino weren't available. Luckily, everyone else he was able to track down, bringing them to Sasuke's house so Kiba could get to work. Well, Kiba, are you going to be able to track their scents? Asked Neji. Kiba merely scoffed at the jab to his pride. PSH, please, of course we can. Right, Akamaru? The dog atop his head barked in agreement. Daffy nodded at the boy, addressing the rest of his team. Alright, Kiba will be guiding us to Sasuke, so I want him leading with Lee and Shino just behind him. Neji and Hinata, you two will be in the middle. I want you to use your Byakugan to scan the area for traps. 10-10 will be just behind them with me leading from the back. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads, eager to begin the mission. He nodded toward them, a small grin on his face. Then start moving, Kiba. All right. Let's move, Akamaru. The wild boy laughed, jumping off the ground and into the air. They headed north, to the land of sound probably. They traveled as quickly as they could, Naruto sending his haki out to see if he could sense them, but there was no such luck. They must have been traveling quickly to make it so far in such short time, especially while carting Sasuke around with them. Sasuke must have been taken before the explosives went off, meaning they had less time to get to Sasuke than they thought. They had been moving for a couple hours now, still moving in the direction of the hidden sound. They had to reach them before they got to the border, otherwise they would be in enemy territory, and who knew how many enemy ninja were waiting at the border for them. Hinata and Neji used their Byakugan in intervals, trying to conserve chakra for the fight ahead. Then, Naruto spotted something ahead. Everyone, stop. They did as ordered, Naruto moving ahead of the group and eyeing something in the air, suspended just in front of them in the branches. It was a string. Looking closer at it, it seemed to be a web. The only thing that let him spot it so easily was his own experience at tracking and seeing his own strings. He doubted this thing was as dense or as sharp as his own. That still left a question: what was the purpose of it then? He looked over at Neji, he gestured to the string in front of him. Neji, look at this string with your Byakugan, see if you can find where it leads or if there are more. Neji nodded, concentrating for a moment before speaking. I can't seem to find where they lead, it's too far away from here. But, there are hundreds of them all over the area, spread far out. All of them are in front of us, so we must be getting closer to them. There's chakra running through them as well, meaning they're a creation similar to your own strings, Naruto. He nodded at Neji, thinking about what he had said. They were far too weak to be just a simple trap. They had to have a different purpose than that. More likely, it was an alarm of sorts, a way to detect if they are being followed and to detail how many were following. If it was true, it was an impressive ability. Not even Daffy had that kind of ability, and he would be sure to remember it. For now, he thought about how to take care of this. If what Neji said was true, they were just entering this area of string, and it seemed to stretch far. To go undetected would mean they would have to slow down considerably, which would work in the enemy's favor. That left them no choice. He looked behind him to the rest of his team. All right, we're going to move through these strings. They're probably here to alert the enemy of anyone following them, but we can't afford to slow down. Everyone stay on your guard, we're getting close and could be attacked at any moment. Kiba, let's move. Kiba nodded, a rare serious expression on his face. Daffy followed from behind, resuming their previous formation. They moved for only a half an hour before the strings went away, and they were getting closer to the border. It was only about a day away, and they were beginning to push it. Fortunately, it seems they caught up. Daffy sensed the enemy along with Sasuke, meaning he was still alive. He grinned, telling his team they were catching up. They could see them now, Kiba throwing a kunai toward them. The enemy broke left, jumping down into a clearing, and they went to join them. They landed in front of them, allowing Daffy to analyze the enemy. There were 7 of them, with Kabuto among them. Strangely, he had a new leg, which was start white and barefooted. Some of the others were strange as well, one with multiple arms and 2 of them melded together, only their heads showing they were 2 different people. Sasuke was inside of a large barrel, slung over the shoulder of the white-haired one. Besides Kabuto and the one carrying Sasuke, he recognized the rest of them. They were the ones who had created the barrier during the invasion. He was very happy about Tsunade's orders. He had no quarrel killing these people. Kabuto spoke up first. Well, it seems that the Leaf was able to catch up to us, though they only sent a few kids our way. A shame, really. The white-haired one spoke next. Kabuto, we have no time to play with these ninja. We have to bring the next vessel to Orochimaru. Vessel? What did he mean by that? Was Orochimaru going to take over his body somehow? He continued to listen to their banter, trying to grab more information. All right, Kimimaro, relax. Jirobo, Tayuya, you two slow them down for a bit and make your way back toward us? The large one and the redhead nodded, moving forward to protect their team. The large one, probably Jirobo, made several hand seals and put his hands on the ground. Earth-style, Earth Dome Prison. The ground around Daffy and his team raised upward in a circle, forming a dome prison as the name entailed. Daffy simply ignored it, thinking of what to do next. The fastest was to get to Sasuke would be to leave some people behind to take care of these guys while the rest moved on. These two seemed to be the weaker ones, based on what his haki was telling him, so the others would probably be moving even faster than before. He looked behind him after hearing a loud crash, Kiba trying to break through the barrier. It seemed to be regenerating as he struck. He shook his head, making a game plan. Lee, take care of this. Virgo nodded, calmly walking toward the barrier, directly in front of Jirobo. He reared a fist back, punching forward and piercing straight through it. Virgo had struck the large boy, his haki sensing the boy flying backward. The barrier began to crumble and Daffy gave out his orders. All right, Hinata, Shino, Ten. I want you three to take these guys on. The rest of us will be moving forward. Once you're done, head back to the Leaf Village. We'll be too far ahead for you to help any further. Shino, you're in charge of this group until you return to the Leaf. They nodded as everyone moved, Daffy leading the way as they chased after Sasuke. He heard the sound of battle behind him but ignored it as he moved forward. Shino nodded as Naruto, Lee, Kiba and Neji moved on, Ten and Hinata at his side. He looked over at the enemy, quickly thinking about how to engage them. Jirobo seemed to be a close-range and physical fighter. The girl was more likely a mid to long-range fighter, a genjutsu user. The best option would be for Ten and Hinata to fight Tayuya, prevent her from using her genjutsu and take her down quickly, while he fought the other, using his bugs to drain his chakra. He gave out his new orders, and the two girls rushed over to their opponent. Shino looked at his new enemy, watching as he got up from the ground and walked over to him. I don't know whether you're brave or stupid, fighting me by yourself. Whatever you are, it doesn't matter anymore. You and your friends are about to die. Jirobo charged forward, a heavy fist flying through the air. Shino jumped back, his bugs flying through his sleeves as they crawled onto the large ninja. Jirobo roared at him as they sucked out his chakra. Jirobo surprised him, ignoring the bugs and charging at him once again. Another fist was sent, Shino blocking it with his arms. The force sent him skidding along the ground, his arms completely numb. Shino backed away trying to stay away from Jirobo as much as possible. Then, he saw something odd. His bugs were beginning to fall off him, dead. He called them back immediately, trying to figure out the problem. When they left his body, Shino could see something running along Jirobo's skin, black chains or triangle-like markings slowly spreading. Whatever those are, they've made his chakra almost toxic to my bugs, meaning that I'll be less effective against him now. That didn't mean he didn't have a plan though. He brought the bugs who had survived the attack and made sure they stayed within his body. Shino pulled out a kunai, abandoning the use of his bugs for now. Jirobo laughed at him. Ha ha ha. Do you think you'll be able to beat me with that? Now that your little insects don't work, you don't stand a chance. Jirobo charged forward, much faster this time. His steps were cracking the ground as he sped along, reaching Shino a split second later. Shino ducked under the punch he sent, his kunai slashing at Jirobo's stomach. The larger ninja grabbed Shino's wrist, stopping the blade before quickly turning around, throwing him into the air. Shino quickly turned in the air, throwing his kunai at Jirobo. There was the ringing of metal as it struck stone, Jirobo now carrying a large sphere of stone. Earth-style, sphere of graves. Jirobo threw it, the large boulder hurtling through the air toward him. Shino moved quickly, using ninja wire to grab a nearby branch and pull himself out of the way. The boulder went past him, nicking his leg as it did. He heard a small crack, and then pain. His leg was injured, and as he landed on the ground, he found it was only just able to support his weight. He looked up, seeing Jirobo slowly walk toward him, laughing as he did so. Man, you leaf ninja sure are pathetic. I throw one little rock and now you can barely stand. Jirobo was standing over him now, a fist raised as be prepared to bring it down. Time to die, kid. The fist fell, and Shino rolled out of the way, his bugs flying through his sleeves and surrounding the larger boy. Jirobo laughed as the bugs began to feed on his chakra. Ha ha ha. You should already know that one. What's going on? The bugs were dying, but nowhere near as much as before, and were draining Jirobo's chakra dry. Shino slowly got up, eager to explain. My insects have a very short lifespan, only living for a couple hours, but they can breed extremely quickly. This also means that they can pass on their traits to their offspring, making them very adaptable. I took the ones that had survived eating your chakra and used them to quickly make a new generation of bugs. Those bugs quickly made new ones as well, making an army capable of somewhat surviving your toxic chakra. It isn't perfect, but it doesn't have to be. Jirobo was waving his arms, trying to get the insects off him. Soon they enveloped him completely, beginning to drain his chakra dry. Shino relaxed at the sight, letting his insects do the rest of the work. He tensed when he saw large amounts of them begin to drop to the ground. He pulled out another kunai, trying to call his bugs back, but they all died on the way there. Jirobo was there, but he had transformed. His orange hair had lengthened, running down his back. His skin was red, having various bumps along his face and shoulders. The sclera of his eyes had turned black while his iris was now yellow. Damn you, forcing me into this state. I'll kill you for this. Shino didn't see the point in mentioning that he was already going to kill them, using the time to use his good leg to dive to his left, avoiding the giant's fists as they slammed into the earth. The ground shattered, the force of the blow sending Shino a bit further away. He was on the ground, Jirobo quickly making his way in front of him with a fist reared back. Just die already. The fist launched forward, Shino unable to dodge it. Just before it landed, the sound of a flute was heard, stopping Jirobo's fist. The world around him began to shift, turning red as something began to hold him in place. A genjutsu? It must have been Tayuya's, and it seemed to be sound-based as well. But that meant she couldn't control who it hit, meaning Jirobo was struck as well. Shino couldn't move, and his chakra wouldn't dispel the technique. Acting quickly, he sent out his bugs, dispersing in the air around his ears and eating the chakra in the sound waves, preventing them from reaching him. It worked, the illusion going away as it revealed Jirobo's fist in front of him, staying stock still. He pulled out a kunai, quickly slitting the giant's throat while he was immobile, and backing away. Jirobo bled out as he stayed still, Shino looking over to see the other battle. It had moved into the forest now, and Shino wouldn't be able to do much there with his damaged leg. He limped to a nearby tree, sending his bugs out to help his teammates. Hinata was in a bind, the fight against Tayuya had not gone well so far. As soon as she and Tenten had gone to fight the girl, Tayuya had retreated into the woods, making it difficult to chase her. The area was littered in various traps, her Byakugan being the only thing that had saved her. Not to mention the large creature that the girl was controlling. It was strong and surprisingly quick as well. One hit from its studded bat would probably kill them, and killing it was looking to be very difficult. Tenten had covered the thing in weapons, but it just didn't stop. Now, they were stuck in a genjutsu, the creature was approaching when it struck and would probably be swinging its club at them by now. She kept flaring her chakra, trying to break the genjutsu to no avail, when she heard the sound of buzzing. The genjutsu disappeared, Hinata gaining back her mobility and jumping backward, avoiding an attack that crushed the tree branch she was on. Tenten joined her, having regained her mobility as well, with bugs buzzing around her head. It must have been Shino. He was using them to eat the chakra in the air, making the genjutsu no longer effective. So, what's the plan here, Hinata? Hinata squeaked slightly, not expecting for the older girl to look to her for a plan. She calmed her breathing, remembering Niji's lessons on remaining confident, and spoke to her teammate. Well, I don't think we can beat this thing, and it seems like Tayuya is controlling it somehow. We should ignore it and try and go for Tayuya instead. Tenten nodded at her. All right, but I don't think we can just ignore this thing. It's too fast, and if we take our EY dash, well, my eyes, then I'm probably dead. I don't have 360-degree vision. She nodded shakily at her, mentally berating herself at the mistake. Tenten wouldn't be able to track the thing as well as her without a Byakugan, and if they messed up they were dead. She looked over to her. Do you have anything that would kill this thing then, something you haven't used? Tenten put on a small thinking pose, before nodding toward her. Yeah, but I'll need to get in close to do it. Hinata thought up a new plan, trying to think of a way to take out the ogre. Alright, I'll get in close and distract it. With Shino's bugs we don't have to worry about Tayuya's genjutsu, so I should be able to stay up close for a bit. Tenten nodded, Hinata getting ready to go. The giant jumped toward them, Hinata and Tenten separating as it swung its bat at them. Hinata moved in closer, using her gentle fist on the creature's leg. Its skin was tough, and its large size reduced the effectiveness of her martial art, but she continued, pressing her fingers into the creature's legs. It stumbled around, trying to crush her underneath its feet, but she kept moving as she struck, staying clear from its attacks. She was able to get behind it, then targeted the back of its knee. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Her hands blurred as they attacked the joint, bringing the creature down to its knee. Hinata jumped back, seeing the opportunity. Now Tenten. There was a yell, making Hinata look up above the creature, seeing Tenten in the air. She had a large scroll waving in the wind, and she was slowly falling downward toward the creature. Suddenly, there was a large puff of smoke, covering Tenten for a moment. When she reappeared, there was a large sword in her hands, falling toward the creature. Well, it seemed like a sword, but it was almost too big to be called such. Looking at it with her Byakugan, it was massive, thick, probably very heavy and far too rough. It seemed more like a heap of raw iron than a sword. Whatever it was, Tenten roared as it slammed into the ogre's head, blood exploding out as it was both sliced and crushed in half. The sword kept going though, its mere weight ripping through the creature. Her Byakugan watched as it started to slice through its ribcage, before giving up and reducing it to dust instead. Tenten sheared through the beast, her sword clunking down into the branch beneath them, as she bisected the monster straight down the middle. Hinata gaped at her as the two halves of the creature fell over and landed on the ground beneath them, Tenten merely giving a small thumbs up as she was covered in blood. Pretty cool, huh? I went to one of the local blacksmiths about a week ago and apparently they hired some new kid. Only thing was that he was really bad and ended up making a bunch of junk. So, I asked if I could have all the scrap that he left over and got it for a real cheap price. Then, I forged it all into a big blade, stuck a handle on it, and this baby was born. What do you think? There were stars in her eyes as she talked, her speech getting faster as she continued to talk. Hinata was at a loss for words, deciding to merely shake her head and focus on their enemy. That's really great Tenten, but we should probably take care of Tayuya first. Tenten looked a bit disappointed at her answer but nodded, putting the sword back into its scroll. Right, I can't actually lift this thing normally so I have to carry it in a scroll. Listen, that probably won't work again, so if she has any more of those things we'll have to take her down as quickly as possible. Hinata nodded, using her Byakugan to track down Tayuya. She was behind a tree, and there were marks appearing on her skin as well. She could see dark chakra emanating from her neck, obviously planning something. There were two large puffs of smoke appearing on either side of Tayuya, two more large creatures appearing. She gulped, trying to think of a way to deal with two of them. Tenten was right, they had to take care of Tayuya quickly, or they wouldn't stand a chance. Tayuya's music shifted, the ogres rushing toward them as it did. Wait a minute. She strained her ears, listening closely as she dodged the attack. The music shifted again, prompting the creature in front of her to swipe the claws attached to its wrist. That was it. She looked over to Tenten, yelling over to her. Tenten, it's her flute. She's using her flute to control them. Tenten looked over, the brief look of confusion turning into understanding as she nodded. They just needed to get rid of Tayuya's flute, that would stop these monsters and make it so they could fight her 2-on-1. Hinata moved, using her Byakugan to track the monster behind her. She weaved through its attacks, turning around the tree at Tayuya, who was surprised at her sudden appearance. She sent her palms moved forward, aimed at her heart. Tayuya jumped away, playing her flute and making the creature continue its attack. Hinata jumped upward, dodging the creature's slash and kicked off the trunk of the tree, moving closer to Tayuya. Tayuya stopped her playing for a moment, sending a punch at her as Hinata was in midair. Hinata knocked the fist aside, using her foot to kick the flute into the air. Tayuya kicked Hinata in the chest, stopping her forward momentum. She fell toward the ground, looking up as Tayuya jumped upward and reached for her flute. A giant shuriken flew through the air, slicing the flute in half before she could reach it. Hinata looked over, seeing a smiling Tenten as she rushed over and caught Hinata. They landed on the ground, Tenten putting her back on her feet. Thanks, Tenten. She smiled at her. No problem. They looked up, Tayuya looking at her destroyed flute. You guys are so fucking dead. Her body began to change, her skin darkening as horns began to grow from her head. The foul chakra began to permeate her body as well. They both tensed, waiting to see what Tayuya would do. The redhead launched herself forward, snarling at them as she did. She was faster, much faster, and Hinata barely managed to dodge the backhanded fist aimed at her head. Tayuya lashed out with a kick, hitting Tenten and knocking her away. She turned her attention to Hinata, her fists flying at her. Hinata dodged, her palms striking at Tayuya's chakra points in her arms as she did. It wasn't working well. The foul chakra coming from Tayuya's shoulder seemed to be pushing through the blocked chakra points. A punch landed, Hinata being thrown to the ground. She looked up quickly, Tayuya about to throw another before Tenten attacked, a katana in hand as she slashed at her back. There was a hiss of pain from the redhead, who quickly turned around and dodged the next slash. The two were dueling, Tenten slashing at Tayuya who dodged the blade as she sent punches and kicks at her opponent. Hinata got up, rushing to help as Tayuya pulled out a kunai, blocking the sword strike and kicking Tenten away. Hinata caught her, getting her on her feet as they attacked together. Tayuya was good, very good, and was keeping up with the both of them. She ducked over sword slashes, slapped away her palms, all while attacking back at the same time. But, she was beginning to tire. A nick there, another chakra point closed there. She was wearing down, and soon enough, someone had messed up. Tayuya slashed at Tenten with her kunai. Tenten stepped closer, her shoulder hitting Tayuya's inner elbow as her hand grabbed Tayuya's wrist, keeping the arm in place. Her katana flipped around in her other hand, stabbing downward into Tayuya's foot. Tayuya screamed and Hinata saw her chance. She circled behind the girl, her chakra coursing through her as she used the technique Niji had taught to her. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She struck forward, targeting the chakra points around Tayuya's shoulder and going outward. They began to close at a rapid pace, Hinata quickly closing any that reopened. Soon, Tayuya's transformation reverted, and she dedicated the other 32 palms to her heart. She heard the redhead cough up blood, falling to the ground soon after. Hinata sighed, exhausted at using the technique. Both her and Tenten collapsed for a moment, catching their breath and letting the adrenaline leave their bodies. A couple minutes later, they got back up, heading off to meet back with Shino. He was laying against a tree, Hinata's Byakugan seeing the injured leg that was causing him distress. "I'm guessing you two were able to win," he said, the bugs around their heads returning to his sleeves. The two of them nodded, Tenten speaking up. "Sure did. Mission complete, boss." The two hurled Shino onto their shoulders, beginning the trek back to the Leaf Village. Hinata looked behind her, hoping that everyone else would be okay. Daffy and the rest of the team kept moving, chasing after the sound ninja. They caught up quickly it seems, as they had to avoid several arrows that were fired at them from various directions. The one with multiple arms was here, trying to slow them down like his friends. He looked at the others, but Niji interrupted him. "I'll take this one. You guys move on ahead?" Daffy looked at him for a moment, before nodding. The team moving to get past the sound ninja. He was standing in front of them, gold stakes made of some type of metal in all of his hands. He threw them, Daffy using his strings to knock them out of the way. Daffy sent an overhead kick at the ninja, who used 4 of his 6 arms to block it, the other 2 sending punches toward him. He brought his other foot down, using it to drive him forward and above the ninja, while sending the ninja stumbling. He moved forward, Niji turning back to face their enemy and stop him from following. There were only 3 of them now, Kiba, Virgo and himself. There were still 4 more enemies on the remaining team and they were getting closer to the border now. They kept moving, running into yet another enemy, the 2-headed ones. He grit his teeth, Kiba volunteering this time. He nodded to him and Virgo and himself kept moving. They had to be quick now. They couldn't let them escape and Kabuto and the other were clearly the fastest in the group. They needed to defeat them, grab Sasuke and come back, just in case anyone needed help defeating the others. They kept running, finally catching up in a large grassy field. The other 2 stopped, turning around to greet them. Kabuto began to speak first. "So, you made then, huh? What a surprise, but I wonder if it was worth losing all your friends. First Sakura and now the rest too? What a shame. Kimimaro, take Sasuke back to Orochimaru, I'll take care of this." Kimimaro nodded, continuing to run toward the land of sound. Kabuto's words condemned him. He admitted to being the one who planted those explosives in Sakura's house. Daffy looked over to Virgo. "Follow him, Lee. I'll take care of Kabuto." Lee nodded, moving to go past Kabuto. "As if I'd let you." Kabuto moved as well, aiming an attack as Virgo. Daffy moved behind Kabuto, grabbing him by the back of his shirt and throwing him. He gathered his chakra, creating the strongest strings that he could and threw them into the air. They came down, impaling into the ground and creating a small cage, trapping Kabuto and himself inside. Demon strings, birdcage. Kimimaro ran toward the border, coming up to the legendary Valley of the End. Moving quickly, he grabbed the barrel on his back and threw it, turning around to block the punch aimed at him. The fist was heavy, and he brought up the bones in his arms to reinforce himself, blocking the strike. The force still sent him flying, skidding over the water and onto the other side of the river. He got to his feet, running over the water to meet his opponent, a strange-looking boy with a bowl-shaped haircut. Whoever he was, his physical strength was impressive, but his bones were more than enough to take the impact. Looking over, the barrel had broken, a still unconscious Sasuke laying on the ground. Kabuto's sedative was still in effect, and he should be out for a couple days still. This fight would have no interruptions. Raising a hand, he fired bones through his fingertips, sending them at the enemy ninja. The boy pulled something from his vest, a stick of bamboo, and slapped the projectile out the air. He rushed forward as well, meeting him in the water. Kimimaro made a sword of bone, their weapons clashing at the center of the river. There was a shockwave, the force of their attacks making the water around them fly outward. Kimimaro quickly sent a bone out from his shoulder, trying to impale his enemy. The other dodged, using his other hand to send a fist at his stomach. Kimimaro jumped back, his bone sword slamming down onto the other outstretched hand as he dodged. He watched in curiosity as the boy's fist turned black, his blade striking the hand but doing no damage. An interesting technique, hardening his body to such a degree. It went on his clothes as well, meaning he can probably harden that bamboo shoot of his too. Such a dangerous opponent, a mix of immense physical strength and unyielding physical defense. I can't afford to get too carried away. Orochimaru is waiting for that boy, but I don't see a way to defeat this ninja quickly. The two separated for a moment, Kimimaro using the chance to speak. "Tell me, Leaf Ninja, what is your name?" The other looked at him for a moment, before holding the bamboo in front of him. "Rock Lee." Kimimaro nodded, the first stage of the curse seal spreading across his body from his chest. Rock Lee, Kimimaro will take great pride in defeating you. You're a worthy opponent, so I won't bother playing around with you. He had to get Lee away from Sasuke. He needed just a few moments with the boy. It was less than ideal, but he saw no way of getting Sasuke out of here with Lee on their heels. He moved, rushing toward Lee while stabbing his blade forward. Lee dodged to the side, his bamboo lashing out. Bones grew from his body, bending as they absorbed the impact of the attack. He lashed out with a kick, watching as Lee caught the attack with his hand. Even in this state, his physical strength is greater than my own. Bones grew from his foot, wrapping around Lee's hand. Kimimaro jumped into the air, tilting his body and using his grapple on Lee's hand to throw him toward the water below. Lee began to fall, and Kimimaro stabbed forward again, slightly shocked when the black armor returned again, blocking the attack on his chest. Lee fell into the water, and Kimimaro withdrew the bones so he wouldn't be dragged in. He jumped away, or tried to at least. A hand grabbed onto Kimimaro's ankle, pulling him into the water with Lee. The water was cold, but he forced his eyes open to keep track of his opponent. There was a fist heading toward him, which Kimimaro dodged as he sent his own, spiked bone replacing his knuckles. Lee used his other hand to nudge the attack aside, pulling his arm back and sending an elbow toward his head. Kimimaro threw his head backward, dodging the punch as his leg came up. The foot stopped just in front of Lee's face, a spiked bone shooting outward a second after. Lee moved his head to the side, grabbing the outstretched leg and pulling. Lee was below him now, Kimimaro's back to the other boy. He saw his intent and grew plated bones on his back just as a pair of fists thundered into him. He was thrown out of the water, exploding out of its surface. He reoriented himself as the plates of bone disappeared, landing back on the water and waiting for his opponent to surface. His hand reached and stroked his back lightly, think about the strike. That was most likely one of his armored attacks. He felt those plates of bone crack slightly at the attack. A hand burst out of the water, slamming onto its surface as it pulled its owner up. Lee was back on his feet. He grabbed the floating stick of bamboo and prepared for the next engagement. Kimimaro charged forward again, slashing his sword at Lee. The other dodged, Kimimaro making bones just out from his body to impale the boy. He dodged again, but Kimimaro wasn't done. He kept moving, using his sword and bones to attack his enemy. There was another ability Lee had, a crafty one as well. No one could easily react to the attacks he sent at the boy. The bones he grew from his body had caught Jonin off guard. No, Lee was doing something to predict his attacks, most likely reading his intent somehow. So, he had begun to spin quickly, his bones tearing at the boy as much as he could. He saw a weakness. Even the boy's skin seemed to be naturally hard, but the blackened armor required concentration and purpose. If he couldn't see the attack coming, and if even Kimimaro didn't know exactly where his attack was going to land, he could pierce his defenses. A punch landed on him, heavily impacting his stomach and sending Kimimaro flying backward. He skidded along the water, eyeing his opponent and spitting out the blood that the punch had caused him. There were cuts all along the other boy, but they were minor. Even without the ability to predict his attacks, Lee was skilled to survive such an assault. He needed more strength. If he wanted to open a window of opportunity, he needed to use the second stage. He felt the transformation and worked on a strategy. He couldn't die here, meaning he couldn't use the second state for too long. He just needed enough to take down Lee for a moment, so he could get to Sasuke and get back to the land of sound. He didn't even have to make it back to Orochimaru, the ninja waiting at the border would do the rest for him. The transformation was complete. He was slightly slower in this form, but only because his bones became denser to provide better protection and more powerful attacks, something that was greatly needed against Lee. He moved forward, abandoning his bone blade to rear back a punch, sending it forward. Lee crossed his arms, the black armor reappearing to protect him. Kimimaro's fist landed, the force of the attack sending Lee flying backward into the waterfall behind him. Kimimaro chased after him, his bones forming spiked gauntlets around his fists. He considered using his dance of the clematis but decided against it. It took a lot out of him to forge the necessary weapons, and he needed to survive this battle. He reached Lee's body that was buried in the rock. Kimimaro's fists flew, closing his eyes so he didn't know where his punches would land. After a few seconds, he stopped, opening his eyes. He jumped backward, eyeing the waterfall and not seeing Lee emerge. He deactivated the curse seal, moving to Sasuke's body. He reached him and began to work. It took less than a minute, but he was done soon after. Now, he just had to get to Orochimaru. He heard something behind him. Turning around, he saw a fist flying toward him, impacting his ribcage. The bones inside cracked, his body lodging inside the canyon wall due to the attack's force. He coughed up blood, and looked up, seeing Lee standing there. His trench coat was destroyed, revealing the body underneath. There was a massive muscle there, a body that a 12-year-old shouldn't possess. His face was impassive, but Kimimaro couldn't help but feel rage emanate from the boy. More worrisome was the black armor that now covered his entire upper body. The rock under Lee's feet crunched and splintered as he walked, slowly approaching Kimimaro. Whatever Lee was doing, it made him much stronger than before, and he didn't want to test his strength, he didn't have the time. He moved forward, sending a fist covered in a gauntlet of spiked bone. Lee raised a hand, sending it forward with a single finger outstretched. Kimimaro watched in shock as the bones were pierced, Lee's finger digging into his hand. Gritting his teeth, he pulled his arm back, his bones growing to form a protective cage around himself as he forced his way to Sasuke. He could feel Lee grab at the bones, trying to pull them apart and get closer to him. He could feel them quickly begin to break and splinter in his hands. His bones weren't strong enough to hold him back for long. He reactivated the second state of his curse seal, making the bones larger and stronger before Lee could break them. He was just about to reach Sasuke before he felt a pull, Lee grabbing him and throwing back toward the canyon wall. He landed on his feet, kicking off the wall to give him momentum. He didn't have a choice, Lee was a monster and he needed to get away from him. He formed a drill of bone onto his right arm, made of the densest and strongest bone he could muster. He sent it forward, trying to stab Lee through the chest. Lee used both his fists, slamming into either side of the drill and trying to stop it. It was working too. Kimimaro landed on the ground, using his legs and tail to force the drill forward. Just die. He pushed Lee off his feet, sending him into the air and onto the river. His attack didn't land, just merely pushing Lee backward. Kimimaro saw his chance and didn't waste it. He quickly grabbed Sasuke, applying a paper bomb to him and threw him away from them both, making sure that Lee was watching. As soon as he did, he deactivated the curse seal and ran away, sprinting to the land of sound. He could hear Lee rushing to catch Sasuke and save him, giving Kimimaro ample time to escape. He could feel pain running through his body, his sickness and the fight making his body sore and ache. He sighed quietly, not liking how the mission turned out. They couldn't bring Sasuke back, but this would have to do. Daffy watched as Kabuto eyed the cage curiously, seeming to laugh at his situation. Wow, who knew there was so much that could be done with just a few strings? You are pretty impressive, Naruto. Daffy grinned at him. Heh. You know, it seems like you don't really understand what kind of situation you're in, so let me tell you. I'm quite angry, Kabuto. The silver-haired ninja smiled at him mockingly. Oh really, then why are you smiling so much then? His grin widened. I'm smiling just because I can't get any angrier. Daffy raised his palms, molten strings shooting outward to his opponent. Kabuto jumped through the air, dodging the attacks as he moved forward. Kabuto sent his chakra scalpels forward, Daffy blocking the attack with a hockey-covered knee. He was surprised to feel pain in his leg and jumped backward. He used strings to repair the damage, eyeing Kabuto curiously, who was chuckling. Surprised? I saw that armor last time we met, when you had attacked me, but don't think it's gonna protect you now. Want to know why? Kabuto removed his shirt, revealing his upper body. His skin was changing colors, the same shade as his new leg. Extraordinary, isn't it? The cells of the first Hokage are a part of my body now, making me stronger. But there is a risk, you see. I didn't stay behind because I wanted to fight you, Naruto. The leg that I attached to myself was an early prototype, and the first cells aren't stable. They're slowly taking over my body. I'm afraid I'm going to die soon. Heh. Yes, you are. But that leg won't be the cause of it. Daffy charged forward, sending another drop kick at Kabuto. The traitor raised his hand to apply his scalpel once again, just as expected. A string appeared connected to his shin and thigh, slicing into Kabuto's hand. Fret saw. The hand was severed, Kabuto not making a sound as it was removed. Daffy headbutted his opponent, knocking him to the ground with a sickening crack. Kabuto lashed out with his remaining hand, nicking Daffy's side and cutting through his haki. His strings quickly repaired the damage, Daffy slamming his leg down onto Kabuto's arm. He could feel the bones inside crumble as Kabuto cried out slightly. Daffy jumped back as Kabuto sent a poisonous mist from his mouth, quickly getting to his feet. Ha. It's truly incredible, just look. Kabuto gestured toward the arm he had just broken, watching the arm twist and turn, the bones inside healing rapidly as the flow of blood came to a stop. My own regeneration technique with the first Hokage cells amplifying it, truly fascinating. Daffy was done, moving quickly to take down the deranged ninja. He sent a string forward, watching as Kabuto jumped left to dodge it. He was in front of him soon enough, a hand grabbing at Kabuto's remaining wrist. Kabuto was about to open his mouth again before Daffy's other fist rocketed upward, closing it and shattering his teeth. He wrapped his strings around Kabuto's other wrist, pulling and tightening the string, slicing his other hand off. He headbutted him again, knocking Kabuto to the ground. He sat cross-legged on the ninja's chest, sending his strings upward and having them crash down, nailing his limbs to the ground. He looked down at the screaming ninja, grinning at him. Kabuto made to speak, but he stopped that quickly, sending a tendril of string into his mouth and down his throat. Heh. You know, Kabuto, there is some joy to be had here. I get to take joy in the fact that you'll be going to hell tonight. His strings didn't stop, going down his throat and further into his body. They began to get thinner, digging into him as they spread throughout his body. But, call me greedy, I can't just let you leave without knowing what it's going to be like. Kabuto was trying to scream, blood coming out of his mouth and soaking his strings. Now, I know what you're asking. Daffy, what do you mean till you know what it's like? The strings were spread through his entire body. No, Kabuto stopping his screaming to listen intently on his next few words. Well, Daffy leaned in, looking directly into Kabuto's eyes, his grin stretching across his entire face, painfully so. I've always wanted to know what it's like, to burn in hell. He sent fire chakra down the strings, watching as Kabuto's screaming resumed. He did it slowly, roasting the man from the inside. Eventually, Kabuto stopped screaming, getting used to the pain. He sent more chakra, watching with interest as he could see his strings glow through Kabuto's skin. Heh. You know, those healing powers of yours sure are incredible. Let's see how much it takes to burn through them. Black smoke was coming off him as he writhed in pain, Daffy laughing all the while. He got up, standing above Kabuto and looking down at his face. He amped up the heat even further, now using the same amount as his overheat attack. It didn't take long after that, his skin beginning to melt and turn black. Kabuto stopped moving, his healing no longer taking place. He was dead. Daffy removed the birdcage, all his strings quickly disappearing. He looked up, not realizing that he had been torturing Kabuto for such a long time. Time really flies when you're having fun. He looked over, seeing Virgo approach with Sasuke in hand. He grinned at his friend, looking at Sasuke as Virgo approached. He frowned, not liking what he was seeing. He sighed, gesturing for Virgo to follow as they moved to check on everyone else, towing a one-eyed Sasuke Uchiha with them. They had all returned to the village, bringing an injured Sasuke Uchiha with them. Everyone had survived their battles as well, though it seemed Kiba had the hardest time out of all of them. Still, Daffy had succeeded in his mission, though he wished it had gone better. Orochimaru had the Sharingan, and he would be a dangerous opponent the next time they met. It had been a couple days since then, and Jiraiya had returned to the village. Neither Sakura nor Sasuke had woken up, but Tsunade said that Sasuke's sedative should be wearing off soon. Having been given that information, the rest of the Konoha rookies had stayed in his hospital room for the last couple hours, waiting for him to awaken. Daffy was in the corner of the room, his arms crossed as he waited, listening to the others make idle conversation. Sasuke began to stir, and everyone went quiet. They watched as he slowly sat up, looking at the rest of them with his remaining eye. The other side of his face was bandaged up. Sasuke slowly placed a hand on the bandaged side of his face, Daffy stepping forward, a serious expression on his face. They took it, Sasuke. You're right, Sharingan Eye. We weren't able to get to you in time. Sasuke looked down, the rest of the room silent as they watched. An expression of pain appeared on his face, slowly looking up toward him. Naruto. His voice was quiet, surprising Daffy. He didn't make a move though, waiting to hear Sasuke's words. Help me. Help me kill Itachi, please. Daffy was quiet for a moment, absorbing the boy's words. He smiled a moment later, offering a hand to the boy. They were leaving now, Sasuke deciding to go with them to train. Sakura had to stay behind, her injuries had not yet healed, but Tsunade offered to train the girl while they were away, and he had faith that she would be alright. The girl had cried when she awoken, Temari holding the girl, reminding her that she still had a family. It was a tough decision for them both, but they would reunite soon enough, and be even stronger for it. He looked over to Jiraiya, who was waiting at the gate. Lee, Temari and Sasuke were there as well, waiting for him. There was training to do, strength to gather, and a collection of missing ninja to kill. He walked forward, joining them as they walked out of the village. He couldn't keep the grin off his face. Asuma watched as the Nine Tails left the village, deep in thought. He had spoken to Jiraiya, told him about his concerns. The Toad Sage brushed him off, telling him he was being paranoid. It was possible he was right. Naruto really could just be another talented ninja. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that the eyes behind those glasses hid something dark within them. Now he is off, going to gather new strength. Asuma turned, seeing someone come up behind him. They continued to talk. You know, he burst into the Hokage Tower, interrupting a very important meeting just to send a message. Naruto Uzumaki is a wild and dangerous boy. If he is not put under control soon, who knows what could happen. Asuma was silent for a moment, listening to the other man's words before speaking. And what are you suggesting here? That we chain him down and put a collar on him? The other man chuckled. No, of course not. All I'm asking is if you will support me when the time is right. Well, Jonin Asuma. Asuma looked the other man in the eye, before returning his gaze to the Jinchuriki leaving the village. Of course, Lord Danzo. He never saw the Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning underneath the elder man's bandages. Well Itachi, how strong is the Nine Tails? Are the rumors true then? Pain watched as Itachi nodded. So, it would seem. He was able to hold off both Kisame and I. An impressive feat? Kisame began to laugh as well. He sure did. The kid has some interesting abilities. I can't wait to get in a fight with him again. Pain nodded at him. Very well. We will start our temporary disbanding for 3 years. Begin gathering funds however you can and meet back here when I call for you. When it is time to hunt down the Jinchuriki, we will gather in larger numbers. If the Nine Tails has shown such a large amount of strength already, then we will need as many of us as possible to defeat him after we return. The rest of the Akatsuki nodded, agreeing with his orders. Now, dismiss. Now, hold on there, leader. His hologram and the others turned, looking toward the newcomer. I want to propose a little deal between us. I'll help you grab your Jinchuriki and grab the nine-tailed fox as well. In return, he looked down at the figure, slight surprise at the lone Sharingan in Orochimaru's right eye. I want Naruto Uzumaki's corpse. Chapter 13. He had been walking for a long time, seemingly forever. The trees passed him by, slowly as he stumbled further and further, no destination in mind, no salvation in sight. It was raining now, like so many days before. The winds would grow harsh sometimes, the chilly air and freezing rain biting at his skin through the rags that he had found in his travels. Even so, he didn't stop moving. How long had it been? How many sunrises had he seen, and how often had the moon looked down at him, pitying him? He didn't know anymore, he had lost count. But he moved ever onward, hoping for an answer, a reason to rest his weary legs. He stumbled through many towns, surviving off scraps and whatever else he could find. It wasn't a pleasant experience, but he had no other choice. His body was weak, frail even, and he had no way to defend himself anyways. He was not a fighter, and there was no chance that anyone would hire someone like him for any type of job. He had grown rather thin as the days went by, and the rags he had gotten had begun to wear down as they were battered by the elements. Through it all, no one had bothered to help him. After all, who would bother helping something so pitiful? His existence was a humiliating thing, and he had come to realize that there were few who would go out of their way to give him anything other than looks of pity. He didn't need pity, he needed help. He continued to walk, coming across a large bridge. It was massive in size, probably one of the biggest structures the man had ever seen. It would be even more fascinating if he wasn't so hungry. Desperate to get to a nearby town, he moved across the bridge, aching for whatever treasures he could find in this town. He ignored the other passerbys, various merchants and travelers eyeing him with suspicion and concern. He ignored them, and just kept walking, not daring to look into their eyes and reveal himself. There was something about him, something about his face that unnerved those around him. It was the only thing visible underneath his clothes, the rest of him covered in torn cloth and bandages to avoid sickness and conserve warmth. He looked up ever so slightly, trying to find the end of the bridge. It was far, unfairly so. He could feel his body weakening, his stomach craving any kind of sustenance. It hurt. Still, he had to continue, he wouldn't die like this, not like this. Every part of his failing body refused to die in this way, as if it were yearning for a more fitting death, or perhaps a more fulfilling life. His eyes widened, his hands quickly jutting outward to catch himself as he stumbled onto the ground. His hands hit the ground, his arms almost immediately buckling under his own weight. His face hit the ground with a wet splat, the rain-covered concrete meeting his cool, pale skin. He laid there for a moment, his breaths labored as he tried to gather the energy to get up. His eyes watched the feet of the others, the various people walking around him, ignoring him. He felt tears sting his eyes, slowly falling to join the freezing rain. Why was this happening? Was he being punished? He blinked away the tears, his arms shaking as he pulled himself up and back onto his feet. His eyes narrowed with determination, moving at a slightly quicker pace. He leaned forward slightly, fighting through the rough winds as he slowly weaved through the moving crowd. He didn't know how long it took, but he had made it, his feet touching down on a dirt path as he stepped off the bridge. He smiled lightly, proud of what he had accomplished. It didn't last long. He moved through the small town that the bridge had led him to. It was more of a village really, with small wooden buildings and huts. Nonetheless, he had done this enough times by now, he knew what to do. He went into an alleyway, spotting a small dumpster behind a food stand. He moved quietly, looking around and making sure no one spotted him. His travels had taught him that townsfolk didn't appreciate people rummaging through their garbage, and it had gotten him into several scrapes and thrown out of a village or two. Seeing no one, he peered inside, his hands shaking but desperately shoveling into the container, looking for anything edible. It was disgusting. What little he had found was barely edible and tasted even worse, but it meant he would live, whatever that was worth. There was the crunch of gravel, causing his hands to freeze as his head swiveled around. His eyes were met with a fist, flying toward his face. He reared back, his hands coming out of the dumpster and flying upward to protect himself. He was too slow. The force of the punch sent him to the ground, pain exploding on his face. He fell to the ground, his eyes opening slightly to see his attackers and a couple others coming closer to him. They began to kick him, bruising his flesh and making pain swell throughout his body. He curled up, trying to protect himself as much as he could. He couldn't fight back, and he had been in this situation before. People in a state like his own, trying to find a way to survive. Or, just some sick thugs looking for a way to pass the time. Either way, it didn't make the blows easier to handle. The attacks began to slow down, hands beginning to search him for whatever he had. One of them spoke up. "Ah man, I told you guys he wouldn't have anything on him." There was a more forceful kick landing as he finished his words, another voice taking his place. "Yeah, but I mean, look at him. Is it really that surprising? This guy's at rock bottom, I almost pity him." The kicking began to stop, the trio not finding anything on him. He looked up at slightly, trying to identify them through darkening vision. They looked down at him as well, the third one speaking for the first time. Hey, what's up with this guys? Hey, what are you kids doing?" The three looked over in another direction, shock and alarm appearing on their faces. Shit. Come on, let's go guys." They ran away, a large figure blurring past him to chase them down. He continued to lay there, his vision beginning to fade as the pain settled in his body. The figure came back, an older man wearing a straw hat. The man knelt toward him, his hand shaking him slightly. "Hey, you all right, kid?" He tried to speak, but he found he couldn't, weakness and fatigue taking over his body. Through the darkness, he saw a young boy appear, clutching the older man's sleeve as he looked down at his prone body. "Grandpa, what are we gonna do?" The grandpa looked at the child, before settling his gaze back on him. "We're taking him with us. Come on Inari, help me drag him up, I'll have to carry him on my back." He felt them move his body, trying to help them but not able to in the slightest. His eyes began to close on their own will, darkness enveloping his vision. His eyes opened, a steady rhythm of footsteps rumbling through his body. He was on someone's back, the old man's. He looked around seeing them walk through a forest. The old man noticed his waking state, looking back to gaze at him. "I see you're awake. Did you have a nice nap?" He nodded slightly, trying to speak but immediately abandoning the attempt, his throat dry and hoarse, ironic considering the rain that dripped through the leaves. The old man saw his struggles, and simply nodded toward him. "Don't speak for now. I'm taking you back to my house. We'll get some superfood and drink in ya, then we can talk." He nodded toward the man dizzyingly, closing his eyes and leaning against his shoulder, enjoying the steady rhythm of the man's steps. It was nice, being able to rest like this, to not have to worry about someone mugging him as he slept or sneak around bandits that littered the roads. It was a nice feeling. His eyes slowly opened, feeling the rain come to a stop. They had exited the woods, the sun appearing through the clouds and shining down on a small house, overlooking a small, blue pond. It seemed peaceful, and he couldn't help but smile slightly at the realization that he would be going into that home. The man walked inside, a child running past him as he did, Inari if he remembered correctly. There was a woman waiting inside, Inari's mother perhaps. He learned her name quickly, the old man providing it a moment later. "Tsunami, get some food for this kid, something light, like soup." The woman turned around, her eyes widened as she spotted him being carried by the older man. "Father? Who is that? What's going on?" She was panicking slightly, unsure what to do for a moment before the man reassured her. "Everything's fine Tsunami, he's just a kid that needs some help, that's all." She visibly calmed at his words, grabbing various pots and pans as the old man carried him over to a couch, lightly placing him down. He let himself fall into the seat, admiring the comfort and bliss the furniture brought him. It was heavenly, a ray light in the gloomy shade that was the feeling of sleeping and resting on the cold, hard ground. He leaned back, closing his eyes as he rested. He laid there for a while, opening them as he began to smell something wonderful. He looked down, seeing a small table set up in front of him, a bowl of soup laid before him with a small glass of water. He looked up, seeing the woman smile down at him. He looked down at the bowl, hesitantly beginning to eat, not believing the current situation. He grabbed the bowl, bringing it to his lips and praying this all wasn't just a dream. He sipped, having his first taste of a cooked meal. It was indescribable. Time seemed to suddenly pass, and he found the bowl and glass of water both empty. He looked up, slightly embarrassed at his actions. The old man had a wide grin on his face as he watched, Tsunami giggling into her palm. The man grabbed a chair, placing it in front of the small table in front of him. Well, now that you've eaten, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Tazuna, and this is my daughter, Tsunami. The boy behind her is my grandson, Inari. He looked at the small trio, nodding to them before looking at the old man, waiting for him to continue. They stared at each other for a moment, an awkward look appearing on Tazuna's face. Well, what's your name, kid? He tilted his head at the question, an answer coming to his lips. He cleared his throat, gently stretching his vocal cords. His voice was quiet and whisper-like, but the small family could hear them easily in the small room. And my name is. He tried to answer, but he couldn't. Who was he again? He couldn't remember. The answer was there, he knew it was, but it simply sat there, just out of reach. Tazuna had a look of pity on his face. Sekan, can you not remember? He looked toward the ground, shaking his head slowly. The room was quiet for a moment, everyone trying to think of something to say. Tazuna decided quickly. Well, that's fine. You can stay here with us for as long as you like, but this isn't a charity. As soon as we get some more food in you, you're gonna help around here, deal? He looked up, his neck disagreeing with the quick movement. That was something he absolutely couldn't refuse. It was an end to it, an end to the constant roaming and struggle for mere survival. He nodded his head, eager to show his acceptance. They smiled at him, Tazuna letting out booming laughter. Ha ha ha. All right then, we have a spare bedroom in the house. That'll be your room, We'll come up with a name for you in a few days if you don't remember it by then, all right? He nodded, feeling hope spring up within for the first time in recent memory. It had taken several days until Tazuna had decided to let him out of the house. They were surprised at the recovery he had made though. His once skinny limbs and stomach had filled out quite quickly, and they thought he looked much healthier than before. Tazuna had decided to take him fishing in the nearby pond for now, just to get him outside again. According to him, he needed the sunlight, badly. Whatever it was, he didn't really mind, happy to be able to enjoy moving and walking properly, the previous ever-present weakness and fatigue purged from his body. It was a relaxing experience, sitting on the dock with Tazuna, catching fish. He wasn't very good at it, having lost several fish and pulling up mostly random junk and litter. Still, he enjoyed it greatly, and couldn't help but wish that it never ended. Soon, the sun began to dim, and a heavy rain began to fall. He tried to pull up the tattered hood of his clothes, but quickly remembered that Tazuna and his family had gotten him actual clothes. He didn't have to worry about the rain long, something being placed on his head to block the rain. He looked over, seeing Tazuna wearing his straw hat, with an arm outstretched over his head. His eyes peered upward, seeing Tazuna place a hat on his own head, blocking the rain. A memory, a flash of images and sound. It was loud, bright and incomprehensible, a cacophony of noise and color that he couldn't understand. But, through it all, two things stood out. He looked over to Tazuna. I remember. Tazuna gave him a confused look. He smiled at the older man. My name, I think I remember my name. Tazuna gave him a great grin, a hand being placed on his shoulders and shaking him slightly. That's great. So, let's hear it then. He smiled at his enthusiasm, eager to tell the man his recollection. It's Kabuto Yakushi. Tazuna looked at him for a moment, before giving another booming laugh. Kabuto, huh? Well, that's quite the super name if I ever heard one. Tazuna got up, dragging Kabuto with him to his feet. He walked back to the house, gesturing for him to follow. Well? Let's get out of this weather and go introduce you properly, Kabuto. He smiled, following the man to the house. Tsunami cooked them a large meal to celebrate. Inari even looked happy for him, being unusually gloomy for such a young child. The meal was nice, pleasant and warm as he was surrounded by such a caring family. They had brought him into their home, with no other reason than to help him. He only wished there were more people like this in his travels. The meal ended far too soon, but night had come, and he needed to rest. Tazuna said they would begin some real work tomorrow, working on various things in the nearby villages. He was apparently an expert builder and contractor, having been the one who had constructed the massive bridge that led him to this land. He walked into the bathroom, turning on the faucet and washing his hands. Gathering a small puddle in his palms, he splashed his face, and looked up at the mirror. He had remembered his name today, that was what he had told Tazuna. He didn't mention anything else, didn't mention the blood, the screams echoing throughout the dark, underground hallways. He didn't mention the feeling of something digging through his body, burning him from the inside out. He looked at his face, eyeing his strange, white skin. He brought a pale white hand up, feeling the texture of his face. It felt wrong, unnatural even. As he looked himself in the eyes, he couldn't stop the thought ringing in his head. Just who are you, Kabuto Yakushi? 2 years later. She ducked under her sensei's punch, returning it with her own, aimed at his chest. Kakashi jumped back, making hand seals all the while. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sakura formed her own seals, creating a wall of earth to block the intense heat. She jumped upward, dodging the pair of hands bursting from underneath her, trying to grab her ankles. She began to fall, and reared a fist aimed at the ground below her. She let loose, a battle cry coming from her throat as her fist impacted the ground. It shattered, the earth splitting and crumbling apart at the force of her attack. The hand sticking out of the ground puffed into smoke, revealing itself to be a shadow clone. She turned around, seeing Kakashi appear a few meters away from her. She grabbed a slab of stone, remnants of the wall she created before it was destroyed by her punch. She threw it toward the Jonin, making hand seals as he dodged stone projectile. She ran forward, silently preparing her ninjutsu as she went. She reached Kakashi, her hands glowing with chakra as she lashed out. Kakashi dodged her chakra scalpels expertly, weaving through the deadly attacks. She raised a foot, slamming it into the ground as a scalpel lashed out. The ground shuddered, throwing Kakashi off balance and vulnerable to her attack. There was a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appearing and throwing Kakashi out of the way of her scalpel. The clone had a kunai in hand, slashing toward her. She ducked underneath it, a hand slashing at the clone's side and dispelling it as she slammed her hands on the ground, casting the ninjutsu she had been waiting for. Earth style, earthen stone shoots. Spikes of hardened stone shot out from the ground, stabbing through the air to pierce through her sensei. Kakashi moved quickly, his hands and feet taking advantage of the perception-enhancing powers of his Sharingan, using it to grab the pillars and launch himself off them, dodging them completely. She kept her hands to the ground, the spikes continuing to follow Kakashi as he weaved and flipped through them. Kakashi messed up, tripping slightly and allowing several spikes to pierce through his body. She quickly dispelled his genjutsu, not believing the scene for a second as she turned around, and jumped back, ready to fight against a wolf of lightning that was now charging toward her. She formed her hand seals. Water style, water vortex jutsu. A large cyclone of water appeared before her, tearing through the lightning wolf and heading straight toward Kakashi. She watched carefully as he formed hand seals, a wall of earth rising to block the torrent of water and electricity. She ran, racing toward the wall and driving a fist into it. The wall exploded outward, revealing a slightly shocked Kakashi who still had his palms on the ground. She landed in front of him, her foot stomping onto his hands to hold him to the ground and a kunai in her hand, now around Kakashi's neck. The two stood there for a moment, eyeing each other, before she smiled at him, panting slightly. "Looks like I finally win this one. Kakashi-sensei." Her eyes widened as she felt something tapping her shoulder lightly. She sighed, turning her head slightly to see another ruffled Kakashi, a double-eye smile on his mostly hidden face, and making a peace sign with his other hand. "Yo!" She looked back at the shadow clone before her, who was laughing sheepishly. Her eye twitched in frustration, and she quickly vented it by hitting the clone as hard as she could. It disappeared far too quickly. She sighed, then put on a light smile as she turned to her sensei, who commented on their spar immediately, pulling down his headband and hiding his Sharingan. "You've improved greatly, Sakura. Honestly, you could probably start testing to become a Jonin soon. You have a wide array of skills already, and you're only going to get even stronger at this rate." She nodded at her sensei, thinking about her spar and what she had learned in the past 2 years. Tsunade and Kakashi had driven her into the ground with all their training, and she was more than ready for it. Taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, she took in as much as she could as quickly as she could. She needed to grow stronger. Naruto and the others were training right now, working hard to protect her and each other. She wouldn't let herself become some damsel in distress, she wanted to protect them too. She looked up to her sensei, happy that he was acknowledging her progress. "Yeah, maybe, but I want to wait before I do that. After all, Naruto isn't even a Jonin yet, and there's no reason to rush toward a promotion." He nodded at her, pulling his infamous orange book from his back pouch. "True. Either way, you're making great progress. At this point, you just need to gain some more experience. You have all the techniques down, now you just have to get used to using them in combat. Though, it seems you have quite the talent at that as well." She laughed lightly at her sensei, stretching a bit and letting the adrenaline of the spar wear off. "I guess we should call it quits for the day, huh sensei?" He nodded toward her, giving a light wave as he prepared to leave. "It would seem so. I'm going to be on a mission for a few days starting tomorrow, so don't expect to see me for a while." She nodded toward him, waving back as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. She looked up, watching the sun begin to set over the tree line of the forest in the training ground. She began walking back to her apartment, eager to get home and relax for the rest of the night. She walked slowly, enjoying the slight breeze that went through the village. She looked around as she went, watching the various villagers as they went about their day. It made her wonder sometimes, made her think what she would be doing if she were like them. If she never went to the academy, and instead became an ordinary citizen of the Hidden Leaf, where would she be? Perhaps she would be running a small stand or store, another everyday merchant trying to make a living. Maybe she would be dating someone instead of training every day or studying to become a great scholar. Maybe her parents would still. She opened the door to her apartment, walking in and turning on the lights. It was quite small, but that was fine, she didn't need much. Naruto had forced his sensei, Jiraiya, to give her a hefty sum of money so she could buy a new house, but she rented a small apartment instead. Part of the reason was to save money, the other part was so she wasn't left in a large home by herself. She removed the headband from her forehead and placed it on the dresser next to the bed. She took off her chunin vest as well, throwing it on the bed as she grabbed some new clothes from the dresser. She walked into the bathroom, turning on the shower and stepping inside. It felt nice, the warm water soothing her sore muscles. She stayed there for a while, relaxing blissfully in the warm water as she cleansed herself of the sweat the day's training and spar had brought. She turned the water off, stepping out of the shower and drying herself off. She stood in front of the mirror, drying her hair as she stared at her reflection. She still hadn't gotten used to it, the scars. Her body was covered in them, the burns that night's explosion had given her. It covered almost an entire side of her face as well as the majority of her body. They weren't nearly as bad as they were before, now only rough, pink skin. Still, it was dreadfully noticeable, and the only way she could hide it was to cover her face like her sensei, Kakashi. She refused to do that though. Tsunade had said that she wouldn't be able to heal the scars normally, but she could cover them with skin grafts. Ino, bless her, had offered to donate immediately, but Sakura refused the treatment. She couldn't cover this up, she didn't want to. These scars were a reminder for her, a symbol for what happened when she was too weak. Because she was weak, she never heard Kabuto enter her home, placing that explosive. Because she was weak, her parents were dead. Because she was weak, Sasuke had almost been taken from the village. She refused to be weak any longer. She refused to let what happened to her parents happen to everyone else. These scars drove her, reminded her that she had to go further, had to surpass her mentors. The only way these scars would go away was if she healed them, no skin grafts, no loopholes. Tsunade may not be able to remove these scars, but, one day, Sakura Haruno would. That was a promise. She finished drying her hair, returning to her bed and properly hanging up her chunin vest. She prepared to lay down, only to raise her guard as her window opened suddenly. Gah! Calm down, lady, it's just me. She relaxed as she saw who it was, letting the messenger toad inside as she kneeled toward him, smiling. Well, Kosuke, what do you have for me this time? The small red toad reached behind him, pulling out a small scroll and a series of letters. It surprised her, normally Naruto and everyone else only sent a series of letters. This was the first time she received a scroll from them. The toad held it out to her, a small grin on its face. Got this for you this time. Looks like Naruto sent you something special. She took the letters first, setting them down and holding the scroll in her hands, curious. She looked back to the toad. Thanks, Kosuke, I appreciate it. The toad nodded, giving a small salute as it disappeared in a puff of smoke. She opened the scroll, reading the message at the beginning of the scroll. Sakura, it would seem you've learned most of what you wished to from Kakashi and Tsunade. Therefore, I thought I should send this scroll to you. It's a difficult technique to learn, one that even I haven't perfected yet, but I have a feeling you will learn and use it well. Good luck. She smiled at the message, taking the scroll with her and laying in bed. It seemed she would be in for a long night of studying. Oh well, she was used to it. She raised the scroll above her head, reading the first paragraph of the skill Naruto wanted her to learn. Humans are able to, from the hair on their head to their intestines, their toes, even to their most minute hairs, to concentrate their senses and stretch them to their limits, making it possible to control every part of their bodies. This skill is said to take 3,000 years to achieve, but those that do, are revered as one who has achieved enlightenment. This skill is known as life return. Daffy was laying on his back, looking up at the bright blue sky. The deck of the ship was warm on his back, and the sway it made as it traveled through the sea was oddly comforting. He looked over to his right, seeing Sasuke spar lightly with Jiraiya, and beginning to watch with interest. It was nothing special, plain taijutsu and nothing more. The two had an interesting dynamic. Sasuke was fast, very fast, and attacks with light attacks aimed at an opponent's weak points. Jiraiya was rather slow compared to other fighters at his level, but his attacks had weight to them. Jiraiya was larger than most of the population in the elemental nations, and he used that to his advantage, using powerful attacks that would beat down an opponent through pure force. The spar didn't last long, Sasuke losing to Jiraiya without his other skills to help him. Daffy got up, stretching as he did so. Temari came up formed the underbelly of the ship, while Lee was steering, making sure they maintained their course, wherever that was. Daffy walked toward Jiraiya, who was helping Sasuke off the ground while laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha! It'll be a long while yet till you're able to beat me in a spar, kid. Still, you're getting a lot better. Daffy reached Jiraiya's side, grinning at him. It was quite strange, seeing how tall he was. Daffy seemed to have had a growth spurt, almost reaching Jiraiya's height now. He wondered idly if this was because of his previous life, his former 10-foot frame perhaps influencing his new body's growth. Would the real Naruto Uzumaki have grown this tall? Who knew? Still, he doubted he would ever come close to his previous height. His growth had already slowed considerably, and there weren't many that were taller than the white-haired sage. Jiraiya, just where exactly are you taking us, old man? The sage looked over to him, surprising him with a rather somber look on his face. Don't worry Naruto, you'll see. It'll be a while before we get there still, probably a couple hours. So, let's eat. I think it was Sasuke's turn to cook, right? The other two passengers made their way to them, Temari audibly groaning. Can someone else cook, please? I'm starting to get tired of eating rice balls all the time. Sasuke visibly bristled at Temari, slightly annoyed at the criticism. Daffy simply laughed. Heh. Now, Temari, you know Sasuke is just trying his best. She gave him an exasperated look, hands waving in the air. But that's all he ever makes. And he puts tomatoes in them. Who puts tomatoes in rice balls? Jiraiya was laughing now, giving Temari a light pat on the back. Trust me girlie, after eating ration bars for a month straight, tomatoes in rice balls is practically a delicacy. But I can cook for you if you like. She glared at him. Yeah, no thanks. At least a rice ball is edible. Jiraiya fell to the ground comedically, feigning depression. Daffy grinned at their antics as Sasuke went through the small door on the deck of the ship, leading into the kitchen and dining room. They soon followed him and waited as Sasuke made the food. Daffy couldn't help but chuckle as Temari fumed, watching Sasuke slowly and carefully dice up several tomatoes. He spoke to her, pulling her attention from Sasuke. Temari, how is that new tempest kick of yours coming along? She blinked at him, surprised at the subject but grinning at him soon after. Pretty good so far. I just need to increase my strength a bit further, and then I'll have a really powerful attack. He nodded at her, proud of her progress. The two had been experimenting with wind chakra and the tempest kick, trying to combine the two for a more powerful attack. They had succeeded, but Temari wasn't satisfied with that. She wanted to be able to perform the attack using her fan, creating a powerful and near unstoppable slash of wind using the concept and technique of the tempest kick and the slicing ability of wind chakra. She wasn't there yet, not having enough upper body strength to swing her fan hard enough to create the attack effectively, but it seemed she was close. What about you, Naruto? Any luck with learning how to? Here, they're done. They looked over, Sasuke handing out plates of rice balls with cubes of tomatoes mixed in. He looked over at Temari's plate, seeing that hers was just plain white rice, no tomatoes in sight. They began to eat, Daffy chuckling as Virgo ate as messy as usual, having to dodge a few stray grains of rice. Daffy was just about to bite into his own food, when he heard the creaking of wood. Looking over, he saw Temari gripping the table tightly, the wood beginning to crack at the strength of her grip. She was looking directly at Sasuke, who was sitting across from her, her other hand holding a rice ball with a large bite mark. Sasuke ate his rice ball quietly, his eyes closed as he ignored her. Her voice was quiet and filled with veiled malice as she spoke. Sasuke? Care to explain? She turned her hand, showing the side of the rice ball she had taken a bite out of. Looking inside, one could see a whole, bright red tomato buried inside the rice ball, with a large bite mark in it. Sasuke refused to speak, simply continuing to eat. Temari snapped. Die. She lunged at the boy, who still hadn't reacted as Jiraiya quickly grabbed the girl, trying to calm her down. Daffy couldn't help but laugh at the scene, enjoying another entertaining meal with his family. They had reached land, and Daffy would finally see why Jiraiya was so insistent on visiting this place. They had walked for a while, going toward the center of the island they found themselves on. Eventually, they had reached a large village. It was empty. More so, it had been destroyed. The buildings had collapsed, the wood rooting away with burn marks evident. There were bodies everywhere, skeletons. They were everywhere, littering the open path they were using and clearly crushed underneath the rubble of destroyed buildings. Many of them were small as well, suggesting they were mere children. Daffy walked up to one, kneeling to examine it. The clothes it wore had clearly degraded over time, but there was still something that had stood the test of time. He grabbed it, pulling it off the skull of the corpse, a headband with the engraving of a spiral inside of a circle. He rubbed it with his finger, brushing off the dirt and dust. He looked over, hearing footsteps as Jiraiya walked over, standing next to him as he stared at the destruction. "Jiraiya, where are we?" The sage was quiet, seemingly pondering his next words. "This is all that remains of the hidden Eddy village, the home of the Uzumaki clan." Daffy's eyes widened at his words, looking back down at the corpse at his feet. What happened?" Jiraiya began to chuckle lightly, but it wasn't out of amusement. "What happened? I wish I knew, kid." Daffy stood up, his eyes narrowing at the sage. "What are you talking about? Tell me what happened here, Jiraiya." Jiraiya sighed, looking down at the ground. A long time ago, the Uzumaki and Senju clans were rather close. So, when ninja villages were established, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Eddy quickly formed an alliance. The Uzumaki were powerful, Naruto, possessing incredible vitality, immense chakra and the genius and intellect needed to create powerful sealing techniques. Jiraiya stopped for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing. But, one day, the Uzumaki were invaded, and their village was razed to the ground. To this day, the Leaf still isn't sure what happened to them. We received no word from them, no request for aid, and no one had reported seeing an invasion force approaching. One day, the Uzumaki were our strong and close allies, the next, they were wiped from the face of the earth. Daffy looked over at the destruction, hearing everyone else listen to Jiraiya's story, fidgeting slightly. "Why did you bring us here, Jiraiya? Why did you bring me here?" Jiraiya turned toward him, looking directly into his eyes through his sunglasses. "It was always a dream of Kushina's, to bring you here and teach you about the history of your family. She and your father wanted to teach you the Uzumaki sealing techniques, but they never had the chance. So, I brought you here in their stead." Daffy was silent as he looked at the sage, contemplating what to do. Jiraiya rarely talked about his parents, but that was more because Daffy never asked. He never knew what to think about them, the ones that had brought him into this world. He didn't know what they were like, his only memory of them being blood-red hair. Still, if what Jiraiya said was true, they seemed to care deeply about their family, and that was something he could reciprocate. "You said they, my parents, wanted me to learn our family sealing techniques?" Jiraiya nodded, and Daffy grinned. "Then show me." He walked down the hallway, the sound of his cane hitting the floorboards echoing throughout the compound. 2 years, it seemed that was how long it took. It was better than he feared, but worse than he had hoped. Shirsue's Sharingan was a powerful thing, able to implant thoughts, suggestions, and memories into a person's mind without them ever being aware of it. It was truly a powerful tool, and when Danzo had heard of the technique, he knew he had to have it. But, there was a problem, he wasn't completely sure the limits the technique had, and he was a man that did not like to leave things to chance. When he acquired Shirsue's Sharingan, he was unable to use its incredible Kodo Amatsukami. When he had heard rumors of the technique from his spies in the Uchiha clan, he decided to take the eyes for himself. It could have been just a rumor, but the idea of having such a powerful ability was too great to pass by because of uncertainty. For years, he thought the rumors were indeed false. He could activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it had no special properties except for enhanced abilities that the regular Sharingan had already displayed. But, 2 years ago, that had changed. It was strange, a feeling in the back of his mind, an instinct telling him how to activate the technique. He didn't know why this had changed, but he imagined that it had a time limit of some sort, a limit on how many times it could be used within a certain period. The problem was, Danzo had no idea how the technique truly worked. The eye seemed to give him a sort of instinctual way to use the technique, but it was vague. He guessed that an actual Uchiha would have a greater connection to this instinct, but he was not an Uchiha. He would have to learn the old-fashioned way. So, 2 years ago, he used the technique on Asuma Sarutobi, testing his ability and how much he could influence others. When he first began, he considered simply intensifying his mistrust of Naruto Uzumaki, but considered that far too simple. Instead, he made Asuma appeal more to his own philosophy and beliefs, turning him away from Hiruzen's teachings and trying to gain the Jonin's loyalty. It worked, but only barely. Asuma Sarutobi respected him now, but didn't serve him, didn't become his loyal follower. Still, it would give him something to work with later down the line. Before, there were certain lines that Asuma wouldn't cross, his morality and upbringing not letting him. Now though, Danzo was far more confident that Asuma would do what must be done, if he pushed the man far enough. The experiment had given him valuable information. Kodo Amatsukami was a powerful tool, but it had limitations, at least in Danzo's hands. But it was something he could work with, an advantage that he didn't have before, and he wouldn't hesitate to use it. Already a new plan had formed in his mind, and he was working toward that new goal already. Naruto Uzumaki had proven himself to be a threat. He was wild, brash, and not afraid to shove off authority. Worse, he was powerful, and Naruto knew it. That interruption of the Hokage meeting told him all he needed to know, that Naruto Uzumaki was after his head, but Danzo could use Naruto Uzumaki. To enact his plan, he needed support, and who better than the Hyuga clan, one of the most wealthy and influential clans in the Hidden Leaf. The Koto Amatsukami had recharged, ready to use again, and now he would see how he could use it in this meeting with the Hyuga Council. He continued to walk down the hall, reaching a set of double doors that a pair of guards swiftly opened for him. Danzo walked in, taking a seat at the table that was inside. He sat alone. The other side of the table sat the 4 elders of the Hyuga clan, and the clan head, Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi Hyuga spoke first. Danzo, we, the Hyuga, welcome you to our home. Now, we ask what it is you came here for. Danzo mentally smiled at Hayashi's words, the man speaking so formally at their meeting. His polite words hid the suspicions of this meeting, one that Danzo had arranged. Lord Hayashi, I have come here for a request of the Hyuga clan. One of the Hyuga elders raised an eyebrow at him, curious at his words. Oh? And what would Danzo want of the Hyuga clan? I wish to ask for your support, your help in the next decision regarding the election of the 6th Hokage. He watched in amusement as the Hyuga adopted a brief look of surprise, Hayashi speaking next. Is that so? Why is it you think that the Hyuga clan should support you, Danzo Shimura? Danzo straightened his back, explaining his reasoning to the Hyuga. During the last election, there were many that thought Naruto Uzumaki should be the one to take up the role. He was young, yes, but he was also powerful. He was capable of defeating the one-tailed beast in single combat and was very close to the 3rd Hokage, an almost surrogate grandchild. However, you should know well, Hayashi, that Naruto is not one to go along with the perception or expectations of others. Hayashi narrowed his eyes, confusion almost visible on his face as his formal tone began to drop. And what do you mean by that, Danzo? He nodded toward the younger man, continuing. In the past, the Hokage have stayed out of the affairs of the clans, believing it was not their place to interfere with their beliefs and customs. Naruto has shown to be friends with both Niji and Hinata Hyuga, members of your branch family. Should Naruto become Hokage, and these two ask for help in eradicating the caged bird seal, a man like Naruto Uzumaki would not hesitate to remove it by force. Is that what you are saying, Danzo? He nodded at Hayashi, waiting for their reply. The 5 Hyuga stood up, one of the elders speaking. We will discuss this in private briefly. Wait for our return. They didn't wait for him to answer, stepping out of the room. They were gone for several minutes, eventually returning and sitting back down. So, what have you decided, Hayashi? The man was silent for a moment before speaking. Danzo, what has to be remembered is that Naruto interrupted that meeting because of you. He was looking to confront you, and no one else. He has shown no contempt for the Hyuga clan or any other clan for that matter. Therefore, there is no evidence that he would perform such an action if he were to become Hokage. With this in mind, we have decided to decline your request. While this doesn't mean we will not be supporting you by the time the next election comes up, this also doesn't mean we will not support a different candidate or even Naruto himself. Danzo nodded toward the man, not too surprised at the result. He doubted they would support him at this time, but he had confirmed his suspicions. The Hyuga thought they were untouchable, but he knew that he could change that, and prove that Naruto wouldn't hesitate to do exactly as he said. He couldn't use the Koto Amatsukami to force them to support him, there were 5 of them after all. But, he could certainly use it to prove his point. The Mangekyo spun behind his bandages, aimed at Hayashi. It would take time for this suggestion to manifest, but he didn't doubt the events that would unfold because of it. He stood up, bowing to the Hyuga council. Very well, thank you for your time. He turned around, and walked out of the Hyuga compound, knowing that when Naruto returned to the village, he would soon be adding the Hyuga to his list of allies. He jumped through the air, his speed making the wind sting his eyes slightly as he rocketed toward his opponent. His leg blurred as he kicked at his opponent, his leg covered and saturated in lighting chakra as he did so. His opponent blocked it with his arms, a shockwave appearing in midair as they clashed. Sasuke pushed, trying to knock Lee away, but the other boy was too strong. Lee grabbed his ankle with the arm he was using to block, pulling him closer while using his other fist to punch at Sasuke. Sasuke saw the attack coming, quickly making to block the attack with his arms. Just before it impacted, he tensed his muscles as much as he could, using the technique that Lee had been trying to teach him for the past few weeks. Lee struck, the force of his attack sending him hurtling toward the ground. Sasuke kicked off the air, slowing his descent and landing on the ground, looking upward as Lee followed. Sasuke stood there, waiting for Lee while examining his arms. The punch had still hurt slightly, but he knew it had worked. Normally, an attack like that would send pain going up and down his arms. Lee landed in front of him, his arms behind his back as he walked closer. It would seem you are now able to use the iron body technique effectively. Sasuke nodded toward him, smirking slightly. Yeah, it's pretty difficult though. So, what's next then? Next, we shall continue to train you in the iron body technique. You now know how to use it defensively, but it can be used offensively as well to enhance the power of your attacks. Sasuke glanced down at his hands, activating and deactivating iron body to test something. I see, since I can't move during, I have to be already moving when I use iron body, or quickly begin using it as I attack. Lee nodded toward him, Sasuke sighing slightly. That would be tough. Iron body took a lot of concentration and stamina. Using it so quickly like that wouldn't be easy, and it was something he could only train while he was fighting someone if he wanted to do it effectively. Still, it was a powerful technique, enhancing his strength and durability to great levels. With it, he could take on even some of Jiraiya's blows, though the sage didn't seem to worry about, implying he had something else up his sleeve. Probably whatever Naruto was trying to learn from those weird toads. He looked back up toward Lee, getting into a fighting stance. Shall we continue then? Sasuke nodded toward him, rushing at Lee with a punch hurtling toward him. Lee dodged it, his own punch lashing out toward him. Sasuke saw his chance, sending his other fist out to match Lee's, and hardened it with iron body just before impact, his lone Sharingan helping him get the timing down perfectly. He flinched slightly, the impact of their fists making the bones in his arms rattle slightly. Lee sent another punch, Sasuke following suit and meeting it with his own. This continued for a few seconds before Sasuke jumped up, sending a kick toward his current mentor. He channeled lightning chakra through his leg, increasing his speed and giving his attack more power. Lee brought his arm up to block it, and Sasuke once again hardened his muscles just before impact. His eyes widened as the lighting sputtered out, Lee easily blocking the attack. He landed on the ground, now looking at his leg curiously. You seem to be quite talented with iron body, your Sharingan helping you use it at the most crucial times and conserving your stamina. Though it seems you cannot use those lightning-enhanced attacks you like so much while you use it. Sasuke nodded toward him, thinking about what had happened. His use of lightning chakra had improved greatly over the years, mainly because he had helped Naruto train in its use. Eventually, he had gotten to the point where he could coat his limbs in lightning, enhancing his speed and durability. He wasn't the only one capable of doing this. According to Jiraiya, the fourth Raikage was famous for his use of his lightning armor, and that was no doubt more powerful than his own lightning enhancements. But, if he could combine that with the iron body technique. We should stop for today, it seems that there are things you wish to think about for now. Sasuke looked up, Lee interrupting his thoughts. He nodded toward the older boy. Yeah, that's fine. I was just thinking what all I could do with this new technique. They began to walk back to the ship. They had been staying at the Land of Whirlpools for a while now, though they may be leaving sometime soon. They couldn't stay forever, they didn't have enough supplies, and Jiraiya seemed to have more places to visit before their return to the Hidden Leaf. He looked over to Lee, thinking about how everyone's training had been going. He himself had improved greatly, Naruto himself training him most of the time. It seemed that Naruto and Lee were incredible martial artists, creating these techniques that he had never heard of, and achieving physical power that was almost unreal. Leg strength so great that one could kick of the air, seemingly teleport from one place to another or create blades of wind that could cut through a building. Muscle density that could be used to make themselves as hard as iron, while being flexible enough to bend their body to dodge attacks. Hell, even their damn fingers were deadly, using them as spears to pierce through opponents. Sasuke had learned a few of these techniques, mostly focused on the ones that required improving his legs. He was a fighter that relied on speed, so techniques that let him travel quickly such as moonwalk and shave were very appealing. He also learned the Tempest Kick, or Storm Leg, and was now working toward Iron Body. The training to achieve these techniques was brutal, and the only reason that he learned the techniques so quickly was probably due to his Sharingan. It let him copy and analyze how Naruto and Lee were using the techniques, meaning he only had to acquire the strength necessary to perform them, and not the skill. Iron Body was different though. He couldn't merely copy that technique and had been training day and night to achieve it. Lee had said that he was talented in its use though, so he was curious how far he could take it. It was very powerful, but had a few weaknesses, the first being that you can't move while you use it. He would most likely be training Iron Body for the rest of this trip, already eager to see what he could do with it. Still, as much as he had grown, Naruto and Lee were still stronger than him, not that it was too much of a surprise. But he could feel himself catching up and could tell when they had to take him more seriously than before. The two still had techniques that they didn't wish to teach them, the ability to further enhance their body and predict their opponent's attacks. According to them, it was extremely difficult to learn, and if these two were saying that, then it had to be true. He didn't let it bother him though, more than happy with the skills they were teaching him. Lee was a good opponent for him, being a very powerful, physical fighter. His strength and durability were probably the greatest out of all of them, Naruto being the only contender, and even then, Sasuke thought Lee was superior in that regard. Jiraiya had been teaching them all various elemental ninjutsu, and Lee had an earth affinity, and the way he used it made him a terrifying opponent. His range had increased now, his preferred attack being to cover his fists with hardened stone, then fire spikes of rock at his opponents by punching toward them. He had others too, Jiraiya being very skilled in earth ninjutsu, creating large swamps or mudslides, changing the very landscape to give him the advantage or trap his opponent in close range. Lee was very effective with his ninjutsu. More worrisome was the other ability he had created, one that Jiraiya didn't teach him. He had seen Sasuke's use of lightning chakra to enhance his attacks, and wanted to try it himself, but with earth chakra. It had worked, and looked similar to the technique that he and Naruto already used, but apparently was different. Lee had combined his old technique and used Iron Body in conjunction with this new earth-style technique and, well, it was very powerful. It had a weakness of course, which was lightning chakra, that dispersed and destroyed the earth chakra running through his body. Even so, his other two techniques made him difficult to take down, and any other fighter would have a rough time trying to find a way through his defenses. They reached the shoreline, seeing Jiraiya and Temari sparing as well. The sage was busy circling around Temari, dodging the small but sharp gusts of wind the small fans she held sent toward him. It was something that Naruto had gotten for her, a pair of small metal fans that she could use up close more comfortably, and if Jiraiya's movements meant anything, it was very effective. They stopped at seeing Sasuke and Lee's approach, Temari having a small smile as she ran up to them. "So? How did it go?" He smirked at her, Lee speaking before he had the chance. "He is able to use Iron Body well. Naruto will be impressed. Speaking of, where is Naruto?" Temari gave a knowing look when she replied. "He's at the mountain again, continuing his training." Sasuke nodded, knowing what she meant. He had been training at the Toad Mountain, Mount Myaboku, for a while, several months in fact, and had been trying to learn a new technique from them. Apparently, it hadn't been going well, and it worried them slightly. It was clearly upsetting him, especially since Naruto usually grasped and mastered techniques quickly, even more so after Jiraiya had shown him the shadow clone technique. He was able to learn every element, along with various ninjutsu for each of them, besides lightning since Jiraiya couldn't use lightning chakra. He had already been making strides in sealing as well, to where even Jiraiya was surprised at how much he was learning. He was fast, strong and intelligent, already creating his own techniques out of what he had learned. So, having something escape him for so long was very unusual. "All right, he will probably return later tonight then, so let's take the time to get everything packed up. I want us to start heading back toward the Leaf. I've gotten word that we may have to cut our trip a little short." Sasuke nodded toward Jiraiya, everyone moving to get the ship ready to set sail tomorrow morning. It seems they would be returning a few months early, but that was fine. It would take a while for them to get back, so he had plenty of time to master everything else he wanted to. Also, he could get back to Kakashi, and learn some more lightning ninjutsu. He got on the ship, looking out toward the ocean for a moment. He was out there somewhere, Itachi, and Sasuke would be ready for him. Naruto and Sasuke both would defeat him, and then he could finally move on with his life. Damn it all. His fist crashed into the stone pillar, shattering it completely and causing clouds of dust and dirt to rise into the air. This was growing increasingly frustrating, and it was honestly just pissing him off at this point. He had never run into something like this, a skill he couldn't master or a technique he couldn't grasp. He heard someone land behind him. Now Naruto boy, relax a bit would ya?" Daffy took a deep breath, making hand signs and placing his hands on the ground, recreating the stone pillar. Sage Jutsu was difficult to learn, as he was now realizing. He had only just gotten past using the toad oil to gather and balance natural energy and was now working on gathering it by himself. He grabbed the stone slab, jumping back onto the pillar's sharpened point, and balancing carefully. He looked at the toad who balanced on a pillar across from him, Fukasaku. "TCH, I don't understand why this is so difficult, all I have to do is sit still." Of course, that wasn't really the issue. He could gather natural energy just fine, even without the oil. What came after that was the problem, his transformation was incomplete, imperfect. "You know Naruto boy, you shouldn't be so frustrated, you're making great progress." He gave the toad a disbelieving stare. I'm serious now. Jiraiya has been doing this training since before he was your age, and even still he hasn't mastered Sage Mode. He scowled at the toad, balancing on the slab to gather natural energy. I am not Jiraiya. There was silence for a few minutes, Fukasaku watching as Naruto entered Sage Mode once again. Just like before, his body began to transform, becoming more toad-like. He stopped gathering Sage Mode, expelling the energy from his body and reversing the transformation. You know Naruto boy, I wonder, is there something that has been troubling you, perhaps? Daffy looked at the toad curiously. Something troubling? Why? The toad rubbed his small goatee in thought. Well, it's a small theory of mine, that those who are under great internal strife, often have issues with Sage Mode. Jiraiya boy has been training for years yet has never mastered it, but I think both of us know that Jiraiya boy has many problems in his life. So, I have to wonder if there is something bothering you, some stress dwelling in your mind, or a decision that you don't know how to make. He thought about the toad's words, agreeing silently. He knew what was giving him the issue the toad was speaking of. During their trip, they had traveled across the elemental nations, seeing new lands and cultures. They never visited another hidden village or anything, but they had been to almost every major nation. The traveling they had done had given him a better scope of just how large these nations were. He couldn't see how it was possible, how no one else had ever discovered this place. The world government, the 4 emperors, someone, anyone. How had no one discovered this land yet? He thought he had found his answer with Kisame, but after traveling around the nations he wasn't sure anymore. Was he in a new and different world, or perhaps he was simply in a different timeline? Most importantly, were they still out there, the celestial dragons? He told Virgo that he would forget about it for now, but with his training progressing as much as it had, he couldn't help but think about it. He was growing strong, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed his former self, his new abilities and powers making that a guarantee. With this strength, he had no doubt he could take on the world government, and finally get his revenge against the world nobles. But, his new family had no idea about any of this. They didn't know about the world nobles, about the world government. They didn't know that he wanted to burn the rest of the world and take away everything the celestial dragons loved so much. If he went through with it, he didn't doubt that there would be casualties. Someone would die, like Virgo did, just like Monet did. He didn't know if it was worth the cost. No one had discovered this place, and he doubted anyone would anytime soon. He could live here for the rest of his days, living his new life with his new family. Or, he could throw it all away, and introduce a new heavenly demon to the rest of the world. The world government would track down where he came from. If they didn't know his location now, they would discover it if they went looking. They would see these people, with abilities they had never seen before, and he knew what they would do. They would become an asset, a military weapon. They would take the women to create soldiers that had the abilities of devil fruit users with none of the weaknesses. By taking his revenge, he was dooming this land, exposing them to the world government. He had dreams about it, Temari and Sakura's reaction when they found out that he was considering it, and he hated it. He doubted they would join him, or if they did, they wouldn't agree with it as wholeheartedly as his previous family did. They didn't know anything about the rest of the world or what they had done to him, so they wouldn't understand his reasoning. He looked at the toad again, not answering his question. I should get back to everyone else. Fukasaku nodded toward him. If he offended at being ignored he didn't show it. Yes, it's starting to get late. I'll take you back now. The toad made several hand seals, a plume of smoke appearing around them both. When it cleared, he was back on their small ship, everyone else moving small boxes into the lower deck. He looked toward Jiraiya. Are we leaving, then? The sage nodded, putting away a small notepad he had been scribbling something down on. Yeah, we're gonna start heading back to the Leaf. We'll probably be getting back a month or 2 early as well. He nodded as Temari came out from the lower deck, walking toward him with a smile on her face. Yeah, and Sasuke was able to learn Iron Body today, and I was finally able to complete that technique of mine. He grinned toward her, happy to hear the news and slightly surprised as well. Iron Body was one of the harder techniques to learn even though it was very simple in practice. Temari's new Tempest Kick, or rather Tempest Fan he supposed, was something he was eager to see. You'll have to show me it tomorrow, but for now let's go eat. Lee can make food this time. They finished packing and readying the ship, then headed to the kitchen where Lee made food for everyone. He was probably the best cook out of all of them honestly. Daffy sat down when Lee was done, looking around as he ate. It brought back memories, there was less food and it wasn't as extravagant, but he couldn't help but remember the large feasts he used to have with everyone else. He always enjoyed it, watching his family interact around him. He always made sure to sit at the end of the table, to make sure he could see every single one of them. He eyed the 2 empty chairs that he left out, one for Sakura and another for Gaara. He wanted to come back and get Sakura, but she had apparently been growing quickly under Kakashi and Tsunade's tutelage. Instead, he began to send her scrolls explaining how to use some of the 6 powers. Gaara had become Kazekage recently, according to Jiraiya's informants, and it didn't surprise him. Gaara had also been sending letters to Temari and had taken up his own training routine. Like Temari, Gaara had been trying to increase his ability in close-range combat, relying less on his ultimate defense than he did before. They were all growing stronger, and Daffy doubted his family would stay as small as this. More would come, and more would join him. He looked down at the table, seeing that it was almost completely full. If he wanted to have a bigger family, he would need a bigger table as well. A small apartment wouldn't cut it anymore. He refused to let his family live too far away after he returned. Gaara was an exception, but he wouldn't let another incident like Sakura's happen again. He tried to think of how to acquire the money for such an expense. He wanted a large house, a mansion that everyone could live in together, instead of the collection of homes that many clan compounds had. He could get back into the black market like he had done before, but that wouldn't be very possible at this point. It would require him to be in 2 places at once, and while he could use shadow clones to do this, he didn't trust them to be able to last if he needed. They would most likely be separate for several weeks, and he wasn't sure if a clone could last that long. Not to mention the memory overload a shadow clone that was around for so long would bring after being popped. His best bet was to ask Sasuke to use the Uchiha compound, so they would have the land, and then ask Jiraiya for the funds to build his new home. The man was extremely wealthy, and he used very little of his money for his own purposes, mostly just for living expenses. The man would be able to finance him very easily, especially since the Uchiha compound was practically free, along with having all its utilities paid for. There were benefits being one of the founding clans of a hidden village, after all. They finished eating, Jiraiya speaking to him from across the table. "Naruto, come with me for a second, I want to talk to you." He raised an eyebrow at the sage, seeing a rare, serious expression on Jiraiya's face. They walked back onto the deck, Daffy sensing Temari and Sasuke leaning against the door leading outside, trying to listen in on the conversation. Jiraiya leaned against one of the rails, looking out to the ocean. Daffy joined him. "What's this about, Jiraiya?" The sage smirked as he reached into his vest, pulling out a small black book, and tossing it over to him. Daffy caught it, opening it up and reading the contents. It was filled with information, names of various people along with passcodes and locations. He looked over at the sage. "It's your now, kid. In that book is information on how to contact every spy and informant I have. In the back is the info you need to access your new bank account. I already put half of the money I own into it." His eyes widened at the sage, surprised at the sudden gifts. "And just why are you giving this to me then, old man?" Jiraiya chuckled at him, still looking at the ocean. "I know it's probably hard to tell, but I'm getting old, Naruto, and we're about to be going up against some very powerful people. There is a very high chance that I'm going to die sooner or later." Daffy didn't reply, waiting for him to continue. "I don't have any kids. No wife or lover or anything like that. All I have is my godson, you. So, if I die, I'm trusting you with everything that I have left. All my money, my spy network, every business and home that I own, all of it. I already talked with the toads as well, and they'll be giving you the summoning contract after I pass." Daffy smiled slightly. "You shouldn't talk about your own death so readily, Jiraiya, it doesn't sweet you." Jiraiya laughed as a gentle wave rocked the ship slightly. "Ha ha ha. Yeah, maybe you right. I won't talk about it anymore, but I'm sticking with my decision. You've gotten strong, Naruto, I'm sure Sensei would be proud of you." Daffy smiled lightly, getting off the railing and moving toward the lower deck to get some sleep. "I'm sure he would. Who knows, maybe I'll grab that hat of his someday as well. Ah, Itachi, this one only lasted for a minute, can we go get a new one?" Kisame held the unconscious missing ninja by the throat, shaking him around slightly. "Later, Kisame. Let's go turn him in and get our bounty for now." Kisame threw the ninja over his shoulder as they walked to the nearest collection office. Kisame chuckled at him as they walked side by side. "Heh heh. You know Itachi, you've gotten a bit grumpy since Orochimaru showed up, is something the matter?" Itachi narrowed his eyes at the name. Orochimaru. He should have known that the snake would go after his little brother, but he had faith that his village would be able to protect him. Sasuke was still alive, luckily, but he was missing one of his eyes, the eye now in Orochimaru's skull. It sickened him. He wanted nothing more than to track the snake down and rip it out of his socket, but he couldn't. Leader, or rather, Pain, saw some use for the snake, and refused to let Itachi kill him. Itachi didn't want to get into a fight with Pain either. He wasn't sure if he could win, but he was sure that the fight would most likely kill him, either by Pain's hand or from the stress of the battle. his sickness acting up and killing him. For now, he followed orders. He would have the chance to kill Orochimaru later, or Sasuke would do it himself. It was only a matter of time. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what Pain wanted from Orochimaru. Whatever it was, he refused to tell everyone else about it. Now they were here, gathering resources for the Akatsuki. They traveled around, hunting down missing ninja and trying to make them join their forces. If they accepted, they were sent off to the Hidden Rain village. If they refused, they were swiftly beaten down to cash in their bounties. Whatever Pain was planning, he apparently needed an army to do it. Already, there were now thousands of missing ninja at the Akatsuki's disposal. They were now being sent out, going on missions to bring in even more money for the Akatsuki's purposes. Pain still hadn't given them the true reason for the Akatsuki, their purpose. All of this, the gathering of funds and forces, the capturing of tailed beasts, it was coming to fruition. The Akatsuki members alone were a great threat, but with an army behind them as well? Things were becoming dangerous. Are you still awake, Itachi? He was thrown out of his thoughts at Kisame's words, forgetting that Kisame had asked him a question earlier. I'm fine, Kisame. I simply do not trust Orochimaru, that's all. Ha ha ha. Well, I can't blame you really. Wasn't he your old partner that tried to kill you? Itachi nodded, continuing along the pathway. He had caught Orochimaru by surprise that day, him having underestimated the Sharingan. That day, he saw a type of obsession in the snake, and he thought it was aimed toward himself. Now, he knew that Orochimaru was after the Sharingan itself. He knew that Orochimaru would eventually betray them, going after his eyes once again. The reason he went after Sasuke was because he didn't want to face him. Now that he had a Sharingan though, he would be more confident, and it would be a more even match as well. As much as he didn't like it, his eyesight was worsening, along with his sickness. He wouldn't last much longer. If he settled down, he would probably live another 10 years. But, as he continued to utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan, his health would continue to deteriorate because of it. It was simply too stressful on the rest of his body. He guessed he had only a couple years left, maybe a bit more. Sasuke had to hurry. If Orochimaru came to him once again, he would have to use his more powerful techniques, further worsening his health. He didn't fear losing to Orochimaru, but he wanted to die by Sasuke's hands, and atone for everything that he had done. Well anyways, we're supposed to be meeting up again soon, right? Think we'll have another chance at that Nine-Tails kid? He glanced over at Kisame. Not for a while yet. Leader said that the Nine-Tails had to be captured last. The first target is going to be the One-Tails, Gaara the Kazekage. Heh. It's such a shame that Leader is waiting so long before capturing the Jinchuriki. I mean, spending 3 years just to gather some money and missing ninja? Itachi nodded toward him. Yes, it would seem that, after seeing Naruto's level of strength, Leader wants to take no chances in the Jinchuriki's retrieval. They made it to the cash office, dropping off the ninja and collecting their money. Well, anything else? Itachi shook his head as they walked back outside. No, that was the last target for the day. The next meeting will be in a few hours. Man, finally capturing a Jinchuriki after all this time. I simply can't wait. Which one do you think we're gonna get? I've already talked to Leader about it, now let's get going. Kisame followed him. And just where are we heading off to? The Hidden Sand Village. This was it, they were out of time. The training trip was over, and they were now standing before the Leaf's entrance. Daffy had accomplished much over the trip, and he knew he was ready to take on the Akatsuki. He could only hope everyone else was ready as well. They walked closer to the gate, seeing everyone waiting there for them. Jiraiya had sent a letter ahead of time, announcing their return, and Tsunade had made sure the rest of the Konoha rookies were home to welcome them back. He grinned, watching as they waved over at them. It didn't take long to reach them, all of them finally meeting together again for the first time in almost 3 years. He looked over at Sakura, who was giving Temari a hug. Her scars looked much better now, though they hadn't disappeared. Sakura looked over to him, smiling at him. Welcome back, Naruto. Daffy grinned at her, happy to be back home. It had worked, this test trial had been quite the success. He couldn't help but grin maddeningly at the result, curious to see where else his research could take him. It still wasn't perfect yet, but it could be used, and that was all that mattered. He wrote down the results in his journal, putting the subject under once again, and exited the experimentation room, entering his new main laboratory. It was all state-of-the-art equipment, and it was something that he was beginning to get comfortable with. Pain was certainly a very wealthy man. Orochimaru had taken quite the risk back then, revealing that he had a Sharingan eye. Of course, he approached the meeting using the ring that Pain had given him, and that he had later stolen. The risk involved Itachi, of course. He knew that Itachi wouldn't go against Pain's orders, so if Pain saw use in Orochimaru, Itachi wouldn't hunt him down for his brother's eye. The two spoke in private, Orochimaru telling Pain what he could offer, and Pain accepting his proposal. There were several restrictions placed on him, of course. He was brought the Hidden Rain village, where Pain had given him a lab to perform his research. He wasn't allowed to leave, nor would he be meeting the other Akatsuki members either, but that was fine with him. He knew he could escape from here if need be, though he had to avoid a fight with Pain at all costs. He didn't dare think of fighting the man, the one who possessed the eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths. It was in his best interest to simply wait things out and wait for an opportunity to gather Itachi's Sharingan. The Sharingan was a powerful tool, and he couldn't help but revel in things he had learned. It revealed so many things and granted him so many advantages he didn't possess before now. The ability to see chakra, to see and watch his experiments at such a slow rate, memorizing every event with perfect clarity along with vision that let him see them happen at the cellular level. It was extraordinary. He had begun to experiment with the Sharingan almost immediately, trying to find the best way to maximize its potential. He found one, and very quickly as well, when he was applying his usual modifications to his new body. As soon as he implanted himself with Hashirama Senju cells, the Sharingan's abilities clearly improved. There was a link there, somehow, the Senju cells could augment the Sharingan, though he didn't know why. He began infusing his body with as many as he could, but he was careful about it. He was never able to make the majority of someone's body from the Senju cells successfully, the subjects dying or becoming brain dead soon after. Even his experiment to clone the legendary ninja had failed. Still, there was some success in the practice. Danzo's limbs were made entirely from the cells, and he was able to use the limbs just fine. It would take more experimentation, and a lot of luck, but Orochimaru was sure that he would be able to find a way to make a body completely made from Hashirama's cells and make the Sharingan as powerful as possible. Once he did that, it was only a matter of gathering Naruto's body, and using his genes to find out what made him so powerful. He had no chance of simply taking Naruto's body. There was the Nine Tails to contend with, along with the rest of the Akatsuki. But a clone or finding out how he was so strong in the first place. That was more than possible. Lord Orochimaru? We found what you've asked for. There was some difficulty gathering them, as we had to avoid a ship traveling to and from the island. He looked over to the ninja, a servant that he didn't bother learning the name of. He grabbed the scroll in his hand, waving off the messenger. He opened it, unsealing the contents within. Waving away the plume of smoke, he looked down at the ancient documents of the Uzumaki clan. He began reading, soon putting the pieces together. This was what he needed, the instructions required to break the Third's curse. With this, he could finally regain use of his arms, and fully utilize the Sharingan, not that it mattered too much at this point. He set the ancient text down, walking up to the large vat filled with a clear blue liquid. He couldn't help but grin at what he saw. Yes, one could tell with just a glance that it wasn't perfect yet, but it would be more than enough to satisfy Pain. Pain was building an army, and he wanted Orochimaru to make them powerful. With these, he could become truly unstoppable, and let Pain think he was still in control for now. He looked down into the vat. He reached into the vat, carefully pulling one of them out and holding it in a closed palm. His earlier experiment had been the first success yet, after using almost 100 of the missing ninja that Pain had brought him. The latest subject hadn't been overwhelmed by Hashirama cells, and though it was nowhere near as powerful or efficient as a normal one, it still worked perfectly. The coloring was off, but that mattered little, it was just an aftereffect of cloning with Hashirama's cells. Besides, this was just the first step in his path to achieving his goal, to learn everything the world had to offer. It wouldn't be long until he perfected it. He opened his palm, grinning at the white Sharingan eye that rested within, eager to unlock its secrets.